Chapter 1260. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Ong Hui must have found out about his background since he took the initiative to look for him. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated Yang Hui. There's no news yet. Yang Hui knew what Duan Lingtian was asking about, so he shook his head immediately. Brother Lingtian, you should know that the Cloud Continent, even if it's just the inner land, covers a vast area. I'll need more time to find out about your background. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. He then asked, "Is there something else you're looking for me for?" "Yes." Yang Hui nodded and said, "I'm here to say goodbye to you, Brother Lingtian. We'll depart in 10 days. Depart? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he regained his senses and asked, "Hidden Fog Island?" "Yes." Yang Hui nodded again. "All right." Duan Lingtian replied. Seeing that Yang Hui had nothing else to say, he returned to his room and continued to cultivate and comprehend the two profundities. His ability was also improving at an extremely fast speed. 10 days was not long for an ordinary person, let alone Duan Lingtian who had been cultivating day and night. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. I've regained a lot of my memories. However, I still can't remember who I am. Duan Lingtian shook his slightly dizzy head and muttered to himself as he walked out of the wooden house. Duan Lingtian. Not long after he left the wooden house, Duan Lingtian heard two familiar voices. When he looked in the direction of the voices, he realized it was Nangong Yi calling out to him. There was a proud and aloof figure standing next to Nangong Yi. It was none other than Nangong Chen. "Why are the two of you here?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the two of them. "It's all thanks to you that we can cultivate here," Nangong Yi said with a smile. He then told them about how they were brought here by Martial Emperor Ling Xian's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, and how Martial Emperor Ling Xian had taken care of them. "I see." Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. "That's good as well. All of you can stay in Ling Xian Peak as you wish. With the treatment of a martial emperor's direct disciple, I'm sure all of you will have great achievements in the future. Duan Lingtian, I heard that Emperor Wu is going to take 10 people, including 3 of his direct disciples, on a long journey today. Are you going with him at this time?" Nangong Yi asked curiously. "Brother Lingtian, it's time to go." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, a familiar voice resonated from the sky and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It also entered Nangong and his brother's eyes. "It's Lord Emperor Wu." Nangong and his brother immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. At the same time, they confirmed that Duan Lingtian was indeed going to leave with Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. After greeting Nangong and his brother, Duan Lingtian flew toward the source of the voice. A moment later, he saw the owner of Ling Xian Peak, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. Yang Hui stood there with 3 people following closely behind him. These 3 people were no strangers to Duan Lingtian. They were Yang Hui's 3 direct disciples. They were also the only 3 direct disciples of Emperor Wu in Ling Xian Peak. They were Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'an. There were 6 other people following behind the 3 of them. To Duan Lingtian, these 6 people were all unfamiliar faces. It seemed like he had never seen them before. Of course, even if he had seen them before, he would have forgotten about them. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had arrived, Yang Hui warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian to his side. As for the 3 direct disciples behind him, Zhou Di and Zhong'an smiled and nodded at him as a form of greeting. Only Song Ting's expression did not look too good since Duan Lingtian appeared. Forget about greeting Duan Lingtian, it was already good enough that he did not fight with Duan Lingtian. "Lord Lingtian." Under Zhou Di's signal, the remaining 6 people bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian and addressed him as Lord. The current Duan Lingtian was indeed worthy of being addressed as such. At the very least, he was worthy of being addressed as such in front of these people. Let's go. As Yang Hui spoke, a majestic and vast invisible energy spread out and enveloped everyone, including Duan Lingtian, in the blink of an eye. No one was left out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he felt his body flying out. He finally realized that Yang Hui was bringing him and the others on their journey. It made sense when he thought about it. If they traveled at the speed of the person with the weakest cultivation base, they would not even know when they would be able to leave Cloud Continent, let alone when they would arrive at Hidden Fog Island. Compared to Duan Lingtian's momentary shock, apart from Zhou Di and the other two direct disciples of Emperor Wu, the others were shocked for half a day when they were brought along. Brother Lingtian, I'm sure you'll be able to find out about your origin when we return next time. Yang Hui said to Duan Lingtian along the way. Yang Hui felt guilty for not being able to help Duan Lingtian find out his origin after so long. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised since he was mentally prepared. My memories are gradually recovering with the passage of time. Perhaps, it's just as Tortoise said. After a year, my memories will completely recover. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Hidden Fog Island. Overseas Saint Island. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's thoughts started to wander. His eyes gleamed as he looked forward to the place he was about to go. There's also the exquisite jade box that my cheapskate father gave me. With my current ability, I should be able to open it, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Subsequently, an exquisite jade box appeared in his hand as he lifted his hand. Just as Duan Lingtian was trying to open the exquisite jade box, in the northern part of Cloud Continent's inner land, in the world of ice and snow, silhouettes rose into the sky one after another. There were a total of 11 people, and all of them were women. Let's go. As the woman in the lead spoke calmly, a vast invisible energy surged out of her body. It shrouded the 10 women behind her and led them to the north quickly. Kerr, it's all thanks to your Han Bing's God Sword technique. If it wasn't for Han Bing's God Sword technique, we wouldn't have become Emperor Wu's direct disciples as soon as we arrived at Yuhan Valley. We wouldn't have had the chance to see the foreign world overseas either. Among the 10 women, there was a woman who had a peerless appearance and a great figure. She could not help but exude an enchanting and seductive aura as she spoke to another woman beside her. This woman's beauty was on par with the former. However, there was a huge difference between her temperament and the former's. Chapter 1261. At the northwestern polar region of the inner land of Cloud Continent, 11 figures rose into the sky. Among the 11 people, the leader was an old man. The old man was tall and had a majestic aura between his brows. He was dressed in a golden robe and looked majestic. Behind the old man, there were 10 people, both men and women. Among the 10 people, only one was a woman while the remaining 9 were men. However, among the 10 people, the woman seemed to have the highest status. This was because she was the only one following closely behind the golden-robed old man. The others followed behind her. Huh! Suddenly, the golden-robed old man seemed to have noticed something. He turned around abruptly and his gaze landed on the black-clad young man at the back. The black-clad young man was tall and handsome. However, he was walking at the back and seemed to be keeping a low profile. Zhou Yi. Why you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? As the golden-robed old man spoke in surprise, his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. As the old man spoke, the woman in blue who was following closely behind him reacted immediately. Her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Subsequently, the remaining 8 people returned to their senses as well. They turned around and stared at the black-clad young man at the back as though they had seen a ghost. Emperor Wu stage? He's broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? Yes, master. The black-clad young man nodded at the golden-robed old man in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. If there were people from Lost Stone Forest here, they would definitely recognize the black-clad young man as the former Emperor Wu's direct disciple in Lost Stone Forest. He was also the direct disciple of Emperor Wu, who was highly regarded by Emperor Wu, Zhou Yi. After Zhou Yi stole the Devil Seal tablet from Martial Emperor Shi, he had betrayed Lost Stone Forest and fled. Later on, although Emperor Wu wanted to find him, he discovered him too late and ended up empty-handed. For a period of time after that, Zhou Yi hid everywhere, afraid that Emperor Wu would find him. Until some time ago, when he heard that there was an Emperor Wu recruiting Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, he decided to become a disciple of this Emperor Wu. He had long heard of this Emperor Wu. He was an even stronger Emperor Wu than Shi. Relying on his strength that was half a step into the realm of Emperor Wu, Zhou Yi easily passed the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers, which was held at the cultivation grounds of Emperor Wu, and successfully became the disciple of Emperor Wu. After becoming Emperor Wu's disciple, he became even more outstanding and attracted the attention of Emperor Wu. He became Emperor Wu's personal disciple in one fell swoop. However, although he became Emperor Wu's personal disciple, he was no longer as ostentatious as he was when he was in Lost Stone Forest. Ever since he left Lost Stone Forest, he had learned to be more reserved. He knew very well that compared to a vicious wolf that bit people like a madman, a venomous snake that lay in wait would undoubtedly live longer. Therefore, he became Emperor Wu's personal disciple who kept the lowest profile under Emperor Wu. However, such a low-profile martial emperor's direct disciple had actually made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, causing the group of people to be inexplicably shocked. The golden-robed old man was one of the few powerhouses under Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent. His title was Lei Ming, and his strength was not inferior to the person in Yuhan Valley. Good, good. Upon hearing Zhou Yi admitting that he had broken through to the realm of Emperor Wu Lei Ming laughed heartily before the others could react. This also means that I, Emperor Wu Lei Ming, have a second Emperor Wu's personal disciple who has reached the realm of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu Lei Ming beamed with joy. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Lord Emperor Wu. At this moment, the 9 people, including the blue-clad lady who followed closely behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming, congratulated Emperor Wu Lei Ming. Many of them looked at Zhou Yi with envy. They knew very well. From the moment Zhou Yi broke through to the realm of Emperor Wu, he was destined to become the Emperor Wu's personal disciple whom Emperor Wu Lei Ming valued the most. Naturally, it was to become one of the 2 personal disciples that Emperor Wu Lei Ming valued the most. This was because there was already one Emperor Wu Lei Ming's personal disciple under Emperor Wu Lei Ming. It was the blue-clad lady who followed closely behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming, Lan Bai. Junior brother Zhou, congratulations on breaking through to the realm of Emperor Wu. Lan Bai looked at Zhou Yi and congratulated him with a smile. Thank you, senior sister Bai. Zhou Yi quickly thanked her. Junior brother Zhou, why are you following behind? Are you afraid that senior martial sister and master will eat you? Lan Bai asked with a slight frown as she glanced at where Zhou Yi was standing. Of course not. Zhou Yi shook his head. Zhou Yi, stand next to your senior sister. Why are you following behind Emperor Wu Lei Ming's personal disciple? At this moment, Emperor Wu Lei Ming spoke. Yes, master. Zhou Yi replied respectfully. Zhou Yi did not dare to disobey Emperor Wu Lei Ming's words since he still needed to rely on Emperor Wu Lei Ming's protection. Although he had broken through to the realm of Emperor Wu Lei Ming, in terms of strength, let alone Emperor Wu Lei Ming, he was far from being comparable to his former master, Emperor Wu Shi from Lost Stone Forest. I hope you can win glory for me in the Hidden Fog martial competition. As long as you get a good ranking, I won't mistreat you. Emperor Wu Leiming looked at Zhou Yi, who had just arrived next to Lan Bai, and said slowly, "Don't worry, Master. I, Zhou Yi, will do my best to win glory for Master and Thundercloud Peak." Zhou Yi said solemnly. Thundercloud Peak was where Emperor Wu Leiming cultivated. Good, good. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Emperor Wu Leiming smiled happily. He raised his hand, and a narrow saber with light swirling around it appeared in his hand. "Take this spirit saber as a congratulatory gift from me to congratulate you on breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage." Emperor Wu Leiming passed the spirit saber in his hand to Zhou Yi as he spoke. This, Emperor Wu Leiming's action shocked the 9 people, including Lan Bai. "It's Lord Emperor Wu's spirit saber." Lord Emperor Wu's spirit saber is one of the only 2 quasi-royal grade spirit weapons in Thundercloud Peak. The other quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was given to senior sister by a few years ago when she broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. In other words, this is the only quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in Lord Emperor Wu's possession. If he gives it away, Lord Emperor Wu can only use a grade 1 spirit weapon. Soon after, many people regained their senses and whispered among themselves. Most of them looked at Zhou Yi enviously. A minority of them looked at Zhou Yi with jealousy in their eyes. The minority of them were Emperor Wu's direct disciples. They had always coveted the quasi-royal grade spirit saber in Emperor Wu Leiming's possession. All of them wanted to break through to the Emperor Wu stage as soon as possible to obtain the quasi-royal grade spirit saber. Unexpectedly, a direct disciple of Emperor Wu who had just joined Thundercloud Peak not long ago had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage before them. "Master, this is inappropriate. Junior brother Zhou has just joined Thundercloud Peak not long ago. It's too risky for you to give him the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon so hastily." "That's right, Master." The other 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu hurriedly advised Emperor Wu Leiming. Their words were very clear. They were worried Zhou Yi would leave Thundercloud Peak after obtaining the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. In that case, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon would become Zhou Yi's wedding dress. "Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Upon hearing the words of the 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu Leiming, Emperor Wu Leiming snorted coldly. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being useless. From today onward, this quasi-royal grade spirit saber of mine will be Zhou Yi's spirit weapon." When Martial Emperor Leiming reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhou Yi again under the gaze of the 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples. "Master, what the 2 senior brothers said actually makes sense. You should keep this spirit saber for yourself." Zhou Yi did not take the spirit saber that Emperor Wu Leiming sent over. "Since I said I'm giving it to you, you should take it. Although this quasi-royal grade spirit weapon is not much stronger than a grade 1 spirit weapon, it's still stronger than a grade 1 spirit weapon. With it, you'll be able to display your strength better in the Hidden Fog martial competition and obtain a good ranking." Emperor Wu Leiming insisted on giving the quasi-royal grade spirit saber to Zhou Yi. "Master, I understand what you mean. However, I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon with me. Even if you give your spirit saber to me, I won't be able to use it." Zhou Yi smiled. Zhou Yi's words shocked not only Emperor Wu Leiming, but the others as well. Zhou Yi had a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? "Junior brother Zhou, you can't joke about this. This is related to the Hidden Fog martial competition. You don't have to care about their gossip. To put it bluntly, they're just jealous of you." Lan Bai said as she looked at Zhou Yi. The other 2 direct disciples of Emperor Wu Leiming turned pale. They did not dare to say anything for a long time. As the direct disciple of Emperor Wu Leiming, Lan Bai was the strongest person in Thundercloud Peak after Emperor Wu Leiming. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Lan Bai. Lan Bai is right. You can't joke about this. Emperor Wu Leiming said solemnly as well. Master, senior sister, you should take a look at it yourselves. Zhou Yi shook his head. When he lifted his hand, a strange stone tablet appeared in his hand. The stone tablet was strange because it was missing a corner. Apart from the missing corner, the stone tablet was also engraved with strange words. These characters exuded an ancient and vicissitude aura from top to bottom. Whoosh! As the origin energy in Zhou Yi's hand surged into the strange stone tablet, the stone tablet suddenly trembled. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred. First, 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared. Then, another 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared. 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons intertwined. The 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons were the symbol of a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist. The doubling of strength was the symbol of a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. It's really a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Many people lost their composure and exclaimed. Chapter 1262. The stone tablet with a missing corner that Zhou Yi took out was the Devil Seal tablet. In the past, he had betrayed his master, Emperor Wu Shiqi, and betrayed Lost Stone Forest because of the secret contained in the Devil Seal tablet. However, until now, apart from knowing that the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, he had not discovered any other uses for it. Junior brother Zhou, I admire you. At this moment, Lan Bai gave Zhou Yi a thumbs up and praised, if I were you, I wouldn't reject the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that master gave me even if I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Everyone present agreed with Lan Bai's words. Even Thunderclap Emperor Wu himself looked at Zhou Yi with satisfaction. Now, do you still think Zhou Yi will leave Thundercloud Peak after receiving the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon from me? Thunderclap Emperor Wu asked as he glanced at his 2 direct disciples nonchalantly. When the 2 of them heard this, they smiled wryly and lowered their heads. They did not dare to refute nor could they refute. They did not expect Zhou Yi to be so ruthless to reject the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was given to him. In fact, quasi-royal grade spirit weapons were priceless on Cloud Continent. Nobody would complain about having too many of them. However, the group of people present, including Thunderclap Emperor Wu, did not know Zhou Yi's true thoughts at all. Zhou Yi did not do this because of his good character. He did this mainly because he wanted to establish the best image in front of Thunderclap Emperor Wu. With this, he would not be afraid even if he encountered Emperor Wu Shiqi on the hidden Fog Island because Thunderclap Emperor Wu would protect him. With Thunderclap Emperor Wu's protection, he was not afraid of Emperor Wu Shiqi at all. Where there's loss, there's gain. At this moment, Zhou Yi kept comforting himself in his heart. It would be a lie if he said he did not feel heartache when a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon passed by him just like that. Let's go. Along with Martial Emperor Lei Ming's loud shout, a surge of majestic and vast invisible energy gushed out of his body. It led the 10 people, including Zhou Yi and Lan Bai, straight to the north. Their target was the overseas Saint Island, Hidden Fog Island, located deep in the sea north of Cloud Continent. Southeast of Thundercloud Peak, a place extremely far away. Whoosh! 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 Figures that were faster than lightning flashed through the sky. Everywhere they passed, the clouds and mist were scattered, and it took a long time for them to gather together again. The target of these figures was the north of the inner land, which was also the north of Cloud Continent. There were a total of 11 figures. The person in the lead was a young man. When he flew forward, his entire body seemed to have turned into a sword. Together with the 10 people he was leading, they seemed to have turned into a gigantic sword. The giant sword pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. Pa! A clear sound rang out. Duan Lingtian discovered that the exquisite jade box in his hand was actually opened all of a sudden, revealing a gap. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. He still remembered. In the past, there were a few times when he tried to open the exquisite jade box with all his might, but to no avail. At that time, he even used his spirit weapon, but it was still to no avail. However, right now, he did not use any spirit weapon or origin energy. He only used two types of profundities to easily open the exquisite jade box. As soon as the exquisite jade box was opened, it attracted the attention of the person in the lead, the Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu, Yanghui. Brother Ling Tian, this is, I think it's something my father left for me. Duan Ling Tian replied. This was also a small part of his memory that he had recently recovered. You've recalled your origin? Yang Hui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've only recovered a part of my memory. I just happened to recall this thing and its origin. As for other things, I still can't recall them. Duan Lingtian frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. He seemed to be trying hard to recall something, but it was to no avail. I see. Yang Hui finally understood. Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to be trying his best to recall something, he did not ask any further, afraid that it would affect Duan Lingtian's mood again. I still can't recall. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Although he recalled the origin of the exquisite jade box in his hand and knew that it was left behind by his cheapskate father, his memories of his cheapskate father were extremely blurry. He could not recall at all. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, he still could not recall anything. Perhaps, just like what Bastard said, I need time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past 6 months, his memory had been recovering, and he could recall many things that he could not remember in the past. He had no choice but to believe what Wang Ba said in the past. According to Wang Ba, he would need more than a year to completely recover his memory. According to the part of my memory that I've temporarily recovered. There seems to be something left behind by my cheapskate father in this jade box. Moreover, it's quite important. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian opened the exquisite jade box completely. Everything inside the exquisite jade box was revealed before his eyes. He saw a jade slip lying quietly in the exquisite jade box. It was a voice transmission jade slip. Other than the voice transmission jade slip, there was another jade slip that was thicker. Upon closer inspection, it did not seem to be a jade slip. Instead, it seemed to be a jade token. Other than the voice transmission jade slip and the jade token, there was nothing else in the exquisite jade box. What's this? Duan Lingtian was puzzled as he looked at the jade token. There was no record of this thing in his memory. Perhaps, the part of my memory that I've lost knows what this is. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that even if he completely recovered his memory, he would not be able to recognize what this jade token was. Soon after, Duan Lingtian picked up the voice transmission jade slip. He could still recognize the voice transmission jade slip. It should be a message left behind by my cheapskate father. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. At the same time, he merged his origin energy into the voice transmission jade slip in his hand, causing it to flash with a dazzling luster. At once, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Tian, when you opened the exquisite jade box and obtained this voice transmission jade slip, your cultivation base should have already broken through to the innate void restoration stage. Innate void restoration stage? Duan Lingtian was stunned. If it was in the past, perhaps he would not know what the innate void restoration stage meant. However, ever since Wang Ba told him about it, he knew that the innate void restoration stage was equivalent to the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent. How would my cheapskate father know about the innate void restoration stage? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with doubts. Due to the fact that he had lost part of his memory, Duan Lingtian did not know that his father had brought his mother and 3 other girls away from Cloud Continent to a faraway place. He suspected that they had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to Bastard, the innate void restoration stage seems to be the name of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the familiar voice continued to sound from the voice transmission jade slip. The innate void restoration stage is the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent. First-rate martial emperors are considered to be at the peak of the Cloud Continent. However, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, they're only at the peak of the mortal stage. Therefore, you mustn't be arrogant. At this time, I'm sure you're curious about the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'll explain it to you. The Dao Martial Saint Land is another continent in this world. Just like the Cloud Continent, this place respects the law of the jungle where the strong are respected. However, the martial emperors of the Cloud Continent can't be considered as strong here. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the peak of the mortal stage is the innate void restoration stage. After entering the innate void restoration stage, you'll cultivate all the way to the peak of the innate stage before you begin to transform. To describe this transformation in layman terms, it's called mortal shedding. After the innate stage is the mortal shedding stage. Once you enter the mortal shedding stage, you'll be considered to have stepped into the threshold of becoming a powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Above the mortal shedding stage is the Saint Rudiment stage. This is the so-called Saint Rudiment stage. After the Saint Rudiment stage is the Saint stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the mortal shedding stage is considered as stepping into the threshold of being a powerhouse. Those who are publicly acknowledged as powerhouses are all at the saint stage or above. Now, you should know the meaning of the words "there's always someone better than you," right? Compared to the Dao Martial Saint Land, Cloud Continent is just a mortal continent. The familiar voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, showing him another world, the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had heard a little about the Dao Martial Saint Land from Wang Ba, so he was not surprised at all. However, although he was not surprised, his heart was still filled with yearning for the Dao Martial Saint Land. There are many places in the Dao Martial Saint Land that are different from the Cloud Continent. For example, there are only martial cultivators on the Cloud Continent. However, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from martial cultivators, there are also Dao cultivators and devil cultivators. Not only that, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, no matter how strong one is, they won't be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Not only that, the saint-grade martial tactic in the Dao Martial Saint Land is the real technique. No matter how strong the martial skill on the Cloud Continent is, it's just a vassal of strength. In the Cloud Continent, as long as one's strength is strong enough, one can defeat someone who has cultivated a heaven-rank martial skill but is much weaker than oneself without using any martial skill. However, this won't happen in the Dao Martial Saint Land. All in all, the Dao Martial Saint Land is a place full of miracles. I didn't bring you with me when I left the Cloud Continent because I hoped you could stay on the Cloud Continent to train so that you'd have a better foothold in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1263. A familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears as he roughly explained some things about the Dao Martial Saint Land to him. He was confused by many of the things. Based on what my cheapskate father said, it seems like he purposely didn't bring me to the Dao Martial Saint Land. The reason he did that was to train me? Duan Lingtian was confused. Since he had lost some of his memories, he could not remember when his cheapskate father left Cloud Continent. Not only that, but he also discovered something extremely terrifying. Although he knew he had a cheapskate father in his memory, he could not remember his cheapskate father's appearance or anything else. Soon after, the familiar voice continued to sound. Since you've already broken through to the innate void restoration stage, then you have the ability to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic. I've left you a set of saint-grade martial tactic. I hope it'll be helpful to you. I won't say anything unnecessary. I've already arranged for someone to look for you when you arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land. He'll bring you to me. His voice stopped abruptly at this point, as if he had been interrupted before he could finish speaking. Duanling Tian could tell the voice was indeed cut off abruptly. What's going on? His voice was interrupted at the most critical moment. Duanling Tian was frustrated. At the same time, he picked up the voice transmission jade slip in his hand and began to examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered there were a few cracks on the voice transmission jade slip that were difficult to detect. The cracks on the voice transmission jade slip. Could it be that they were caused by me forcefully opening it a few times before? It was easy for Duanling Tian to figure this out. The inside of the exquisite jade box was filled with hard jade walls. Once the things inside were violently shaken, it would inevitably be damaged. I'm in big trouble now. Father said he's arranged for someone to bring me to see him when I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, something's wrong with the voice transmission jade slip at the most critical moment. I don't even know where the person he's arranged is. Since I don't know where the person he's arranged is, I won't be able to see him, and he won't be able to bring me to see him. When Duanling Tian revealed a gloomy expression, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a bitter smile. It seems like I won't be able to see my cheapskate father immediately when I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duanling Tian thought of this, the bitter smile on his face became even more pronounced. However, Duanling Tian quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that since the matter had already been decided, it was useless for him to overthink it. Father said. He left me a set of Saint-grade martial tactic. After Duanling Tian returned, he put the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. He looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. Within the exquisite jade box, besides the voice transmission jade slip, there was only a thick jade slip left. This is the Saint-grade martial tactic Father left me? Duanling Tian looked at the jade slip in a daze. However, he quickly regained his senses and took the jade slip out of the exquisite jade box. He infused his origin energy into it in an attempt to pry into the mystery inside. However, his origin energy did not resonate with the jade slip at all. Could it be that my cultivation base is not high enough so I can't read the information inside? Duanling Tian thought to himself. He could figure it out now. The set of Saint-grade martial tactic that his father had left behind in the voice transmission jade slip must be stored in this jade slip. After testing his origin energy, Duanling Tian tried to infuse his spiritual energy into the jade slip again. At the same time when Duanling Tian's spiritual energy came into contact with the jade slip, boom! Strands of vast and complicated information fused into his mind and became a part of his memory. All the information seemed to have been engraved in his mind. It was difficult for him to forget it. This is the Saint-grade martial tactic. After roughly reading the information in the jade slip, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. This information was a set of martial skills that surpassed heaven-class high-grade martial skills. Naturally, martial tactic was what Cloud Continent called it. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was called the Saint-grade martial tactic. It was extremely helpful to a martial cultivator. It could be said that it was an important part of a martial cultivator's strength. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Soon after, Duanling Tian learned the name of the Saint-grade martial tactic. At the same time, he also learned that it was a set of long-range offensive Saint-grade martial tactic. To cultivate this set of Saint-grade martial tactic, apart from the cultivation base of the innate void restoration stage, one must also have a set of Saint weapon bow and arrow. Duanling Tian learned all this from the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Saint weapon? Duanling Tian muttered to himself. I wonder if the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's above grade 1 spirit weapons is considered a saint weapon. Bastard! Bastard! The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to call out to Wang Ba who was residing in his body. To be more precise, he was calling out to Wang Ba's soul. You're so noisy. Boy, why are you calling me? This time, Wang Ba responded. Based on his tired voice, it was obvious he had just woken up. Wang Ba, what kind of weapon is considered a saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Saint weapon? Don't you have one yourself? Wang Ba said in annoyance, isn't your sword a human rank primitive saint weapon? Also, the long spear in the hand of the innate void restoration stage guy that you fought with the devil seal tablet is also a human rank primitive saint weapon. There's also the devil seal tablet. It's a super saint weapon that's above the heaven rank primitive saint weapon. Wang Ba finished his sentence in one breath. Human rank primitive saint weapon? Heaven rank primitive saint weapon? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously, how are the grades of saint weapons categorized? Saint weapons are divided into heaven, earth, and human ranks. They're heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, and human rank saint weapons. Among them, heaven rank saint weapons are the best, and human rank saint weapons are the worst. Whether it's heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, or human rank saint weapons, they're divided into high, intermediate, and low ranks. High rank is the best, and low rank is the worst. Human rank primitive saint weapons are the worst saint weapons. Heaven rank primitive saint weapons are the best saint weapons. Of course, this doesn't include the super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Super saint weapons are saint weapons that are above the heaven rank primitive saint weapons. The devil seal tablet is one of the super saint weapons. Wang Ba continued. Since it's a super saint weapon, why didn't you put it away for me? When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Ba's words, he had a better understanding of saint weapons. At the same time, he felt depressed. According to Wang Ba's words, the devil seal tablet belonged to him. The devil seal tombstone was his to begin with. However, it was thrown away by Wang Ba. Humph. I told you, I don't like it. Wang Ba snorted. As a devil cultivator, he could not use the devil seal tablet even if it was a super saint weapon. Not only could he not use it, but he would also suffer a backlash. Due to this reason, the devil seal tablet was no different from trash in his eyes. Why you threw it away just because you don't like it? Duan Lingtian was furious when he heard Wang Ba's words. A super saint weapon was gone just like that. It was hard for him not to feel depressed. Wang Ba could not use the super saint weapon, but he could. This was because he was not a devil cultivator. Now, I can only wait until I regain my memory and remember where I left the devil seal tablet. Then, I'll go and take it back. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he thought of this, he felt much better. According to Wang Ba, when he was devilified by the devil seal tablet, he was fighting an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. In the end, he did not take the devil seal tablet with him when he left. An innate void restoration stage martial cultivator was also known as an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to take the devil seal tablet back from the Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body and allowed Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, to bring him north. At the same time, he read the information about the colossal aerolite arrow in his mind. The colossal aerolite arrow was a set of saint-grade martial tactic. Its power was far beyond any of the martial techniques that he had mastered. It could pierce through thousands of steps without missing a target. This was the colossal aerolite arrow. If I want to cultivate this colossal aerolite arrow, I'll have to break through to the Emperor Wu stage first. Apart from that, I'll also have to refine a set of saint-grade bow and arrows. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. according to the memory that I've recovered. As long as I have the materials, I can refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon now. The sword in my hand is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Apart from that, there seems to be a spirit weapon that's even more powerful than a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my spatial ring. I think it's called a royal grade spirit weapon. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he quietly took out a sword from his spatial ring. This sword was completely dim and lusterless, as if it had returned to its original state. This sword had indeed returned to its original state because it was not as simple as it looked. It was a royal grade spirit sword. In other words, it was a royal grade spirit sword. Once it was used, it could increase one's strength by 120%. Bastard, can you tell the grade of this sword? Duan Lingtian asked Wang Ba again. Brat, are you done yet? Isn't this a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Wang Ba's voice resonated. Initially, he was a little impatient. However, he could not help but exclaim when he saw the royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Brat, are you sure you're from the mortal continent? Wang Ba's voice resonated again. It was filled with suspicion. He had no choice but to be suspicious. Chapter 1264. It's only a human rank mediocre saint weapon? Duan Lingtian was disappointed when he heard the first part of Wang Ba's words. However, he completely ignored the second part of Wang Ba's words. According to my memory, I can only refine a human rank mediocre saint weapon like this even if I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed as he looked at the royal grade spirit sword in his hand before he put it away. A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon on Cloud Continent was equivalent to a human rank primitive saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. A royal grade spirit weapon was equivalent to a human rank mediocre saint weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. Since I can only cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage, I'll refine the bow and arrows after I break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He wanted to refine a set of royal grade spirit bows and arrows to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. A royal grade spirit weapon was also a human rank mediocre saint weapon. It could be used to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian completely retracted his thoughts. He no longer thought about anything else as he cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and comprehended the 2 profundities. His strength was increasing with every passing moment. Although the speed of improvement was not fast, the improvement was not small as time went by. Duan Lingtian was the only exception. The other 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'an, the 3 spirit profound Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were also cultivating with their eyes closed. Perhaps, this was one of the reasons why the spirit profound Emperor Wu brought the group of people to the hidden fog island with his own strength. He wanted to give them more time to cultivate and comprehend in peace so that they could improve their strength as much as possible. After all, the purpose of the trip to the hidden fog island was for the hidden fog martial competition. In the hidden fog martial competition, the performance of the people he brought would affect his reputation and Ling Xian Peak's reputation. He had no choice but to care. It had to be said that as an existence at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu realm, the speed of the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yanghui was very fast. It only took him 10 days to bring Duan Lingtian and the others to pass through the northern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent that was shrouded in snow and entered the Ruoshui River. The Ruoshui River surrounded the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was also the dividing line between the inner land and the outer land of Cloud Continent. The Ruoshui River in the north was snowing heavily, but the surface of the Ruoshui River was as calm as before. There was no ice, and there was no violent turbulence. With Yang Hui's speed, it only took him a few days to bring Duan Lingtian and the others across the Ruoshui River and entered the northern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The northern outer land was undoubtedly even colder. The heavy snow continued to fall mercilessly. However, when it reached the top of the group of people led by Yang Hui, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. The white snow that landed on the invisible force was constantly pushed away. However, before it was pushed away, the pure white snow still piled up into a thick layer. The invisible force on the group of people looked like a gigantic eggshell when it was set off by the falling white snow. This was the force of Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. It was the force that guided Duan Lingtian and the others to move forward. Apart from guiding them forward, this force also blocked the wind and snow completely. No matter how cold and harsh the environment outside was, it could not affect them. Half a month later, the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui brought Duan Lingtian and the others to the border of the northern outer land of Cloud Continent. When they arrived, the snow and ice stopped, and the weather became warmer. Standing in the air, all they could see was a vast and boundless ocean. Looking from afar, the ocean and the sky were the same color. At this moment, Yang Hui intentionally slowed down. "We're at the beach." The group of people, including Duan Lingtian, woke up one after another. They temporarily stopped cultivating and focused on the boundless ocean in front of them. Even someone at the first level of Emperor Wu stage would need half a year to leave Cloud Continent and head to the hidden Fog Island, one of the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian recalled what the spirit profound Emperor Wu said earlier. However, with the spirit profound Emperor Wu's speed, it's much faster than someone at the first level of Emperor Wu stage. We should be able to reach the hidden Fog Island in a few months at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The group of people looked at the boundless ocean in front of them and lost their interest. The ocean in front of them seemed to have never changed. There was nothing new about it, causing the group of people to lose interest immediately. "Let's continue our journey." Upon seeing this, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui said nonchalantly and continued to lead the group of people to the north. He had stopped earlier because he wanted to use another way to tell the group that they were leaving Cloud Continent soon. At this moment, under Yang Hui's lead, the group of people officially left Cloud Continent and entered the boundless ocean. Their destination was the hidden Fog Island. "Master." After leaving Cloud Continent for some distance, Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, could not help but ask, "I heard that there's an ocean that completely separates the overseas Saint Islands from Cloud Continent after leaving Cloud Continent for some distance. The heaven and earth energy there is completely different from the heaven and earth energy in the ocean around Cloud Continent. The heaven and earth energy in the overseas Saint Islands won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Is that true?" Zhong'an looked at Yang Hui with bright eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "It won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon?" Upon hearing Zhong'an's words, the group of people, including Zhou Di and Song Ting, shifted their gaze to Yang Hui. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as well. Even Duan Lingtian was looking at Yang Hui. According to the message my cheapskate father left behind in the voice transmission jade slip, he only said that when martial, Dao, and devil cultivators fight in the Dao martial saint land, they won't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. But according to Zhong'an, as long as we leave the ocean outside Cloud Continent and arrive at the overseas Saint Islands, the heaven and earth energy there won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon? The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed when a martial artist from Cloud Continent attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. On Cloud Continent, anyone could know a martial artist's actual strength through the heaven and earth phenomenon formed when he attacked and mobilized the heaven and earth energy. For example, the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons was comparable to the strength of the ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, and ancient black dragons. They would all appear in the form of the heaven and earth phenomenon, also known as the silhouette. However, after leaving Cloud Continent and entering the overseas Saint Islands, such a heaven and earth phenomenon would no longer appear? If that's really the case, the heaven and earth phenomenon can be considered as one of Cloud Continent's characteristics. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he could not help but think to himself. That's right. Yang Hui nodded in the face of Zhong An's question. However, there's still a distance from here to the ocean. With the speed I'm bringing all of you along, we should be able to cross the ocean in a month's time. Master, can you wake us up a month later and let us see it? Zhong'an asked with bright eyes. Sure. Yang Hui glanced at Duan Lingtian first. When he saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be interested as well, he nodded. Zhong An's face was instantly filled with excitement. The remaining 9 people, including Duan Lingtian, Zhou Di, and Song Ting, also had a look of anticipation on their faces as they looked forward to the arrival of a month later. Ever since they were born, they had lived on Cloud Continent ere they could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon when they attacked. To them, the heaven and earth phenomenon had long become a part of their lives. However, now that they found out that no matter how they attacked in the ocean outside Cloud Continent, they would not be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Everyone wanted to test it out to see if it was true. If they did not test it out for themselves, it would only be a rumor to them and would not be taken seriously. In the next month, the 10 of them, including Duan Lingtian, cultivated their respective cultivation methods calmly and comprehended their respective profundities to improve their strength. A month's time passed by very quickly. At this moment, Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, who was leading Duan Lingtian and the others, slowed down until he finally came to a stop. Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di were the first to wake up when Yang Hui called out to them. Subsequently, Zhou Di woke up his 2 junior brothers, Song Ting and Zhong'an. The rest of them were also woken up by Zhong, and Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked around. All he could see was a vast ocean. The ocean and the sky merged together, making him feel as though he was in a blue world. The white clouds in the sky were the only decorations in this blue world. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Yang Hui withdrew his energy. Waves of sea breeze blew past, causing everyone's robes to flutter loudly. At the same time, the fishy smell of the ocean entered everyone's noses along with the sea breeze, causing them to smell the rich scent of the ocean. Master, have we left the ocean? Zhou Di looked at Yang Hui and asked respectfully. Yes. Yang Hui nodded nonchalantly under everyone's watchful eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. At the same time, waves of origin energy began to rise from their bodies. It was as though they had transformed into balls of milky white flames that soared into the sky. Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged. After a while, he lifted his head and looked above him. Above the void, there was only silence. The heaven and earth energy did not seem to be moving at all. There really isn't any heaven and earth energy. If there isn't any heaven and earth energy, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked. After withdrawing his origin energy, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the others. He realized that if it was not for his spiritual energy, he would not have been able to see through their cultivation bases. Chapter 1265. Nothing is too strange in the colossal world. After leaving Cloud Continent, I can't see the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy anymore. After confirming it, Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim to himself. Just like the others, he was used to fighting alongside the heaven and earth phenomenon. Now that he had left Cloud Continent without the heaven and earth phenomenon, he was not used to it. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even the 9 people, including Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'an, who were Emperor Wu's direct disciples, were shocked when they regained their senses. This is amazing. After leaving Cloud Continent and coming to the overseas world, the heaven and earth energy didn't form the heaven and earth phenomenon. In other words, no matter how powerful one is in the overseas world, one won't easily expose their strength due to the appearance of the heaven and earth phenomenon. What a magical overseas world! Many people whispered among themselves. They could not help but exclaim. The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, only regained their senses after a while. Each of them felt as though they had entered a brand new world. This brand new world shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, made his move again. A majestic and vast invisible energy swept out from his body and guided Duan Lingtian and the rest to continue their journey. Overseas Saint Island, Hidden Fog Island. That was the destination of their trip. Their goal was to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition held on the Hidden Fog Island. At that time, they would encounter many powerhouses from Cloud Continent like them. With our speed, how long will it take to reach the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Spirit Profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. About 2 months, Yang Hui replied. Yes. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again. Although he seemed to be resting, he had actually begun to cultivate and comprehend his 2 profundities. Just as Duan Lingtian and the rest were getting closer to the Hidden Fog Island, the inner land of Cloud Continent was not peaceful either. Originally, only the southern area of the inner land of Cloud Continent was stirred up by the Lingtian sect. Subsequently, the people from the inner land of Cloud Continent discovered that the ancient Han clan that had always kept a low profile had also joined in. They were even willing to be Lingtian sect's lackey. The powerhouses of the Han clan went all out and swept across the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It only took them 2 to 3 months to make more than 80% of the first-rate forces in the inner land willingly submit to the Lingtian sect. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread far and wide, and it became a household name in the inner land of Cloud Continent. It was no longer limited to the southern region of the inland. It was worth mentioning that when the powerhouses from the Han clan were willing to be the pawns of Lingtian sect and intimidate many first-rate forces in the inner land for the Lingtian sect, another ancient clan had intervened. According to the ancient clan, as a reclusive ancient clan, the Han clan should not have caused such a big commotion on the Cloud Continent. Just when many people thought the 2 ancient clans were going to fight, the ancient clan suddenly gave in. Not only did it give in, but it was even willing to be the pawns of the Lingtian sect along with the Han clan. For a time, the name of the Lingtian sect spread across the entire inner land of the Cloud Continent. It even spread to the outer land at an extremely fast speed. In the history of the Cloud Continent, there had never been such an exaggerated sect. I heard that the Lingtian sect was originally a low-level first-rate force in an inconspicuous corner in the southern region of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was transformed from a low-level first-rate force called the Yin-Yang sect. I've heard about it too. However, I never thought that this force would rise so quickly and so exaggeratedly. The 2 ancient clans on the Cloud Continent are existences that even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent are afraid of. They're actually willing to be the pawns of the Yin-Yang sect and follow it everywhere. How unbelievable. I really don't know why the 2 ancient clans are willing to be the Yin-Yang sect's pawns. After all, even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and the Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent might not be able to make the 2 ancient clans submit to them. Similar discussions were spreading everywhere in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Anyone who heard of the Lingtian sect would be interested in the Lingtian sect. There were even many talented martial artists who wanted to join the Lingtian sect. The Lingtian sect was a powerful force that could command the 2 ancient clans. It was enough to make anyone yearn for it. Another half a month went by. At this time, all of the well-known first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent had become the vassals of the Ling Tian sect. Apart from having to hand over a large amount of origin stones every year, they also had to give away some genius disciples. At the same time, the Ling Tian sect moved their base to the central area of the inner land of the Cloud Continent. It was a taller mountain peak. This mountain peak was bigger and wider than the previous Ling Tian peak. This mountain peak was originally the base of an upper-class first-rate force in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Since the acting sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Han Xuanai, took a liking to it, the Han clan took it for themselves and gave it to Han Xuanai and the Ling Tian sect. From now on, this will be the new Ling Tian peak. After the Ling Tian sect moved to this new base, Han Xuanai ordered everyone from the Ling Tian sect to gather and announced calmly. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. At this moment, apart from the three little fellows by Han Xuanai's side who maintained a calm expression, the rest of the people were overjoyed. They could not suppress their excitement. Of course, at the same time, the group of people looked at Han Xuanai with reverence. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was this yellow-clad young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old who led the three little monsters by her side to defeat the first-rate forces in the southern area of the Cloud Continent. Then, she even made the ancient Han clan work for the Ling Tian sect. That was not all. When another ancient clan wanted to stop the Han clan from working for the Ling Tian sect, it was also this young girl who stepped in. Not only did she help the Han clan, but she also made the ancient clan work for her and the Ling Tian sect. Although they didn't know the exact process, the result made them all feel inexplicably shocked. What's the background of the sect leader's younger sister? Not only is she powerful, but she also has three little fellows with powerful abilities by her side. That's not all. The most ridiculous thing is that she can even make the two great ancient clans on the Cloud Continent work for her. This is unbelievable. Many people were shocked, and a myriad of thoughts ran through their minds. Even Xiaofan, although he had long realized that Han Xuanai was not simple, he did not expect it to be so ridiculous. She's just a little girl, but she has such ability. I'm afraid there's no one in the entire Cloud Continent who can compare to her. Who the hell is she? Xiaofan was filled with curiosity about Han Xuanai's identity and background. However, no matter what, the Ling Tian sect had become a top force on the Cloud Continent. It was like the sun in the sky. A force that could make the two great ancient clans work for them was enough to make anyone fearful. Recently, most of the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent left the Cloud Continent with their people and headed to the Hidden Fog Island to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Otherwise, more people would be inexplicably shocked by what happened to the Ling Tian sect. Even the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses were no exception. Right now, our Ling Tian sect is already standing at the peak of the Cloud Continent. However, our sect leader is still missing. Han Xuanai looked at the group of people in front of her and said slowly, "Therefore, I order. From today onward, all of our Ling Tian sect's focus will be shifted to the search for our sect leader. From today onward, the Ling Tian sect will offer a reward. Anyone who helps us find our sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, will be rewarded with 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones." When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, she added, "This reward is also valid for our Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples, 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones." Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, many people's eyes lit up. It was as though they could see 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones waving at them. 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones was enough to make most people go crazy. On top of that, I'll ask the two great ancient clans to help us find our Ling Tian sect leader. Han Xuanai continued. The moment Han Xuanai's words left her mouth, many people looked anxious. It was as though they were afraid the two great ancient clans would snatch the reward that belonged to them. The 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones. The news of Han Xuanai's reward quickly spread from the Ling Tian sect. Ling Tian sect was looking for their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. Anyone who provided clues to help the Ling Tian sect find Duan Ling Tian would be rewarded with 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones. For a time, everyone who heard about the reward went crazy. 1,000 Supreme Grade Origin Stones. Even the first-rate forces in the inner land of the Cloud Continent could not come up with so many Supreme Grade Origin Stones in such a short time. One could imagine the value of so many Supreme Grade Origin Stones. Just as the Ling Tian sect was frantically searching for Duan Ling Tian, Han Xuanai temporarily left the Ling Tian sect. She went to the two great ancient clans' encampments. On that day, she left the two great ancient clans again. At that moment, the two great ancient clans began to send people to search for Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect. They did not dare to be negligent. Ling Xian Peak was not far from the Ling Tian sect's new encampment. Ever since the owner of Ling Xian Peak, Ling Xian Emperor Wu, left with 10 of his most outstanding subordinates, the atmosphere in Ling Xian Peak was not as good as before. It had always been lifeless. It was only until the news of the reward from the Ling Tian sect spread to Ling Xian Peak that Ling Xian Peak became lively again. Chapter 1266. Ling Tian Sect. Duan Ling Tian Sect. In Ling Xian Peak, two young men who looked exactly the same looked at each other. They could see the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Nangong Chen. Do you think the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect, is the Duan Ling Tian sect that we know? After the red-clothed young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he looked at the blue-clothed young man and asked with a dull expression. The time that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect, went missing. It's almost the same time that we met Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, when we met Duan Ling Tian had lost his memory. The blue-clad young man with a cold expression deduced in an orderly manner. Gulp. The red-clothed young man once again swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a long while, he finally said with some difficulty, "Your deduction really matches. If that's the case, then the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect, is the Duan Ling Tian sect that we know." When the red-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with shock and astonishment. Ling Tian sect. With the help of the two great ancient clans, it only took them a few months to wipe out all the first-rate forces in the inner land of Cloud Continent. Then, the red-clad young man gasped and muttered, "Isn't Duan Ling Tian sect a little too terrifying? Although Duan Ling Tian sect is powerful, it's not enough to intimidate the two great ancient clans." The blue-clad young man said coolly, "Moreover, Duan Ling Tian sect has already left Ling Xian Peak and Cloud Continent with spirit-profound Emperor Wu. In other words, the commotion caused by Ling Tian sect has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian sect. No matter what, we should make a trip to Ling Tian sect. Once we confirm that the Duan Ling Tian sect we know is the sect leader that Ling Tian sect is looking for, Duan Ling Tian sect. At that time, we can greet Ling Tian sect." The red-clad young man said. "Let's go." The blue-clad young man was a man of few words. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The red-clad young man quickly followed him and left Ling Xian Peak together. The twin brothers who left Ling Xian Peak were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. After they left Ling Xian Peak, they headed straight to Ling Tian sect's encampment, Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian sect's encampment was very close to Ling Xian Peak after their family moved. It only took a few days for Nangong and his brother to arrive at Ling Tian Peak. However, they were stopped by a few Ling Tian sect's disciples who were patrolling the area. Ling Tian sect's encampment. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader looked at Nangong and his brother and said nonchalantly, "We want to see the person who's in charge of Ling Tian sect now." Nangong Yi said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. "Our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader isn't someone who anyone can meet." The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader said, "What if I say I know where the Duan Ling Tian sect is?" Nangong Yi asked again. Boom! Nangong Yi's words were like a bolt from the blue. It shocked the few Ling Tian sect's disciples until they regained their senses after a while. You said you know our sect leader?" The few Ling Tian sect's disciples' eyes were a little dazed. The Ling Tian sect's disciple who was the leader was a tall middle-aged man. Now that he heard Nangong Yi's words, there was a strange gleam in the depth of his eyes. Humph! Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice. "Since our Ling Tian sect issued the bounty, many people said they knew the location of our Ling Tian sect leader. However, the news was all false. Among them, some people said they wanted to see our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, but their original intention was to sneak into our Ling Tian sect with ill intentions. You said you know where our Ling Tian sect leader is. Why should we believe you?" As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he asked indifferently. "So long as I see the person in charge of your Ling Tian sect, I'll naturally make him believe me," Nangong Yi said. On the way to the Ling Tian sect, they found out about some things and found out about the origin of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect. He came from the southern outer continent of Cloud Continent. The southern outer continent was the common hometown of them and the Duan Ling Tian sect leader they knew. Due to this reason, they confirmed it at that time. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian sect, was the Duan Ling Tian sect leader they knew. They were the same person. However, Duan Ling Tian sect leader did not know what happened and suddenly lost his memory. He even forgot his own name until he met them by chance. After that, they went to Ling Xian Peak with Duan Ling Tian sect leader. Although the three of them did not become Emperor Wu's disciples or followers in Ling Xian Peak, the treatment they received in Ling Xian Peak was not inferior to the three direct disciples of Emperor Wu under Emperor Wu. The two of them were able to enjoy all this because of Duan Ling Tian sect leader. Because of this, they sighed in their hearts more than once. As long as it's gold, it will shine no matter where it goes. Follow me. The leader of the Ling Tian sect's disciples, the tall middle-aged man, looked at Nangong Yi deeply before he glanced at Nangong Chen and said nonchalantly, "All of you, continue to patrol." Before he brought Nangong Chen and his brother away, the middle-aged man looked at the other Ling Tian sect's disciples and ordered. Yes. The few Ling Tian sect's disciples accepted the order respectfully and left immediately. "Both of you, please." After the middle-aged man called out to Nangong Chen and his brother, he took the lead and flew out. However, the direction he flew was opposite to Ling Tian Peak. Nangong Yi immediately frowned and asked, "Where are you bringing us? Both of you might not know. Our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader is usually not on Ling Tian Peak. She's usually cultivating in a valley that's thousands of miles east of Ling Tian Peak." The middle-aged man said. "So that's how it is." Nangong Yi came to a realization. Then, he and Nangong Chen followed the middle-aged man and headed east. However, when they were thousands of miles east, Nangong Chen and his brother realized that they had entered an endless desert. They looked around and could not even see a mountain, let alone a valley. This was a place where even birds would not shit. You lied to us." At that moment, Nangong Chen and his brother finally reacted. Nangong Yi looked at the middle-aged man angrily and shouted coldly. "Both of you, I'm not lying to you. The middle-aged man stood at the side and looked at Nangong Chen and his brother nonchalantly. He said, "I'm just fulfilling my duty. Only when I'm certain that you know where our Ling Tian sect leader is, can I bring you to see our acting sect leader of Ling Tian sect." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Nangong Yi's expression softened a little. "Since that's the case, there's no need for you to do that. We're friends with your Ling Tian sect leader, Duan Ling Tian. Then, Nangong Yi told the middle-aged man about his encounter with Duan Ling Tian, who had lost his memory. At the same time, he told him about Duan Ling Tian's characteristics. "It's really the sect leader." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately. His breathing quickened. At the same time, he looked at Nangong Yi and asked anxiously, "Where's our sect leader?" "You just have to confirm that the person we're talking about is your Ling Tian sect leader." Nangong Yi said nonchalantly, "As for where he is, I'll naturally tell your Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader in detail when I see him." At that moment, he became more cautious. The Ling Tian sect's disciple in front of him gave him a feeling that he had to be on guard against him. "If you don't tell me this, I won't bring you to see our Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Perhaps you know our Ling Tian sect's missing sect leader, but you might not know where he is. I have to remind you that our acting sect leader is very busy. If you see her and don't tell me where the sect leader is, she'll kill you in a fit of rage. You don't have to worry about that." Nangong Yi said confidently. Seeing how confident Nangong Yi was, a trace of undetectable greed rose in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he still pretended to be calm as he said, "Both of you, I think it's best if you tell me where our Ling Tian sect leader is. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the acting sect leader." "Humph. You're finally showing your fox tail. I think you're the one who's greedy. You want the reward of 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones, right?" From the beginning until the end, Nangong Yi, who was standing next to Nangong Yi with a cold expression on his face, snorted coldly as he mocked the middle-aged man. "If we don't see your Ling Tian sect's acting sect leader, we won't tell you where the Duan Ling Tian is." Nangong Yi also looked at the middle-aged man cautiously. At that moment, he was completely certain that the middle-aged man in front of him had the intention of finding out where the Duan Ling Tian was from them. Then, he would go and claim the reward of 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones from the Ling Tian sect. Ha 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 ha! When the middle-aged man heard the words of the Nangong brothers, he could not help but laugh out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. "I can't believe both of you still managed to find out." The middle-aged man looked at the two Nangong brothers and smirked. "However, do both of you have any other choice now? If you don't tell me where our Ling Tian sect leader is, I'll kill both of you immediately." When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. "We're friends of your sect leader. Do you dare to kill us?" Nangong Yi's face turned grave. "In this godforsaken place, how would the sect leader know even if I kill both of you?" The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. "Humph. You're just a mere Ling Tian sect's disciple, and you dare to say that you'll kill us? What a joke." Nangong Yi snorted softly. At the same time, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The sky above his head trembled as the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon, revealing his 6th-level martial monarch stage cultivation base. The 6th-level martial monarch stage is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, I'm not a disciple of Ling Tian sect, but an elder of Ling Tian sect. Chapter 1267. Whoosh. As the heaven and earth energy above the middle-aged man's head stirred, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. An ancient black dragon silhouette and 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 8th level martial monarch stage. The scene before their eyes caused the Nangong brothers to turn pale. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. It was no wonder he dared to bring them to such a secluded place. Soon after, the Nangong brothers began to fight with the middle-aged man. Even the most powerful Nangong brothers, Nangong Chen, was only at the 7th level martial monarch stage. He was slightly inferior to the other party when he unleashed his full strength. Fortunately, Nangong Yi was there to assist them. However, as time went by, the Nangong brothers were in a dangerous situation. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now if the other party wanted to get information about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts from them. Naturally, they knew this very well. Even if they told them about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, the other party would not let them go. They were well aware of this. Flee. In the end, the Nangong brothers chose to flee. Trying to flee? The middle-aged man sneered in disdain when he saw the Nangong brothers fleeing. In his opinion, the two of them would not be able to defeat him even if they joined forces. It was impossible for them to escape from under his nose. However, when he caught up to them, he soon realized that was not the case. The speed of the blue-clad young man's movement martial skill was even faster than his. Even when he was carrying the red-clad young man, his speed was not inferior to his. Whoosh! Nangong Chen took the lead and fled with Nangong Yi. Although his speed was slightly slower, he was not inferior to the middle-aged man who was chasing after them. Fortunately, my movement martial skill is much better than his. Nangong Chen still had a lingering fear in his heart. Just as the Nangong brothers were being chased. In Lingxian Peak, a few Lingxian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of intelligence gathered in a secluded cave and whispered to each other. According to my various deductions, we can basically confirm that Lord Ling Tian is the sect leader that the Ling Tian sect is searching for. One of them said. Now that Lord Emperor Wu and Lord Ling Tian are not here, even Lord Ling Tian's two friends have left Lingxian Peak. What should we do? Go to the sect Ling sect and reveal Lord Ling Tian's whereabouts? Another person asked. What? You want those 1,000 Supreme Origin Stones? Someone sneered. Ling Tian sect leader. As for the Ling Tian sect, it. Ling Tian. Sect and let him. Is. The last person said. The other three people agreed with the last person's words. If that's the case, we'll put this matter aside for now. We'll explain to Lord Emperor Wu and Lord Ling Tian when they return. Alright. It's decided then. The few Lingxian Peak Emperor Wu's disciples who were in charge of intelligence decided to keep their mouths shut about Duan Ling Tian. They would wait until the spirit profound Emperor Wu and Duan Ling Tian returned. Due to their decision and the fact that the Nangong brothers were being chased, Han Xuanai and the people from the Ling Tian sect only found out about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts later on. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all of this. Currently, he was being brought to the hidden fog island by the spirit profound Emperor Wu. They were getting closer and closer to the hidden fog island. Duan Ling Tian, who was being brought to the hidden fog island by the spirit profound Emperor Wu, woke up from his cultivation. When he lifted his head, he saw layers of fog in the distance. The fog covered his eyes and completely blocked the view in front of him. We'll reach the hidden fog island in about 10 days once we enter the area shrouded in fog. Spirit profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, immediately noticed Duan Ling Tian had woken up. 10 days? That's fast. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Overseas Saint Island, Hidden Fog Island. It would only take about 10 days to reach the destination. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mood was more or less affected. After all, this was his first time leaving Cloud Continent in his life. We've been away from Cloud Continent for so long. Did any demon beasts attack us along the way? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Hui. He was curious about this. How is that possible? Yang Hui said, there were at least 10 demon beasts with a cultivation base at the Demon Emperor stage who wanted to attack us along the way. I killed 3 of them and the rest retreated in fear. Retreated in fear? Just when Duan Lingtian was stunned, he noticed the calm ocean in front of them suddenly shook. A gigantic creature left the ocean at lightning speed and rose into the sky, blocking their path. It was a demon beast the size of a small hill. It stood there and gave off an immense pressure. This demon beast was completely black. Its body was covered with regular scales. Its 4 sharp claws were like an eagle's claws. From afar, it looked like a gigantic bear standing there. Even its head was similar to a bear's. This is a Stygian scale bear, one of the demon beasts unique to the overseas Saint Island. This demon beast's strength is comparable to a first-level Emperor Wu stage martial artist. Its brute force is amazing. However, although it has the strength of a first-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist, it's different from an ordinary first-level Demon Emperor stage martial artist. The Stygian scale bear's intelligence is extremely low, and it can't transform into a human. Yang Hui's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears when he was studying the demon beast that was the size of a small hill. Stygian scale bear? Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. His eyes narrowed suddenly. This was because he noticed the Stygian scale bear was moving. Its mountain-like body was charging towards them. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. This is a Stygian scale bear. I encountered one half a month ago, and I killed it with one strike. Brother Ling Tian, do you want to try? Due to its low intelligence, it can't transform into a human. This Stygian scale bear is different from ordinary demon emperors. It doesn't know how to use spirit weapons. Yang Hui did not seem to be nervous when he saw the Stygian scale bear charging towards them. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. First-level Demon Emperor stage? Doesn't know how to use spirit weapons? In Duan Lingtian's memory, let alone demon emperors, even demon monarchs and void transformation stage demon beasts who could transform into humans were no different from humans. When they fought, they would also use spirit weapons. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian moved away from the protective shield formed by Yang Hui's energy and charged towards the Stygian scale bear. In his opinion, a first-level Demon Emperor stage demon beast like the Stygian scale bear that did not know how to use spirit weapons was not a threat to him at all. In fact, he was confident he could kill it with one punch without using any spirit weapons. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Duan Lingtian's body moved. The 5-colored energy on his body skyrocketed and formed a rainbow as he charged towards the Stygian scale bear as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. Roar! At this moment, the Stygian scale bear noticed Duan Lingtian who was charging towards it. It lifted its head and roared loudly. Its sharp claws whistled as the wind whistled. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning as it charged towards Duan Lingtian who was charging towards it. Faced with the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws, Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged forward calmly as though he was willing to put his head under someone else's guillotine. Even Yang Hui, who had seen many things in his life, was shocked when he saw this. Courage comes from skill. Such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up slightly. In the next moment, 9 dragons protection. In an instant, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body stirred and left his body without reservation. It merged perfectly with the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. Fused profundity. Sword profundity. Duan Lingtian's body emitted waves of 5-colored energy with a sharp aura. When the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were inches away, it transformed into 5 colored divine dragons that circled around Duanlingtian's body rapidly. Almost at the same time, a layer of 5-colored light shield appeared around Duanlingtian's body. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws that contained extremely terrifying energy finally landed on the shield. Boom! 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 The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duanlingtian's body. In an instant, a series of thunderous explosions rang out, accompanied by waves of shock waves that swept out in all directions. With Duanlingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center, the shock wave spread out and swept out. In addition to the surrounding air being sucked out, even the surface of the sea beneath their feet was pushed down by the shock wave. When the surface of the sea was pushed down, the seawater was pushed out in all directions, causing a huge wave to form. Roar! When the shock wave gradually weakened, the Stygian scale bear roared again. This time, the roar was filled with extreme anger. This anger originated from Duanlingtian. Seeing that Duanlingtian was unscathed after being hit by its attack, the Stygian scale bear was completely enraged. It raised its pair of sharp claws again, as if it wanted to attack again. What? You're not convinced? Seeing the Stygian scale bear's actions, Duanlingtian smiled and had no intention of stopping it. Soon, the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed again. This time, its strength was even stronger. It used almost all of its strength without holding back. Boom! 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 A thunderous explosion was heard again, causing an even more terrifying shockwave. Accompanying these loud noises were the continuous sounds of air explosions in the air, as well as the sound of stormy waves being squeezed out from the surface of the sea. What a powerful defensive martial skill! Yang Hui's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already stopped moving. Inside the protective shield formed by his energy, Zhou Di and the other 8 people were cultivating without being disturbed. Inside the protective shield, they could not hear anything outside. Although the shockwave that swept out with Duanlingtian and the Stygian scale bear as the center caused the protective shield to tremble, it did not break through. My 9 dragons' protection can be considered to have entered the mastery stage. Once I enter the perfection stage, I'll be able to condense 9 divine dragons to protect my body. Chapter 1268. The 5-colored light shield formed by the 5-colored divine dragons could not be broken even with the Stygian scale bear's all-out attack. Roar! The Stygian scale bear roared again. However, this time, its roar was filled with fear. Obviously, the Stygian scale bear had realized how powerful Duanlingtian was. It was afraid. Although its intelligence was low, it was only compared to an ordinary demon emperor powerhouse. It was completely terrified when faced with an opponent who could remain unscathed even with its all-out attack. Its mountain-like body shook, and it turned around abruptly, intending to escape. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. If you can take 2 of my attacks and not die, I'll spare your life. Duanlingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the Stygian scale bear trying to escape. He moved his body and performed the dragon soaring 9 heavens again, catching up with the Stygian scale bear in a flash. Duanlingtian's strength was above the Stygian scale bear's even without his spiritual weapon. This could be seen from how he easily blocked the Stygian scale bear's all-out attack with his defensive martial skill earlier. Therefore, it was easy for him to catch up with the Stygian scale bear and block its path. Before the Stygian scale bear had the time to react, Duanlingtian moved and executed the movement technique, dragon soaring 9 heavens, once again. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon as he collided with the devil spirit bear. Whoosh! Without using any martial skill, Duan Ling Tian threw a punch at the Stygian scale bear's chest at lightning speed. It was a solid punch. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The force from Duan Lingtian's punch penetrated the Stygian scale bear's chest with ease, causing the void to tremble as a rolling shockwave swept out. Boom! 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 The shockwave continued to wreak havoc and swept out, setting off a series of thunderous booms. The commotion was undoubtedly much greater than when the Stygian scale bear attacked Duan Ling Tian earlier. Roar! The Stygian scale bear let out a deafening scream as its huge body flew out like an arrow. It flew for more than 100 meters before it slowed down. Roar! After the Stygian scale bear stopped moving, it glared at Duan Ling Tian with a murderous gleam in its eyes before it began to descend. It wanted to escape into the sea. How? How is this possible? It actually didn't die. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw that the Stygian scale bear had only let out 2 miserable cries before it fled back into the sea. Not only did he exert all of his origin energy in the punch earlier, but he had also exerted all of his fused profundity and sword profundity. Originally, in his opinion, with the Stygian scale bear's strength, his punch was completely capable of killing it. However, the result was completely out of his expectations. The Stygian scale bear has an extremely terrifying scale armor. Even if I were to punch it with all my strength like you, it might not necessarily die. At the same time, the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yanghui transmitted his voice into Duan Lingtian's ears, waking Duan Lingtian up. His defense is so strong. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be shocked. It seemed like the heavens were fair. When the Stygian scale bear had low intelligence and could not transform into a human, it was given an indestructible shell. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear was about to fall into the sea, Duan Lingtian made his move again. Before the Stygian scale bear fell into the sea, he blocked its path. I've said before. If you can survive 2 of my attacks, I'll let you go. Don't even think about escaping before I attack you for the second time. Duan Lingtian said coldly. He did not care if the Stygian scale bear understood him or not. Just now, when he said those words, it was actually just a casual remark. In his opinion, he only needed 1 attack to kill the Stygian scale bear. Who would have thought that the Stygian scale bear's scale armor would be so terrifying? It had blocked almost all of the attacks for it, and it did not seem to be injured even after receiving a full-force punch from him. Roar! The Stygian scale bear roared. It seemed to know that it would not be able to escape if the human in front of it did not get rid of him. Hence, it pounced on him again. Faced with the Stygian scale bear's claws, Duan Lingtian looked at the Stygian scale bear calmly. 9 Dragons Protection. Once again, 5 divine dragons appeared around his body. They moved quickly and transformed into a 5-colored light shield. Boom! 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 The Stygian scale bear attacked Duan Lingtian crazily. It attacked with its claws again and again. The lightning-like attacks fell like rain on the 5-colored light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body. However, its attacks only caused ripples on the 5-colored light shield. It was as though it was tickling the Stygian scale bear. What's he doing? Yang Hui simply stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Even his robes didn't flutter in the slightest. He looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing there in a daze. He could not help but feel puzzled. After a while, he got his answer. Gale Thunder Finger. Duan Lingtian, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly moved. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at the Stygian scale bear's chest that was attacking him. To be more precise, his finger was pointing at a spot where the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck met. There was a gap there that was not covered by the scales. The gap was very small. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. Gale Thunder Finger was an offensive martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was only an Earth rank martial skill, and Duan Ling Tian had not used it for a long time. However, when it was cast by Duan Ling Tian, it was like a gust of wind, and its momentum was like a rainbow. The fused profundity replaced the wind profundity. The sword profundity replaced the thunder profundity. As soon as he pointed his finger, the 2 profundities followed him like shadows and landed on the small gap between the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck. They cut through the gap like tofu. Spurt. When the finger landed, blood splattered everywhere. During this process, Duan Ling Tian did not feel any resistance. When his finger pierced the Stygian scale bear, several finger forces shot out from his fingertips and twisted wildly in the Stygian scale bear's body. Instantly, the Stygian scale bear's mountain-like body trembled violently. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by shrill cries, the Stygian scale bear's voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. The Stygian scale bear's huge body fell from the sky. Inner core. Seeing that the Stygian scale bear was about to fall into the sea, Duan Ling Tian made his move. He lifted the Stygian scale bear with one arm and took out a spirit sword with the other hand. He stabbed the Stygian scale bear's wound. What happened next was simple. Using the Stygian scale bear's wound as a starting point, Duan Ling Tian tore open the scales on the Stygian scale bear's body along the small gaps between the scales. He took out a pill that was shining faintly. It was the Stygian scale bear's inner core. After taking out the profundity fragment from the Stygian scale bear's body, Duan Ling Tian allowed the Stygian scale bear to fall into the sea with a loud bang. It set off countless waves. In the distance, Yang Hui had a shocked expression on his face. What a powerful observation. He saw through the Stygian scale bear's weakness in just a few breaths of time. Yang Hui could not help but sigh when he recalled the scene earlier. He still remembered. When he first went out to sea and encountered the Stygian scale bear, he spent more than an hour to find the Stygian scale bear's weakness. However, the purple-clad young man nearby only spent a few breaths of time to find it. It was so fast that it was shocking. After putting away the spoils of war, Duan Ling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side and asked curiously, "Are the demon beasts in the overseas all-powerful but can't transform and have low intelligence?" "Of course not." Yang Hui shook his head. In the overseas, demon emperors like the Stygian scale bear are the minority. Most of the demon emperors are similar to the demon emperors on Cloud Continent. For example, the Emperor stage demon beasts we encountered along the way were all like the Stygian scale bear that I killed. The other Emperor stage demon beasts can transform into humans and have intelligence that's not inferior to humans, Yang Hui explained. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. Duan Ling Tian had not fully recovered his memory. Otherwise, he would have learned about this from the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. After all, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had left Cloud Continent before. Although he did not go deep into the overseas, he had stayed there for a period of time and encountered many overseas demon beasts. There was no lack of demon emperors among them. Soon after, Yang Hui continued to lead Duan Ling Tian and the others on their journey. As they got closer to the hidden fog island, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to cultivate. His mind was completely immersed in the memory that he had recovered in the past few months. He realized that the memory was extremely rich. First, he recalled some of his previous experiences. He recalled most of the memories from when he left the southern outer land of Cloud Continent and crossed the Ruoshui River. Crossing the Ruoshui River, subduing the Gold Thug, annihilating the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, breaking into the Yin Yang sect, establishing the Ling Tian sect, the memories from when he crossed the Ruoshui River grew like bamboo shoots after the rain and took root in Duan Lingtian's mind. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Tian Wu. Soon after, he remembered Feng Tianwu, the girl who had always been by his side. He could not recall her origin. She was imprisoned in the Lost Stone Forest. He also remembered what happened to him in the Lost Stone Forest. He remembered the Devil Seal Tablet as well. During the battle in the Lost Stone Forest, the Devil Seal Tablet devilified him and fought fiercely with Emperor Wu until his consciousness was completely annihilated. He remembered all of this. So, the Devil Seal Tablet was left in the Lost Stone Forest. Tian Wu is also in the Lost Stone Forest. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. Brother Yang. Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui and took the initiative to greet him. Yang Hui looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Brother Lingtian, what's the matter? Brother Yang. I'd like to know if Emperor Wu from the Lost Stone Forest will bring people to the Hidden Fog Martial Competition this time? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Chapter 1269. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction when he found out that the owner of Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, would be coming. At the same time, the cold gleam in the depth of his eyes grew stronger as though it was about to devour someone. What's wrong? Brother Lingtian, do you have a grudge against Emperor Wu? Yang Hui could not help but ask when he noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Yang Hui saw that Duan Lingtian did not say anything after he nodded, he realized that he did not want to talk about it. Therefore, he did not ask any further. However, he could not help but remind him, Brother Lingtian. Emperor Wu, Shi broke through to the 4th level Emperor Wu stage earlier than I did. His strength is not to be underestimated. 4th level Emperor Wu stage, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although his expression did not change, his heart could not help but sink. Although he recalled what happened in Lost Stone Forest back then. However, the strength he displayed after he was devilified and Emperor Wu's strength was extremely vague in his memory. Now that he heard Yang Hui's words, he had a certain understanding of Emperor Wu. Yang Hui led the group and continued on their journey. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, began to ponder to himself. Back then, when the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was held at Lingxian Peak, his cultivation base had already successfully broken through to the 6th level martial monarch stage. Naturally, the reason he broke through so quickly was all thanks to the rebirth pill and the destruction before reconstruction. However, the increase in his strength was not only in his cultivation base. The fused profundity and sword profundity that he had comprehended had also greatly improved. According to his estimation, the rapid improvement of the 2 profundities should be attributed to the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal Tablet suppressing his soul. His soul had been in danger of being destroyed, but it had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He had obtained an indescribable qualitative change and sublimation. It had been a few months since the selection of Emperor Wu's disciples and followers was held at Lingxian Peak. Although he was in a hurry, he did not delay his cultivation. Furthermore, along the way, the spirit profound Emperor Wu Yang Hui was the one who brought him and the other 9 people. He did not expend any energy at all. As a result, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. As for the 2 profound meanings he had comprehended, his fused profundity and sword profundity had both risen to the 5th level. The sword profound had caught up with the fused profound. All of this was due to the sword Dao comprehension accumulated in Duan Lingtian's mind. The sword Dao comprehension originated from the word sword in Duan Lingtian's hometown. The word sword was left behind by a self-proclaimed sword saint, Feng Qingyang. While Duanling Tian was secretly estimating his current strength, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind, and a name appeared in his mind. It was the name of the self-proclaimed Sword Saint. The memory of the word sword began to flash in his mind as he recalled it. I was wondering how my sword profundity could rise so quickly and even catch up with the fused profundity. So it's all because of the word sword. After recalling the memory, Duanling Tian's heart was suddenly enlightened. At some point in time, Duanling Tian closed his eyes again. He knew very well that with his current strength, he was far inferior to Emperor Wu, who was at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage. If he wanted to defeat Emperor Wu, he still needed to improve his strength. Therefore, he quickly immersed himself in his cultivation and did not let go of any opportunity to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Divine Dragon Form. While cultivating, Duanling Tian and the rest were getting closer to the hidden fog island under Yang Hui's lead. As the overseas Saint Island, the hidden fog island had many Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. These Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses' strength was not inferior to the famous Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent. There were 3 people who were the most powerful on the hidden fog island. They were the 3 island masters of the hidden fog island. The 3 of them controlled the hidden fog island and had many disciples under them. Although there was no distinction between disciples and followers, there was a clear hierarchy. Core disciple, inner island disciple, and outer island disciple. These 3 types of hidden fog island disciples were treated differently. The hidden fog martial competition this time was personally organized by the hidden fog island. Apart from inviting the disciples of the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent, the outstanding disciples of the hidden fog island would also participate in the hidden fog martial competition. At that time, the powerhouses below the age of 70 on the hidden fog island and the Cloud Continent would have an intense competition. Currently, there were only 3 months left before the hidden fog martial competition would begin. However, the hidden fog island was already bustling with activity. The Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who left the Cloud Continent and rushed to the hidden fog island had already arrived on the hidden fog island with 10 of their most outstanding disciples. On the hidden fog island, they were warmly welcomed by the hidden fog island. These Emperor Wu powerhouses, Demon Emperor powerhouses, and their disciples were all arranged to stay in a secluded mansion. These mansions were sparsely located on the south side of the hidden fog island. The south side of the hidden fog island was lush with greenery and fresh air. Moreover, it was filled with rich heaven and earth origin energy. It was a good place for cultivation. Almost everyone who was interested in the hidden fog island knew about it. The rich origin stone reserves on the hidden fog island were hidden underground on the east side of the hidden fog island. The cultivation environment on the hidden fog island was also affected by the origin stone reserves. Due to this reason, the east side of the hidden fog island was the best place for cultivation. It was the cultivation place of the 3 island masters, the hidden fog island's core disciples, and the inner island disciples. The outer island disciples were not qualified to set foot in there due to their low status. The outer island disciples were usually distributed on the north and west sides of the hidden fog island. The hidden fog island was surrounded by beautiful scenery and lush greenery. It was a natural scene. However, unlike the surroundings of the hidden fog island, there was a huge city in the middle of the hidden fog island. It was also the only city on the hidden fog island. Hidden Fog City. In the hidden fog city, apart from the guest elders of the hidden fog island, there were also Emperor Wu powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. Of course, apart from these people, most of the people in the fog city were the natives of the hidden fog island. These natives were the descendants of the hidden fog island's disciples since the hidden fog island was established. Their descendants who were talented had all become the hidden fog island's disciples. Those who were not talented stayed in the hidden fog city to do some business and settle down. Many years had passed, and the hidden fog city had developed quite well. It was extremely lively. The south side of the hidden fog island was the place where the hidden fog island entertained their guests. Currently, the martial emperors and demon emperors from Cloud Continent, as well as the 10 most outstanding disciples they brought, were all arranged to stay here as long as they came. Junior sisters, it's your first time on the hidden fog island, so I'm afraid you haven't been to the hidden fog city, right? How about I bring you around? In a spacious mansion in the south of the hidden fog island, a middle-aged man in casual clothes was staring at the 2 young ladies in front of him with greed in his eyes. Beside him, another middle-aged man had a similar gaze. His eyes were filled with greed and desire as he stared at the 2 ladies in front of him. Their eyes were filled with lust, and perverted lust. They had lived on the hidden fog island for most of their lives, but it was their first time seeing such beauties. Moreover, they saw 2 of them at the same time. It made them feel that their trip was not in vain. The 2 ladies in front of them were so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as though they had stolen their souls. The 2 ladies' appearances could be said to be peerless, and they were devastatingly beautiful. Although they were equally beautiful, the auras of the 2 ladies were completely different. The lady in the light purple robe had a faint seductive aura. It was as though she could turn all living things upside down. She was like a red rose. If the lady in the purple robe was a red rose, then the other lady would be a pure snow lotus. She was a pretty girl from a humble family, and she was pure and lovely. Both ladies were beautiful in their own way. That's right. Junior sisters, with us accompanying you, I guarantee that your trip to the hidden fog city will not be in vain, the other middle-aged man said. He did not hide the fanaticism in his eyes at all. Although these 2 middle-aged men were dressed in casual clothes, there was a token made of an unknown material tied to their waists. Each of them had the word "inner" engraved on it. If there were natives of the hidden fog island here, they would definitely recognize that this was the token that the inner island disciples of the hidden fog island carried around with them. It represented their identity. The inner island disciples of the hidden fog island were on par with the ordinary disciples of Emperor Wu on the Cloud Continent in terms of strength. Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers. However, both of us have just arrived, so we're planning to rest for a while. We don't plan to go to the hidden fog city for the time being, the lady in the purple robe said slowly. The purple-clothed woman said unhurriedly. She seemed polite, but in the depths of her autumn eyes, there was a bit of disgust. She disliked the 2 middle-aged men in front of her. If that's the case, we'll come back another day. One of the middle-aged men said. After a while, the 2 middle-aged men turned around and left. The moment they turned around, their faces turned solemn. They had come to the hidden fog city more than 10 times recently. However, they were rejected every time. Their patience was almost exhausted. If they were ordinary women, they would have used force if the soft approach did not work. However, the 2 women they had their eyes on were the direct disciples of Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent. Although they were not as strong as them, they did not dare to use force. Unless they wanted to die. The 2 of them were merely inner island disciples of the hidden fog island. Even if they were killed by Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent, the 3 island masters of the hidden fog island would not stand up for them. Chapter 1270. The status of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple in the eyes of the 3 island masters of the Hidden Fog Island was equivalent to the status of Emperor Wu's direct disciple in the eyes of Emperor Wu on the Cloud Continent. Sister Kerr, it seems like we won't be able to go to the Hidden Fog City today. Although those 2 fellows have left, they might be lurking nearby. They'll definitely follow us once we leave. The purple-clad lady said to the other lady next to her. It's all right, Sister Fei, We can go again in a few days. the latter replied. The two ladies were Li Fei and Ke who followed Yuan Emperor Wu to the hidden Fog Island. Although they were Emperor Wu's direct disciples under Emperor Wu, it was difficult for them to achieve outstanding results in the hidden fog martial competition with their current abilities. They came to the hidden Fog Island to join in the fun. Ever since they came to the hidden Fog Island, they had planned to go to the hidden Fog City. However, there were two disgusting flies buzzing in their ears every time. It seriously affected their mood. The flies in Li Fei and Ke's eyes were the two hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples who had just left. It was the two inner island disciples who welcomed them to stay in the hidden Fog Island. However, who would have thought that they would pester them every now and then? They would appear as soon as they were ready to go out. They were like dog skin plasters that they could not shake off no matter how hard they tried. Senior Sister Su should be out of closed-door cultivation in a few days. We'll ask her to come with us then. Li Fei's eyes gleamed as she muttered. I don't think they'll dare to do anything with Senior Sister Su around. Ke snorted softly. When the two ladies returned to their rooms to cultivate, another group of uninvited guests arrived on the hidden Fog Island. It was the group from Lingxian Peak who had just arrived on the hidden Fog Island. It was Duan Lingtian's group. Duan Lingtian's group, led by Spirit Profound Emperor Wu Yonghui, successfully passed through the dangerous sea region and arrived at their destination, the hidden Fog Island. We have arrived at the hidden Fog Island. At this moment, Yang Hui's voice woke everyone up, including Duan Lingtian. All of a sudden, everyone came to their senses. We're here? This is the hidden Fog Island? Standing here, I can only see a corner of the hidden Fog Island. Just like its name, most of the hidden Fog Island is covered by fog. It's as if it's hidden in fog. Many people were sizing up the island in front of them and discussing animatedly. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and sized up the island in front of him. The hidden Fog Island lived up to its name. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the rest entered the hidden Fog Island, two silhouettes came from afar and blocked their path. May I ask which Emperor Wu powerhouse from the Cloud Continent are you, my lord? After the two of them stopped Duan Lingtian and the others, they looked at Yang Hui who was in the lead and asked directly. Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Yang Hui replied calmly and glanced at their waists. Inner Island disciples of the hidden Fog Island? My lord, the island master sent us to welcome all of you. Please follow us. We, the hidden Fog Island, have arranged accommodation for all of you on the southern island. One of the inner island disciples said respectfully. Lead the way. Yang Hui nodded. The two inner island disciples immediately turned around and led the way. They brought Duan Lingtian, Yang Hui, and the rest to the southern part of the hidden Fog Island. That was where the southern island of the hidden Fog Island was located. The southern island was where the hidden Fog Island received guests. Usually, no one was allowed to enter. There would be some inner island disciples patrolling the sky above the southern island from time to time. If any intruder was discovered by them, there was only one outcome, death. On the way, Duan Lingtian and the rest learned about the hidden Fog Island from one of the inner island disciples. This included the three most powerful island masters in the hidden Fog Island, a group of Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage guest elders, as well as some permanent residents of the Emperor Wu stage. Of course, they also heard that there were many weak natives in the hidden Fog City. The hidden Fog Island is closed to the outside world. Apart from some powerful Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage powerhouses, the rest of the natives have never left the hidden Fog Island from birth to death. This place is simply like a paradise. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian and the rest also learned about the division of the hidden Fog Island's core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples from the inner island disciple. If the Hidden Fog Island was compared to the cultivation place of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouses on the Cloud Continent, in that case, the outer island disciples of the Hidden Fog Island were equivalent to Emperor Wu's disciples. The inner island disciples were equivalent to Emperor Wu's disciples. Core disciples, on the other hand, were equivalent to the martial emperor's direct disciples. The participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition this time aren't only people from Cloud Continent, right? People from the Hidden Fog Island are participating as well? Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhong'an, could not help but ask in surprise after learning about this from the Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciple. Yes. The inner island disciple nodded. However, our Hidden Fog Island is the same as yours. There are only 10 people participating. The Hidden Fog Island is so big, but there are only 10 people participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition. These 10 people must have extraordinary abilities, right? Someone asked again. Of course. The inner island disciple nodded as a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. There are no less than 20 core disciples in our Hidden Fog Island. The 10 people who are participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition are the 10 most outstanding core disciples in our Hidden Fog Island. Boom! The inner island disciples' words were like a bolt from the blue to Duan Lingtian and the rest. They were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. There were no less than 20 core disciples on the Hidden Fog Island. One must know that the strength of a core disciple on the Hidden Fog Island was equivalent to Emperor Wu's direct disciple on the Cloud Continent. The 10 people selected from the 20 core disciples on the Hidden Fog Island were undoubtedly the elites among the core disciples. Among them, there were probably many powerhouses like Emperor Wu. At that moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di who could still maintain their calm, the 8 people including Song Ting and Zhong'an who were both Emperor Wu's direct disciples had a grave expression on their faces. At this moment, they finally realized that they would encounter a group of formidable opponents in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the rest settled down in a spacious mansion with the help of the 2 inner island disciples. There were many independent courtyards in the mansion. It was more than enough for the 11 of them to occupy a small courtyard each. Master, the Hidden Fog martial competition will begin in 3 months. If you and your disciples feel bored during these 3 months, you can go to the Hidden Fog city for a walk. The 2 inner island disciples said to Yang Hui before they left. Yang Hui nodded. If that's the case, we'll take our leave first. The 2 inner island disciples turned around and headed to the east of the Hidden Fog Island after bidding farewell to Yang Hui. Their mission was to receive an Emperor Wu powerhouse and the people he brought with him. As soon as they completed their mission, they could return to the east of the Hidden Fog Island to report. After reporting, they would no longer need to receive Emperor Wu powerhouses and his subordinates from the Cloud Continent. Other inner island disciples would receive the remaining Emperor Wu powerhouses and his subordinates who had yet to arrive. Not only are there natives of the Hidden Fog Island in the Hidden Fog City, but there's also Emperor Wu powerhouses who came from the Cloud Continent to settle down here. Interesting. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and muttered to himself, I'll take a walk in the Hidden Fog City in a few days. I'll also experience the Hidden Fog Island's culture. However, as an overseas Saint Island, the cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island is incomparable to the Cloud Continent. I feel like there might even be a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian speculated to himself as he sensed the rich heaven and earth origin energy on the Hidden Fog Island. A supreme-grade origin stone mine. All the origin stones produced by such a mine were supreme-grade origin stones without exception. There were even some supreme-grade origin stones with extremely high quality. Such a origin stone mine had never appeared on the Cloud Continent before. Although supreme-grade origin stones would appear on Cloud Continent, the supreme-grade origin stones on Cloud Continent were all from high-grade origin stone mines. The production was extremely small and could not compare to supreme-grade origin stone mines. However, even if he guessed that there was a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the hidden Fog Island, Duan Lingtian was not interested at all. In his opinion, the supreme-grade origin stones were merely a currency used to trade and a material used to inscribe inscriptions. As long as he had enough, he did not care how much he had. Since there might be a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the hidden Fog Island, then, the hidden Fog Island is a treasure land. There must be many rare minerals and medicinal herbs here. I'll make a trip to the hidden Fog City in a few days to see if I can gather the materials to refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. As long as I have the materials, I'll be able to condense the royal-grade weapon fire and refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow when my cultivation base advances to the Emperor Wu stage. By then, I'll be able to use the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow that father left for me. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again and cultivated in peace. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the 2 profundities. While his cultivation base was improving rapidly, the 2 profundities were improving as well. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian woke up. I'm only half a step away from the Emperor Wu stage. Give me some more time and I'll definitely be able to break through successfully. The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a gleam flashed across his eyes. He was brimming with confidence. He had begun to break through the bottleneck of the Emperor Wu stage during his cultivation this time. He was only 1 step away from successfully breaking through the final bottleneck. Once he broke through, he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate and soaring into the sky. Now, I'll make a trip to the hidden Fog City. Chapter 1271. On the way to hidden Fog City, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, what time is it now? I can see that your soul is almost fully recovered. It was Wang Ba's voice. My soul is almost fully recovered? Duan Lingtian did not answer Wang Ba. His eyes lit up immediately. In other words, my lost memory is almost fully recovered? Yes. Wang Ba replied before he continued to say, Boy, you haven't answered me yet. It's been almost a year since you said I'd need a year to recover my memory. Duan Lingtian replied. It's just as I expected. Wang Ba finally understood. He said smugly, Boy, are you convinced now? In my opinion, it's the stupidest thing you did when you went to Ling Xian Peak and asked that spirit profound Emperor Wu for help. Duan Lingtian ignored Wang Ba when he heard his smug words. However, he soon recalled something and could not help but ask, Bastard. How much do you know about Saint-grade martial tactics? The Saint-grade martial tactic is rare here. In the Dao martial Saint land, almost all those above the innate void restoration stage cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic. Wang Ba said nonchalantly, in the Dao martial Saint land, only Saint-grade martial tactics can greatly affect a person's strength. Mortal-grade martial tactics are just some superficial skills. They're only nice to look at but useless. Mortal-grade martial tactics? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? The martial skills on the mortal continent are the mortal-grade martial tactics. Wang Ba said again. The martial skills on the cloud continent are mortal-grade martial tactics? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard that. According to Wang Ba, the martial skills on cloud continent, no matter if it was yellow rank martial skills, profound rank martial skills, earth rank martial skills, or heaven rank martial skills, they were all common grade martial skills. Moreover, in Wang Ba's eyes, the common grade martial tactics were just some fancy tricks that were useless. Fake? Aren't you going a little overboard? Our cloud continent's martial skills, especially high-grade heaven rank martial skills, can still raise one's strength by a lot. Duan Lingtian said with some dissatisfaction. What a joke. Along the way, he had seriously studied and cultivated the various martial skills that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. It wasn't easy for him to achieve what he had today. But now, Wang Ba's words had negated his many years of hard work. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this. What? Are you still not convinced? Wang Ba snorted. Boy, it's good that you haven't come into contact with the Saint-grade martial tactic yet. Once you come into contact with the Saint-grade martial tactic, you'll know that the mortal-grade martial tactic you came into contact with in the past is just a joke. Is it really that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Even until now, he was still unwilling to admit that the mortal-grade martial tactic was just a superficial skill. Let me put it this way. Even the best mortal-grade martial tactic in your mortal continent can only raise a martial artist's strength by 10%, right? Wang Ba asked, 10%? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The martial skills that he cultivated could be considered as the best martial skills in the Cloud Continent. However, even if those martial skills had broken through to the perfection stage, it would only raise his strength by 10%. Based on what you're saying, the Saint-grade martial tactic raises a martial artist's strength much more than the mortal-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Wang Ba said matter-of-factly, even the lowest-grade Saint-grade martial tactic raises a martial artist's strength by at least 20%. The lowest-grade Saint-grade martial tactic raises a martial artist's strength by at least 20%? Duan Lingtian frowned. Is that true? Such an increase was twice as good as the heaven-rank advanced martial tactic that he mastered. Humph. When you arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future and cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, you'll naturally know that I'm not lying. Wang Ba snorted. Why do we have to wait until we arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land? Didn't you call yourself a Saint Stage powerhouse or something? Don't tell me you've never cultivated a Saint-grade martial tactic before? Duan Lingtian asked one after another. When Duan Lingtian reached this point, he wanted to continue but was interrupted by Wang Ba. Boy, I know what you're thinking. Don't you want me to teach you the Saint-grade martial tactic? Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Wang Ba said. Humph. Saint Stage powerhouse. You're not even willing to teach me a mere Saint-grade martial tactic. How stingy. Duan Lingtian snorted and said with dissatisfaction. Boy, I'm not being stingy. You should know that the Saint-grade martial tactic is different from the mortal-grade martial tactic. Mortal-rank martial arts could be taught to others through verbal communication. However, the Saint-grade martial tactic can't be taught. If you want to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, you'll have to go through the Saint Token. Wang Ba said. Saint Token? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind, and a jade token appeared. It was the jade token that his cheapskate father had left him. There's a set of Saint-grade martial tactic in the jade token. Could it be that the jade token was the Saint Token? Soon, as Wang Ba continued to speak, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly. The jade token that his cheapskate father had left him was the Saint Token. The Saint-grade martial tactic usually exists in the Saint Token. If you want to cultivate a certain Saint-grade martial tactic, you'll have to obtain the Saint Token that contains the Saint-grade martial tactic. Wang Ba said, because of this, even if I know more Saint-grade martial tactics, I won't be able to teach you. You'll only be able to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic if you obtain the Saint Token. As long as you infuse your spiritual energy into the Saint Token, you'll be able to read the Saint-grade martial tactic in it and cultivate it step by step. When you've cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic in the Saint Token to its peak, the saint token will be useless to you. Wang Ba continued to say. Is there a need to leave the saint token until the saint-grade martial tactic is cultivated to its peak? Duan Lingtian frowned. Doesn't it say that as long as I infuse my spiritual energy into the saint token, all the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token will be integrated into my mind as though it's taking root and sprouting? Where did you hear that from? Wang Ba said disdainfully, you must have been fooled. Boy, I'll teach you a good lesson today. No matter how high your comprehension is, it's impossible for you to absorb all the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token at once. Everyone has to rely on the saint token step by step to cultivate according to the information regarding the saint-grade martial tactic in it. In the era I came from, it was rumored that no matter how high one's comprehension was, it would still take 2 to 3 years to completely absorb the information in a saint token that contained the lowest level of saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, when he fully absorbs the information in the saint token, he'll have cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic in it to its peak. Wang Ba said. Can't he first memorize the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token before he slowly cultivates it? Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened, and his tone was filled with urgency. Impossible. Wang Ba said firmly, when anyone reads the saint token with their spiritual energy, they'll only be able to see part of the information about the saint-grade martial tactic. They'll only be able to see the information after they've comprehended and cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic successfully. In this way, step by step, when you've completely read the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in the saint token, you'll have cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic to its peak. Wang Ba explained patiently. There should be exceptions, right? For example, some saint tokens can read the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in one go and memorize it in one's mind before one can cultivate it slowly. Duan Lingtian asked. It's impossible for there to be such a saint token. Boy, I don't care who told you this. I only know that you've been fooled. Wang Ba said nonchalantly. Fooled? Duan Lingtian did not comment on Wang Ba's words. However, he had no choice but to believe Wang Ba's words. The problem was, he had indeed memorized all the information about the saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, in the saint token that his father had left for him without missing a single word. Although he had not officially started cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow yet. However, even if he threw away the saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow, he would still be able to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow successfully. This was because all the information about the colossal aerolite arrow had been imprinted in his mind the moment he infused his spiritual energy into the saint token. It was as though it had taken root in his mind. He could not forget it even if he wanted to. Could it be? Could it be that only I have this special ability? I only need to infuse my spiritual energy into the saint token to successfully memorize the information about the saint-grade martial tactic in it? In the end, Duan Lingtian could only make such a guess. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. This was because according to Wang Ba, it was almost impossible for such a situation to happen. It'll be great if I can get another saint token. I can verify if I really have this special ability or not. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he really had this special ability, no matter what saint token it was in the future, as long as his spiritual energy could reach it, he would be able to take all the saint-grade martial tactic in it for himself. Just the thought of it made him excited. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This was because the silhouette of a big city had already appeared in his sight. It was faintly discernible behind the faint gloomy fog. It was like a jade palace in a fairyland. So this is the hidden fog city? Just as Duan Lingtian was studying the big city that was faintly discernible in front of him, he saw 3 beautiful figures that were also covered by the fog in the distance. They were heading straight to the city in front. It was obvious they were the three women who were going to enter the city. Their backs. Why do they look so familiar? Chapter 1272. The two familiar silhouettes gradually disappeared into the hidden fog city. Duan Lingtian only snapped back to his senses when he saw them. Who are they? Duan Lingtian frowned with confusion written all over his face. At the same time, he tossed everything else to the back of his mind and chased after them. It was as though he wanted to see who the two familiar silhouettes were. He had a feeling that the two silhouettes were very familiar. If it was just the silhouette that gave him a familiar feeling, he could say that he was seeing things or that he was overthinking. However, the appearance of the two familiar silhouettes seemed to be telling him that it was not a coincidence. Perhaps, he really knew the two beautiful ladies. At the very least, he knew them in the past and they seemed to have a special relationship. At this moment, he could even feel it clearly. His heart had begun to tremble unknowingly. The trembling became more and more intense as though his heart was about to jump out of his chest. However, when he arrived in front of the hidden fog city and entered the city, he did not see the two ladies again. They seemed to be from the southern island as well. In other words, they and the green-clad lady must be brought here by some Emperor Wu or Demon Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent? Duan Lingtian speculated secretly. A few days ago, when he had just arrived at the Hidden Fog Island, he had heard about it from the two Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples who had received them. The southern island was where the Hidden Fog Island received their guests. The Hidden Fog Island's recent guests were the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, as well as the disciples they had brought to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The Hidden Fog City was extremely lively. When one entered, it felt no different from some of the bustling big cities on Cloud Continent. It was packed with people everywhere. Duan Lingtian walked around a few times but to no avail. He could not find the two ladies who gave him a familiar feeling. Forget it. If they're here to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition, I'll see them again sooner or later. I'll know if I know them or not by then. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, there was still some time before the Hidden Fog martial competition would begin on the Hidden Fog Island. I'll walk around and see if I can gather the materials needed to refine the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. I'll definitely be able to break through to the Emperor Wu stage before the Hidden Fog martial competition begins. At that time, as long as I can refine the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set and cultivate the Saint Grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, my strength will definitely improve. Ever since Duan Lingtian found out how powerful the Saint Grade martial tactic was from Wang Ba, he was eager to cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow as soon as possible. As long as my strength increases, I'll be able to obtain a good ranking in the Hidden Fog martial competition. A good ranking means I'll be able to obtain more Saint Stones. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. As long as he obtained the Holy Stone, his path would be much smoother after he broke through to the Emperor Wu realm. After all, the Saint Stone was an item that could speed up the cultivation speed of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. It was extremely precious and was a priceless treasure. His heart was filled with desire for the Saint Stone. At that moment, Duan Lingtian quickened his steps to prepare the materials. At the same time, in a medicine store on the side of the main road that Duan Lingtian was about to pass by, three beautiful figures stood there. Two women who were as beautiful as flowers were accompanying another green-clad woman. The lady in green was looking at a pill bottle that contained pills. Sister Fei, it's just as you thought. Those two annoying fellows really didn't dare to flirt with us after we called Senior Sister Sue. The pretty girl from a humble family, who appeared to be pure and lovely, said to the purple-clothed girl beside her. The lady in purple smiled lightly when she heard that. Her smile seemed to be able to charm everyone, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. In order to get rid of the two annoying flies, she had purposely brought along their senior sister from Yuhan Valley, Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Su Rong. Because of Su Rong's presence, the two flies did not dare to approach them, let alone flirt with them. The purple-clad woman was none other than Li Fei. The pure and innocent lady standing next to her was Ke. Suddenly, Li Fei's gaze subconsciously swept over the outside of the medicine shop. There was a purple figure walking past in a hurry. She did not see it clearly as she was not prepared. However, although she did not see it clearly, her delicate body could not help but tremble. Bad guy? That was because that figure was simply too familiar to her. That figure had appeared in her dreams many times in the middle of the night. It had haunted her so much that she almost went crazy. Sister Fei, did you get the wrong person? Why would young master? Ke glanced outside the medicine shop, but she did not see the purple figure who had just walked past in a hurry. She thought Li Fei was hallucinating because she missed Duan Lingtian too much. In her opinion, although her young master was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be here. Where was this place? The Hidden Fog Island. As an overseas Saint Island, the Hidden Fog Island was located outside the North Sea of Cloud Continent. Even if a powerhouse like Emperor Wu traveled through the North Sea from Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island, it would still be risky. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu with an ordinary ability might even die on the way. This was because there were many ferocious demon beasts in the North Sea. Among these demon beasts, there was no lack of demon emperors. It was all thanks to the protection of their current master, Martial Emperor Yuhan, that they were able to come here safely. Her young master was here. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, Ke's soft long hair fluttered in the wind, setting off her almost perfect face. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a fairy who had fallen from the sky to the mortal world. Sister Fei, When Ke snapped back to reality, she noticed that Li Fei had left her side, left the medicine shop, and chased after her. Ke immediately chased after her. As their senior sister, Su Rong was the first to react to the sudden departure of the two girls. She quickly caught up with Ke and saw Li Fei at the same time. She was shocked to see that her junior sister Li Fei, who was usually well-behaved, was blocking someone's path. It was a man dressed in purple. He stood there as still as a mountain. That back, looking at the back of the man in purple, before she could see his face clearly, Ke's delicate body began to tremble violently. At this moment, she was rooted to the ground. Her legs seemed to be filled with lead, and she could not move an inch. She was very familiar with the back of the man in front of her. Bad guy, it's really you. At this moment, Li Fei, who was blocking the way of the man in purple, ignored the surrounding onlookers and slowly walked towards the man in purple. Her beautiful face, which could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of a nation, was filled with uncontrollable joy. In addition, there were also tears of joy flowing down her face. How many years had it been? She finally saw him again. Her man, the man that she, Li Fei, had chosen for her life. She could give up everything for him. Including her life. Bad guy, you. Why are you here? After a while, Li Fei arrived in front of the man in purple, who was Duan Lingtian. She stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a trembling voice. Who are you? As the voice sounded, the smile on Li Fei's face froze. It completely froze. This voice came from Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of her. Currently, Duan Lingtian was looking at Li Fei with a perplexed expression. This woman gave him an extremely familiar feeling, but to the current him, she was an extremely unfamiliar woman. You don't recognize me? In an instant, Li Fei's face became extremely pale. Her delicate body, which had just stabilized, began to tremble violently again. 2 lines of tears fell from her face, like a pear blossom in the rain. She never expected this. Seeing the man of her dreams again, he did not seem to recognize her. Did he forget about her? At this moment, Li Fei only felt like her heart was being twisted by a knife. Intense pain and discomfort spread throughout her body in the blink of an eye, making it difficult for her to breathe. Wah! Finally, Li Fei could not take it anymore. Her blood rushed to her heart, and she spat out a mouthful of congested blood. Her face became even paler, and she looked so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Sister Fei, At this moment, Kerr finally regained her senses. She hurriedly flew out and supported Li Fei, who was on the verge of collapsing. Kerr. Batty, he doesn't recognize me. Li Fei, who was supported by Kerr, said in a trembling voice. It was as if she was shivering in the cold, and she could not even speak properly. Kerr heard this, and her eyes reddened as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Before she could speak, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He reached out and clutched his chest. His face was slightly pale as he looked at the 2 women in front of him. Who are you? Why do I feel that you 2 are so familiar? And, why does my heart ache? Duan Lingtian's voice began to tremble when he reached the end of his sentence. Young master, have you forgotten about Kerr as well? Kerr's eyes turned even redder when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. 2 streams of tears flowed down her pure and lovely face. The onlookers felt a wave of heartache when they saw this. This brat actually made these 2 girls so sad. One look and I can tell he's a heartless man. A person like him who doesn't appreciate his fortune should be struck by lightning. Many of the onlookers glared at Duan Lingtian. They were filled with righteous indignation. I've lost my memory. While the crowd was criticizing Duan Lingtian, Li Fei and Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian in despair. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Kerr apologetically and said with a wry smile. Amnesia? Chapter 1273. At this moment, both Li Fei and Kerr felt a huge difference in their hearts. This sort of drop was no different from ascending from hell to heaven. Their man had not forgotten them. He had lost his memory. Scoundrel, how did you lose your memory? Young master, what happened? Li Fei and Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and asked anxiously. When they found out that their man did not mean to forget them, the haze in their hearts disappeared. All that was left was worry. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled violently as he looked at the 2 women who were looking at him anxiously. He could tell that these 2 women who gave him a familiar and intimate feeling were worried for him from the bottom of their hearts. Their feelings were sincere, and there was no pretense at all. I used to have such confidence in the past. At this moment, Duan Lingtian desperately wanted to recover the remaining part of his memory. That part of his memory was also the most important part of his memory. Although he had recovered most of his memory, he had not recovered the most important part. This included the 2 women who seemed to have an unusual relationship with him. Can you tell me what was the relationship between the 2 of you in the past? I feel that the 2 of you are very familiar and intimate. It's as if you're my family. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Fei and Kerr as he asked softly. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself did not notice that when he spoke, his tone had become gentle. Even his gaze was as gentle as water. We're your fiancés. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly as though she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would remember anything because of her reminder. Fiancés. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wow! The surrounding crowd was in an uproar as well. These 2 outstanding women are actually his fiancés? Is there any justice in this world? This is the first time I've seen such beauties in my life, and there are even two of them. However, both of them are his fiancées. If I can replace him, even if I die in a month, I'm willing to do it. A group of onlookers looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy, wishing they could replace him. He's junior sister Li and junior sister Ker's fiancé. Not far away, Su Rong stood there, staring at Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, she was staring at Duan Lingtian's back. Her emotions surged. As far as she knew, the reason her master, Emperor Wu Yuhan, took Li Fei and Ke as his direct disciples was because of their fiancés. Of course, she did not know what her master was trying to do. However, she could guess that her master was trying to get something from Li Fei and Ke's fiancé. Other than that, she could not think of any other reason. Both of you are my fiancés. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. After taking a deep breath, he asked. Although he believed Li Fei's words, he still wanted to confirm it. However, he still wanted to confirm it because this was truly a shocking piece of news to him. It turned out that he already had a fiancé, and two of them at that. Yes. Li Fei nodded. Even though she had admitted that she was Duan Lingtian's fiancés in front of so many people, her expression did not change. It was as though she did not care about the people around her. Ke was much less thick-skinned. Her face was already flushed red as though it was about to bleed. After receiving Li Fei's confirmation, Duan Lingtian did not know what to say for a moment. Although he knew that the two ladies in front of him were his fiancées, he could not remember anything about them. At this moment, he only felt that the two ladies were very familiar and affectionate. As for what they had experienced together, he could not recall at all. Let's find a place. Both of you can tell me about our past. Let's see if I can remember anything. Duan Lingtian looked around. He felt uncomfortable being treated like a monkey by a group of people. He immediately looked at Li Fei and Ke and said, I have many things to ask you as well. Li Fei quickly nodded. Although Ke did not say anything, she obediently nodded as well. As usual, she obeyed Duan Lingtian's words unconditionally. Many years had passed. Whether it was Li Fei or Ke, although their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, their feelings for Duan Lingtian had not changed at all. Duan Lingtian was the man they had chosen in their lives. He was also the only man they had chosen. Junior sister Li, junior sister Ke. Is this the fiancé that both of you often talk about in the past? Right at this moment, a voice sounded, causing Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Ke, who were just about to leave, to stop in their tracks. They looked in unison at the person who stood out along with the voice. Senior sister Su. Li Fei and Ke quickly greeted the person who had spoken. Duan Lingtian focused his gaze and saw it was a green-clad woman. She was the third figure he had seen outside of Hidden Fog City. Apart from Li Fei and Ke, she was the other person he had seen outside of Hidden Fog City. Scoundrel, she's senior sister Su. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced him. Senior sister Su. Although Duan Lingtian could not recall the past between him, Li Fei, and Ke, since he had confirmed that both of them were his fiancés, he did not dare to slight their senior sister. I only know that you're junior sister Li and junior sister Ke's fiancé. How should I address you? Su Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at Su Rong. Duan Lingtian. I'll remember that. However, according to junior sister Li Fei and junior sister Ke, you should be in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. Su Rong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, why are you here? Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Duan Lingtian replied. I see. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Rong's eyes before she asked again, which Emperor stage powerhouse on Cloud Continent did you come with? Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian replied. Su Rong nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian before she looked at Li Fei and Ke. Junior sister Li, junior sister Ke. You haven't seen each other for many years. You should catch up. I'll explain to Master, Su Rong said. Thank you. Thank you, senior sister Su. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and Ke's eyes lit up immediately. They quickly thanked her. All right. I won't disturb you two from catching up. I'll head back to the southern island first. Su Rong left after saying her goodbyes. After Su Rong left, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. So, they're from Cloud Continent. And they're here for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. They must be brought here by Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses. At once, many people guessed the identities of Duan Lingtian and the other three. Rascal, let's go. Li Fei held Ke's hand and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. The three of them were about to leave when they were stopped by a loud shout. Stop right there. The loud shout was like a bolt from the blue. It shocked the people on the scene so much that they snapped back to their senses. Their eyes shifted to the source of the voice in unison. Two middle-aged men appeared along with the loud shout. The two middle-aged men walked in the air aggressively. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Inner Island disciples. Many people saw the identity tokens hanging on the waists of the two middle-aged men. Their faces turned solemn as fear filled their eyes. It's you. Li Fei frowned. There was a hint of disgust in her eyes when she looked at the two middle-aged men. What are you trying to do? Ke's face turned grave. The two Hidden Fog Island's Inner Island disciples who appeared were the two Inner Island disciples who had been pestering them ever since they arrived on the Hidden Fog Island. Whether it was Ke or Li Fei, they hated these two Inner Island disciples from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, merely glanced at the two Inner Island disciples indifferently. His gaze was indifferent as though he did not care about them at all. I was wondering why the two junior sisters were so heartless to us. It turns out that they already have a fiancé. The two Inner Island disciples approached Duan Lingtian and the other two. They did not respond to Ke. Instead, they studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. One of them said in a sarcastic tone. The two junior sisters are so beautiful that they're capable of causing the downfall of a city. I say, you're just a gigolo. What do you have to be their fiancé? The other person looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy and said sarcastically. The two Inner Island disciples had been following Li Fei and Ke ever since they left the southern island. It was because Su Rong was following them that they did not dare to get close to them. However, who would have thought that they would witness a scene that enraged them on the streets of the Hidden Fog City not long after they followed the two ladies to the city? The two beauties that they coveted already had a fiancé. Moreover, it was the same person. Especially when they saw that the two ladies' fiancé was just a gigolo, they could no longer suppress their anger. Jealous, they showed themselves one after another. What right did he have? He was just a gigolo, and his looks were not bad. How could he possess two peerless beauties? They refused to accept this. Moreover, these two beauties were the ones that they had their eyes on. They felt extremely humiliated. My two junior sisters. In my opinion, this kind of pretty boy is mostly good-looking but useless. If you're looking for a man, you should look for a man who can protect you and give you a sense of security. The Inner Island disciple who spoke first glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain before looking at Li Fei and Ke. He reminded them hypocritically. Who are you to us? What does it have to do with you what kind of man we look for? Li Fei sneered. Chapter 1274. Kerr followed suit. She stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian and reached out to hold Duan Lingtian's arm. However, she was shy, so she did not lean on Duan Lingtian's shoulder like Li Fei did. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt 2 waves of fresh fragrance assailing his nostrils, causing him to feel relaxed and happy. Kerr and Li Fei's provocative actions made the onlookers look at the 2 inner island disciples strangely, as if they wanted to know how they would react. The 2 inner island disciples' faces were as dark as they could get. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian called out to the 2 girls beside him softly. They then stepped into the air and prepared to leave. However, they were blocked by the 2 inner island disciples as soon as they stepped into the air. "What are you doing?" Li Fei asked coldly with a murderous look on her pretty face. She had finally reunited with her man and wanted to find a quiet place to ask him about his recent experiences. However, she was blocked by the 2 flies in front of her. It was hard for her not to be angry. Kerr's face was dark as well. Scram! Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 inner island disciples in the eye for the first time and said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. "You've got quite the temper." One of the inner island disciples sneered and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. "Boy, I'd like to see today. How can a gigolo like you be the fiancé of our 2 junior sisters?" "That's right. If you want to get the beauties, you'll have to prove to us that you have the ability." The other inner island disciple chimed in. "Who do you think you are? He's the man that both of us have chosen. What does that have to do with you? Why should we prove it to you?" Li Fei sneered. "Young master asked you to scram. Didn't you hear him?" Even Kerr, who had always been good-tempered, looked extremely upset. She glared at the 2 inner island disciples and said coldly. For a moment, the onlookers looked at the 2 inner island disciples with strange looks. When the 2 inner island disciples sensed the strange gazes that were directed at them from the surroundings, their expressions turned even graver. The way they looked at Duan Lingtian turned even more vicious. "Junior sister Li Fei, you can't say that. There are many things that you don't know when you're in the situation. But as onlookers, we can see through you." One of the inner island disciples stared at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes and said word by word, "This gigolo doesn't deserve all of you. Don't be fooled by his appearance." Before Li Fei could respond, the other inner island disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a smirk on his face. "How dare you ask us to scram? I'd like to see what you're made of to be chosen by our 2 junior sisters and become their fiancé." The moment the inner island disciple's words left his mouth, the robe on his body suddenly expanded. The origin energy in his body continued to rise and turned into a milky white flame in the blink of an eye. As soon as the milky white flame appeared, it turned into a multicolored energy. It was apparent that apart from unleashing his origin energy, this inner island disciple had also communicated and unleashed the various profundities that he had comprehended. He stood there majestically. "That's right. I'd like to see what he's made of as well." The other inner island disciple regained his senses and did the same. The energy in his body also surged and his aura was majestic. "He's the same as us. He's also a guest of the hidden fog island. If you dare to attack him, Emperor Wu behind him won't let you go." Li Fei's expression changed drastically when she saw that the 2 inner island disciples were about to attack. She threatened them coldly. Although the heaven and earth energy here would not form a heaven and earth phenomenon because of the energy that surged out from the 2 of them, she knew it. She knew very well. She was not a match for these 2 hidden fog island inner island disciples, and neither was Kerr. As for her fiancé, Duan Lingtian, although he could come here with a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, it was very likely that he was just here to join in the fun like them. Even if he was not here to join in the fun, he would at most be an ordinary disciple of Emperor Wu. He would not have the confidence to defeat these two hidden Fog Island Inner Island disciples who were comparable to Emperor Wu's disciples. As for becoming Emperor Wu's direct disciple, she did not dare to think about it. She and Kerr had encountered many fortuitous encounters along the way, but they were still on the 7th and 8th level Martial Monarch stage. They had not even reached the 9th level Martial Monarch stage yet. Subconsciously, she did not think that her man would be much more powerful than them. "Don't worry, junior sister Li Fei. We just want to spar with him. We won't take his life." One of the Inner Island disciples smiled. It was a bright smile. The more Li Fei behaved like this, the more he felt that Li Fei was guilty. Li Fei was guilty because Li Fei knew that her fiancé's ability was not as good as his. He could not help but feel a little smug. "Although we won't take his life. Fists and legs have no eyes. If we accidentally destroy his dantian, I'm sure that Emperor Wu powerhouse behind him won't be able to say anything," another Inner Island disciple said. His words revealed an important piece of information. Even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he would destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian and turn Duan Lingtian into a cripple. In his opinion, as long as this pretty boy in front of him lost his cultivation base, Li Fei and Kerr would definitely not acknowledge him as their fiancé no matter how good-looking he was. At that time, he would have another chance to get either Li Fei or Kerr. Huh. That's right. The Inner Island disciple laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with pride. "How dare you!" At this moment, Li Fei and Kerr let go of Duan Lingtian's shoulders in tacit understanding. They took a step forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. "If you want to hurt my, Li Fei's man, you'll have to step over my, Li Fei's, dead body first." The origin energy in Li Fei's body skyrocketed. Various profundities followed like shadows. She stared at the two Inner Island disciples coldly, showing off her heroism. Although Kerr did not say anything, her actions undoubtedly showed that Li Fei's words were her words. A winner in life. A winner in life. This Duan Lingtian is a winner in life. Nobody knew when, but someone could not help but exclaim in a low voice. His voice was filled with envy. When Duan Lingtian introduced himself to Su Rong, many people in the surroundings had already remembered Duan Lingtian's name. Therefore, many people knew his name. He's indeed a winner in life. Not only does he have two peerless beauties as his fiancées, but his two fiancées are even willing to die for him. It's already a blessing to have one such woman in one's lifetime. However, he has two. How enviable. All the men in the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian with red eyes. Flames of jealousy were burning in their hearts. When the two Inner Island disciples saw Li Fei and Ku standing in front of Duan Lingtian resolutely to protect him, looking as though they were ready to fight to the death with them, their faces turned extremely grave. Would they dare to kill Li Fei and Kerr? The answer was no. If they were in a secluded place, perhaps they could kill them to prevent Emperor Wu, who was behind Li Fei and Kerr, from finding out what they had done. However, with so many people watching, they would not dare to kill Li Fei and Kerr even if they were given 100 guts. Both of them looked at each other and saw the dilemma in each other's eyes. However, one of them's eyes lit up very quickly. He seemed to have thought of a way to deal with it. Li Fei and Kerr's faces turned grave when they noticed this person's gaze. Although they did not know what the other person was thinking, they could not help but feel worried. What a gigolo. You're destined to hide behind women and live off them for the rest of your life. The Inner Island disciple whose eyes lit up immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and chuckled as he mocked him sharply. As if they had discussed this beforehand, the other Inner Island disciple added, "If I were you, I'd dig a hole and hide in it. As a man, I can't afford to lose face like this. If you ask me, he's not a man at all." The former continued to agree. As the two Inner Island disciples spoke, Li Fei and Ker's faces darkened even more. Bastards, ignore them. That's right, young master. They're provoking you on purpose. Ignore them. The two girls immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian and reminded him. However, although the two inner island disciples were provoking Duan Lingtian on purpose, the surrounding people's gazes all fell on Duan Lingtian at the same time. These gazes were filled with sarcasm, mockery, disdain, and disdain. No one looked up to a man who hid behind women. Coward. Trash. The two inner island disciples added fuel to the fire as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Their gazes toward Duan Lingtian were filled with contempt. To be able to reach such a level as a man, you can be considered the only one. If you ask me, you might as well hide behind the women. It'll be safer that way. The two inner island disciples saw Duan Lingtian standing there with his face unchanged and indifferent. They mocked him one after another and trampled on Duan Lingtian's dignity wantonly. They only had one goal. To provoke Duan Lingtian. To make Duan Lingtian take the initiative to attack them. That way, they would have the opportunity to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian and make Duan Lingtian a complete cripple. You too. Are you done barking? Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian made a move. He stretched out his pinky finger and picked at his ear unhurriedly as he said lazily, "This is the first time I've seen a dog that barks so loudly." Duan Lingtian emphasized the word dog in the end. Wow. Duan Lingtian was quiet, but when he did, the crowd was in an uproar. The gazes of contempt that were looking at Duan Lingtian now fell on the two inner island disciples at the same time, as if they were waiting to see how the two inner island disciples would react. Chapter 1275. Dogs? Did this gigolo just call them dogs? All of a sudden, the two inner island disciples felt a surge of anger rushing to their heads, causing them to almost lose their minds. Boy, you're courting death. Both of them were enraged. The energy in their bodies surged, causing turbulence in the air. With a series of thunderous air explosions, billowing air billows raged. It seemed to have turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The two inner island disciples who had almost lost their minds no longer cared about Li Fei and Ker. Their robes billowed as they moved and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures that were like bolts of lightning soared through the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. They've made their move. Although most of the onlookers could not see what the two inner island disciples were doing, their sudden disappearance made them realize that they had made their move. Something interesting is about to happen. Many people were eager to see the world in chaos. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire, so they retreated while observing the situation from afar. At the same time, Duan Lingtian moved leisurely in the face of the two inner island disciples who were coming at him menacingly. As soon as he moved, he appeared in front of Li Fei and Ker, who were standing side by side. He shielded the two girls behind him. Li Fei and Ker, who had planned to fight the two inner island disciples to the death, only saw a flash in front of their eyes before a familiar figure appeared in front of them. So fast. For a moment, they were shocked. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. When they regained their senses and were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in their ears again. It was extremely indifferent. Bang! At the same time, they heard a loud bang, followed by a scream. No. To be exact, there were two screams. Since the two screams came at the same time, it was hard to tell whether it was from one or two people. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw the bodies of the two inner island disciples flying out like arrows and landing heavily on the ground. The power in their bodies was instantly annihilated, as if it had never existed. No. No. My Dantian, my Dantian. You are so ruthless. You're so cruel. Soon, a group of onlookers, including Li Fei and Ke, saw the two inner island disciples rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. In the end, the two inner island disciples gritted their teeth and glared at the purple-clad young man in the air. It was as if they had a grudge against him for killing their fathers and stealing their wives. Their Dantian was destroyed? At this time, many people came to their senses and were shocked. Earlier, they said that they were going to cripple someone's Dantian. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, their Dantian would be crippled instead? This Duanlingtian's strength is truly terrifying. From beginning to end, I didn't see his movements clearly. Me too. I've been watching him, but I didn't see him make a move. There was an uproar among the onlookers. When they looked at Duanlingtian again, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. At this time, Li Fei and Ke looked at each other and saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. Let's go. Duanlingtian ignored the onlookers' fearful gazes and the two inner island disciples' ferocious gazes. He turned around and called out to Li Fei and Ke. The two girls nodded obediently. At the same time, their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious about their man's experience all these years. Judging from the strength that their man had displayed earlier, his strength was definitely comparable to Emperor Wu's direct disciples on the Cloud Continent. Such strength was comparable to the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. Naturally, it would be easy for him to cripple the two inner island disciples. When Duanlingtian and the other two left, the onlookers looked at them respectfully. If Duanlingtian wanted to, it would be easy for him to kill the two inner island disciples earlier. However, he did not do that. If he had killed the two inner island disciples, the news would definitely spread among the onlookers and even the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials. By then, the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials would definitely be furious. After all, it was undoubtedly a naked humiliation for the Hidden Fog Island's disciples to be killed on the Hidden Fog Island. Of course, this did not mean that Duanlingtian was afraid of the Hidden Fog Island's senior officials. Even if he was no match for them, he could always escape. The Hidden Fog Island's senior officials might not be able to react in time. However, even if he managed to escape, it would mean that he would not be able to obtain the Saint Stone as the reward of the Hidden Fog martial competition. That kind of ending was not what he wanted. To him, the two inner island disciples' lives were far less important than the Saint Stone. Therefore, for the sake of the Saint Stone, he spared the two inner island disciples' lives and crippled their Dantians, making them suffer a fate worse than death. What happened today was completely due to the provocation of the two inner island disciples. They even threatened to destroy his Dantian in front of everyone. Therefore, his actions could be considered as self-defense. Even if the Hidden Fog Island's people were enraged, they would not dare to look for trouble with him openly. After all, their people were in the wrong. Just as Duanlingtian, Li Fei, and Ke left, the two inner island disciples' eyes widened. They felt that the sky above their heads was about to collapse. Since their cultivation base had been crippled, they were destined to be mediocre in the future. When they thought of this, they clenched their teeth so hard that they almost broke their teeth as they looked at the three leaving figures. I won't let you guys go. I won't let you guys go. The two inner island disciples kept roaring in their hearts. When the onlookers saw that Duanlingtian and the other two silhouettes had disappeared from their sight, they regained their senses one by one. After looking at the two inner island disciples with pity, they dispersed one after another. I want him and those two B*cheese to die. After the two inner island disciples took out healing pills and consumed them, one of them said angrily while clenching his teeth. We must find a way to take revenge. The other one said with his eyes wide open. I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge. The two of them looked at each other and ran out of the Hidden Fog City, heading straight to the east island of the hidden Fog Island. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei and Ke out of the hidden Fog City. They only stopped when they arrived at the west side of the hidden Fog City, above an empty forest. "Young master, you're so powerful." Just like before, Ku'er looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of adoration, and her little face was flushed with excitement. "Scoundrel, how did you become so powerful? I thought Sister Ke and I had already surpassed you after so many years. I didn't expect you to still leave us far behind." Li Fei smiled wryly when she reached the end of her sentence. She felt that her previous thoughts were so childish. "Young master, how did you survive all these years?" Ke asked curiously. She was very interested in Duan Lingtian's experience all these years. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as well. She was also interested in this. "All these years?" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After a while, he sighed and said, "Although I've recovered some of my memories since I lost them, there's still a part that I haven't recovered. That part of my memory is from the southern outer land on Cloud Continent. I only remember that I came from the southern outer land, but I don't know anything about what I've experienced in the southern outer land." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Li Fei and Ke with hope in his eyes. "I think the memories related to both of you and me should also be part of the memories from the southern outer land. Tell me about the past. Perhaps I'll be able to recall something." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and Ke as he said in a slightly urgent manner. He had always wanted to know about his past, but he could not recall it in the end. Now that he met these two women who gave him a familiar and intimate feeling and called themselves his fiancées, he wanted to know more about his past. He wanted to know how he had met them, how they had gotten together, and even how they had gotten engaged. "Let Sister Ke speak first. She knew you before I did." Li Fei looked at Ke. "Young master, the first time I met you was on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town. At that time, it was the darkest and most helpless time in my life. At that time, my mother, whom I relied on for survival, died. I felt like the sky was falling down. At that time, I only had one thought: no matter what, I had to bury my mother properly. She didn't enjoy any happiness when she was alive, so I couldn't let her suffer when she was no longer around. Therefore, for the sake of my mother, I sold my body on the streets to bury her." When Ke reached this point, her face was already covered in tears. She looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled through her tears. "It was also at that time that I met you, young master. At that time, young master was the first person who was willing to spend money to bury my mother without seeing my appearance. At that time, I knew that young master was a good person. So, after burying my mother, even if young master didn't intend to let me go with you, I still decided to go with you. Facts prove that my choice was correct. After arriving at the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, young master and madam treated me like family and took care of me in every possible way. From that time on, I saw young master and madam as my only family in this world." As Ke spoke slowly, her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. "After that, I stayed at the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. After staying there, I personally witnessed young master's rise all the way to becoming one of the most outstanding young talents in Fresh Breeze Town. Not only that, young master was later recommended by the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town to the Li family in Aurora City, which is also the original clan of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. It was also there that young master met Sister Fei. When she spoke up to this point, Ke paused for a moment before looking at Li Fei beside her. "Sister Li Fei, I'll leave the rest to you to tell young master." Chapter 1276. As for when they parted ways with Duan Lingtian, they left together. It was even to the extent that when they left, they didn't even have the time to bid farewell to Duan Lingtian, and in the following days, they often felt regret because of this. The first time I met you was during the clan martial competition held by the Aurora City's Li clan. Meanwhile, Li Fei continued Ker's words and continued to speak to Duan Lingtian. From the first time she met Duan Lingtian, her impression of Duan Lingtian wasn't very good, and she felt that Duan Lingtian was very frivolous. She slowly spoke of Duan Lingtian's experiences in Aurora City. During this time, Li Fei didn't forget to speak of the existence of the two little pythons. I truly never imagined that when I was young, I actually had such a wonderful experience. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he heard Li Fei. After she finished speaking of the events in Aurora City, Li Fei continued. After that, you went to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp and stayed there for a period of time. After that, you returned and went to the Imperial City with us, and you settled down in the Imperial City. Subsequently, Li Fei spoke of Duan Lingtian's experiences in the Imperial City, including Paladin Academy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate, the Duan clan, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial family. Of course, Li Fei only spoke of what she knew. At that time, you led the Crimson Sky Kingdom soldiers to capture a neighboring country's city without expending a single soldier, and you seem to have become an existence like a god of war. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was practically no one who didn't know of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei's beautiful eyes seemed to have a burning gaze. That was her man. She was proud of it. Right when your name shook the Crimson Sky Kingdom, you made a decision to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the first possible moment, you locked onto the 7-Star Sword Sect, the leader of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. On the way to the 7-Star Sword Sect, we encountered Little Gold. Li Fei paused for a moment. Little Gold? What's that? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Little Gold is a rat-type demon beast. According to your words, it seems to be some jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Li Fei said. What? Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Although he had yet to recall many things from the past, he still knew a little about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. He knew that it was a powerful demon beast that could easily break through to the Emperor Wu realm when it matured. And he had encountered a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's slightly agitated mood calmed down once again, because Li Fei had already continued to speak about what happened after that. What happened after that was none other than the matter of him being in the 7-Star Sword Sect, the leader of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. During this period of time, Li Fei didn't forget to tell Duan Lingtian some other things. For example, when they left the 7-Star Sword Sect and went to the ancient city of Everlast. In the ancient city of Everlast, they got to know Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. In the end, Li Fei spoke about how she and Ke left with the peak master of the 7-Star Sword Sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. They originally thought that it was just an ordinary birthday celebration, but they never imagined that they would stay in the Yin Yang sect because of this. Yin Yang sect? Duan Lingtian frowned. Scoundrel, you know about the Yin Yang sect? Li Fei asked curiously. Ke looked at Duan Lingtian as well and asked with a concerned expression. Young master, what's wrong with you? In my recovered memories, I've been to the Yin Yang sect. But, why did I go to the Yin Yang sect? Why can't I recall it for a while? Duan Lingtian shook his head ceaselessly. He kept feeling that in the part of his recovered memories, there was still a small part that was incomplete. That small part was also the most important. Young master, you've been to the Yin Yang sect? Ke couldn't help but be shocked. Yes. I've been there. Duan Lingtian nodded. In my recovered memories, I seem to have killed the peak master of the Yin Yang sect's Yang Peak. He seemed to be called Yang Hong. His son was also killed by me. But, why did I kill him? Duan Lingtian muttered in a low voice, and his brows were tightly knit together. What? Yang Hong and his son are dead? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Li Fei and Ke turned pale with fright. After the initial shock, their faces were filled with excitement. Yang Hong and his son were their irreconcilable enemies. They still remembered. The reason they could escape from the Yin Yang sect was because their senior sister, Yang Shui, had tried her best to stop Yang Hong. That was how they managed to escape. Even when they went all the way north and entered Yuhan Valley, they wanted to avenge their senior sister, Yang Shui, and their master. Their master was the deputy peak master of Yin Peak, and he was killed by Yang Hong. However, regardless of whether it was Li Fei or Ke, they would never have thought that the enemy they desperately wanted to kill was already dead. Moreover, he was killed by their fiancé. No. Suddenly, Li Fei seemed to have recalled something, and her beautiful face tensed up slightly. Sister Fei, do you think the people who came looking for us were really young master's men? Ke asked. Li Fei took a deep breath. Ke had the same thought as her. She still remembered. Back then, when she and Ke successfully escaped from the Yin Yang sect, someone who knew the name of their fiancé came looking for them while they were hiding. However, they thought it was a trap, so they did not go out. Later on, many people, including the Supreme Elder of Yang Peak and the two Deputy Peak Masters of Yang Peak, came looking for them and said that their fiancé, Duan Lingtian, had killed Yang Hong and his son. At that time, they did not believe it. After all, it was Yang Hong and his son's scheme that lured them out. Scoundrel, when did you arrive at the Yin Yang sect? Li Fei asked after taking a deep breath. As long as Duan Lingtian could tell her when he arrived at the Yin Yang sect, she would know whether what she and Ke had faced was real or not. I think so. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he roughly told her the time he arrived at the Yin Yang sect. Boom! For a moment, whether it was Li Fei or Ke, it was as though they had been struck by lightning. They were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. Sister Fei, At that time, it was really young master. Ke looked at Li Fei and said with a complicated gaze. We were so close. If we didn't continue to hide at that time and came out, perhaps we would have reunited with the scoundrel. Li Fei sighed. She regretted her choice at that time. Sister Fei, it's not like you don't know the situation at that time. At that time, we couldn't take the risk. Ke comforted Li Fei. Scoundrel, since you arrived at the Yin Yang sect after we left and killed Yang Hong and his son. Did you see senior sister Yang Shui when you killed them? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked eagerly. In that case, I went to the Yin Yang sect because of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also guessed his purpose of going to the Yin Yang sect. As it turned out, it was to look for his two fiancées. Yang Shui. Upon hearing Li Fei's question, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Who's that? After Li Fei roughly described Yang Shui's characteristics, Duan Lingtian finally understood. So, you're talking about her. When I arrived, she was already dead. Dead? Although Li Fei and Ke were already mentally prepared, they could not help but turn pale when they heard the news of Yang Shui's death from Duan Lingtian. Two streaks of tears fell from their faces, causing them to look haggard. However, I used an ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice to preserve her body. When I recalled this earlier, I couldn't remember why I did that at all. Now, it seems like it has something to do with both of you. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. Just when Li Fei and Ke became a little dispirited after hearing the news of Yang Shui's death, Duan Lingtian was suddenly stunned. His brows were tightly knitted together. At the same time, he felt a slight tingling in the depths of his mind. This tingling sensation caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, he clearly noticed that there were a lot of scattered images in his mind. In his mind, there were many fragmented images flashing past. These images seemed to come from the memories he had yet to recover. The memory fragments were densely packed together. He tried to piece them together, but it was difficult. Every step was difficult. Ah! At this moment, the tingling sensation suddenly intensified. Duan Lingtian could not endure it at all and let out a shrill cry. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache. It was as if his entire head was about to be torn apart. Scoundrel! Young master! At this moment, Li Fei and Ke were alarmed. They immediately put aside their memories of Yang Shui and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly at the same time. However, after Duan Lingtian screamed, a sudden change occurred. His entire body trembled even more violently as if he had encountered something bad. At this moment, his eyes also became dim and lifeless. It was as if he had become a living dead. At this moment, Li Fei and Ke panicked. They did not know what had just happened. They did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly became like this. East Island, Hidden Fog Island. Two inner island disciples whose dantian was crippled finally ran all the way back to East Island with the strength of their legs. Their dantian was crippled, and they had lost all of their origin energy. They could not fly in the air. However, with the various profundities that they had comprehended, their speed was not slow at all. It did not take long for them to return to East Island, to the place where they used to cultivate. However, this time, they did not return to the place where they used to cultivate. They knew very well in their hearts. Right now, they no longer had the right to stay in East Island. They only had one purpose in coming back. Revenge. Senior brother Chen has always been lustful. Since we can't get those two bitches, we'll destroy them. Chapter 1277. Ouch! Ouch! Duan Lingtian held his head that was about to split open with both of his hands as he growled like a wild beast. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into an injured beast. He did not know when it happened, but his forehead was already drenched in sweat. Creak! 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 Duan Lingtian's teeth kept chattering as he made strange noises that would make anyone's hair stand on end. Scoundrel! Young master! Li Fei and Ke stood at the side anxiously. Since they did not know what had happened to Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand where they were and look at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Their hearts ached as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sweating profusely and appeared to be in extreme pain. If pain could be transferred, they would not hesitate to transfer their man's pain to themselves so that he would not suffer. At this moment, images flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. These images were fragments of his past memories. As the images flashed past faster and faster, Duan Lingtian felt as though his head was about to explode. He could not help but growl again and again. What the hell? What's your soul made of, brat? Soon after, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. This voice was filled with shock and disbelief. It was none other than Wang Ba. At this speed, I'm afraid your soul will fully recover in 15 minutes at most. Wang Ba said as though he had seen a ghost, you're really a monster, brat. I've lived for half of my life, but this is the first time I've seen a monster who can recover his soul so quickly. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Wang Ba's words. Or rather, he could not divert his attention to listen at all. At this moment, he only felt a splitting headache. He did not seem to be aware of his surroundings at all. Perhaps, he would not be able to resist even if someone wanted to kill him. Scoundrel! Young master! Li Fei and Ke stood to the side. They were very worried about Duan Lingtian's situation. Unknowingly, they were so anxious that tears began to flow out. Time passed quietly. A quarter of an hour later, the beast-like low roar disappeared, and the sound of teeth chattering also disappeared. Duan Lingtian, whose body was violently trembling, finally regained his calm. That said, even though he had regained his calm, blood was still flowing from his mouth. His teeth continued to chatter, splitting his mouth and causing blood to flow out. Who? After calming down, Duan Lingtian let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Right now, he looked as if he had just been drenched by a heavy rain. His clothes were completely soaked. Of course, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had regained his calm, Li Fei and Ke heaved a sigh of relief. When they saw that Duan Lingtian was still bleeding from his mouth, they both flew out. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could only smell two fragrances that were accompanied by two similar medicinal fragrances. Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and swallowed the pills that the two girls had brought over. A moment later, the blood in his mouth stopped flowing. If a third person saw this scene, they would definitely curse him for wasting God's gift. The splitting of the mouth and the bleeding were only superficial wounds. Even a grade 9 gold injury pill could stop the bleeding in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body fluctuated, his drenched clothes were dried in just a moment. After his clothes were dried, without waiting for Li Fei and Ke to return to their senses, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands and took the opportunity to pull the two girls into his arms. Duan Lingtian put the two girls' heads close to his cheek and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Ke, little Fei, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Did you miss me very much? Bah! I didn't miss you. Li Fei, who was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's sneak attack, replied instinctively when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, she was stunned. This was because she could hear that Duan Lingtian's tone seemed to be a little off. This feeling made her unable to help but recall the feeling she had when she was with Duan Lingtian in the past. She had a feeling. Her man seemed to have returned. To be more precise, her man from the past had returned. Young master, you've regained your memory? Ke asked in surprise when she also felt Duan Lingtian's change. Yes. I've recovered. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. After a full 15 minutes of torture earlier, his soul had finally recovered at an extremely fast speed. Since his soul had recovered, his memory had naturally recovered as well. The moment the splitting headache left him, his current memories perfectly merged with his past memories. He remembered everything. The two girls standing in front of him were his two fiancées that had been in his dreams all these years. They were existences that he treasured as much as his life. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, the two girls who still had tear stains on their faces broke into smiles. They hugged Duan Lingtian tightly together and leaned their heads on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. At this moment, the atmosphere also became charming and gentle. Half a day had passed, but the two girls were still unwilling to move. They just leaned on Duan Lingtian quietly. If it was possible, they wished this moment would last forever. To hug their loved ones until the end of time. What a wonderful thing that would be. Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei and Ke tightly. He rubbed his face against Li Fei and Ke. Ke, little Fei, According to what you said earlier, when I went to the Yin Yang sect and killed Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, and sent someone to look for you, were you still nearby? Duan Lingtian asked curiously after a while. Yes. Li Fei nodded. When the Supreme Elder of Yang Peak and the two Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak came to look for us, we were still there. However, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son's scheme. Fate really makes fools of us. Duan Lingtian sighed. If that's the case, you should have heard about the news about me and the Lingtian sect that I asked someone to spread, right? We heard about it. At that time, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son who wanted to bait us. Li Fei nodded and sighed. Now that I think about it, I was too sensitive at that time. If I had stayed and verified it, we might have been reunited a long time ago. Under those circumstances, you were right to be careful. Besides, aren't we reunited now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Moreover, I've already avenged senior sister Yang Shui and your master. Duan Lingtian added. Scoundrel, thank you. Li Fei took a deep breath and hugged Duan Lingtian tighter. Master, senior sister. The person who harmed you is dead. Both of you can rest in peace in the underworld. Kerr slowly stood up and held Duan Lingtian's arm. She looked in the direction of Cloud Continent and bowed slightly as she muttered. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei also bowed in the direction of Cloud Continent. Master, senior sister. He's the man of Sister Kerr and I. He's avenged both of you. Li Fei looked in the direction of Cloud Continent and said softly. Li Fei and Kerr had tears rolling down their faces again. It was obvious that they were reminded of their master and senior sister when they were still in the Yin-Yang sect. Tell me about what happened after you left the southern area of Cloud Continent's inner land. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei and Kerr's sadness and changed the topic to divert their attention. Duan Lingtian learned about what happened to them from Li Fei and Kerr. They went north and went through many hardships. In the end, they arrived at the northern area of Cloud Continent's inner land safely and successfully joined Yuhan Valley. Speaking of Yuhan Valley, both of your abilities shouldn't be enough to represent Yuhan Valley in the Hidden Fog martial competition, right? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He had already probed Li Fei and Kerr's cultivation base with his spiritual energy. Li Fei was at the 7th level martial monarch stage while Kerr was at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised by their improvement. Based on their abilities, it was impossible for them to get the chance to join the Hidden Fog martial competition. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Li Fei said. It's all thanks to me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Little Fei, what do you mean? I don't know that Yuhan Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley. Young master, it's because of Han Bing's divine sword technique. Kerr said. Han Bing's divine sword technique? What's wrong with Han Bing's divine sword technique? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. Of course, he knew about Han Bing's divine sword technique. It was a top cultivation method recorded in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory that he had integrated. Of course, it was only a top cultivation method on Cloud Continent. Besides, he also remembered. Back then, he had passed the Han Bing's God's sword technique to Kuer. However, he could not figure it out. What did Kerr and Li Fei's arrival have to do with Han Bing's divine sword technique? Scoundrel, I'm afraid you've never thought that. Kerr's and my master, the Yuhan Emperor Wu, would cultivate Han Bing's divine sword technique. Li Fei took over and told Duan Lingtian. What? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard what Li Fei said. He then muttered, that Yuhan Emperor Wu. Could it be that she's related to the Ice Emperor Wu? No. The Ice Emperor Wu was someone from 20,000 years ago. Even if she's related to the Yuhan Emperor Wu, it must be very faint. Or perhaps. The reason why the Yuhan Emperor Wu knows Han Bing's divine sword technique is because of the inheritance that the Ice Emperor Wu left behind. Duan Lingtian was almost certain when he thought about it. Naturally, he thought that way because of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the logic in the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, that was most likely the case. Kerr is willing to bring all of you to the hidden fog island just because she cultivates Han Bing's divine sword technique? Chapter 1278. Scoundrel, you've guessed wrongly. It's precisely because Sister Kerr cultivates Han Bing's God sword technique that she was immediately accepted as a direct disciple by Yuhan Emperor Wu. Li Fei said to Duan Ling Tian. I forgot. Earlier, you said that Yuhan Emperor Wu is your and Kerr's current master. Duan Ling Tian recalled what Li Fei said earlier and came to a realization. However, it's not strange that Kerr became Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciple because of Han Bing's God sword technique. How did you become Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciple? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He knew very well in his heart whether it was Kerr or Li Fei. In terms of strength and talent, they definitely could not enter Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes. However, since Yuhan Emperor Wu accepted them as his direct disciples, there must be a reason. He already knew the reason for Kerr. As for Li Fei, he could not guess it. It's because of Sister Kerr's insistence. She said that if Yuhan Emperor Wu did not accept me as his direct disciple, she would not be willing to be his direct disciple either. Li Fei looked at Kerr. Yuhan Emperor Wu is so easy to talk to? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Actually, I was also quite surprised at that time. Logically speaking, if an Emperor Wu is willing to accept a person as his direct disciple, in his eyes, it's undoubtedly that person's good fortune. If that person still wanted to bargain with him, he would definitely be unhappy. However, Yuhan Emperor Wu did not. Not only did he not, he even agreed to Sister Kerr's conditions immediately when Kerr mentioned it. Li Fei said. If that's the case, there are only two possibilities. Duan Ling Tian said, firstly, Yuhan Emperor Wu really wants Kerr to become his direct disciple, that's why he indulged Kerr so much. Secondly, Yuhan Emperor Wu has ulterior motives. After you became Yuhan Emperor Wu's direct disciples, did you notice anything strange when you were interacting with her? Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Fei and Kerr and asked. A little, it was a little strange. Li Fei pondered for a moment before she said, she seems to be particularly interested in you. Me? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Yes. Yes, Li Fei said nodded, Yuhan Bing, S of you is, use did you use? Seem to have asked you. Fei's master SSS. Masters? Kerr was a little surprised. Cooper, based on what you said. Could it be that Martial Emperor Yuhan has asked you about me? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Kerr nodded. The situation I encountered is similar to Fei's. You. Did you tell Yuhan Emperor Wu that the Han Bing's sword technique that you're cultivating is from me? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Kerr nodded again. After confirming it, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a bright light flashed in them. Now, I can be sure. Your current master, Yuhan Emperor Wu, has ulterior motives and is even interested in me. Duan Ling Tian said to Li Fei and Kerr, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked you about me. Maybe she knows something. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of vigilance appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Young master, you said master has ulterior motives? Kerr was also a little wary. She trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally. As for Yuhan Emperor Wu, although they were master and disciple, the time they spent together did not even add up to half a day. Li Fei also looked at Duan Ling Tian. Kerr, little Fei, I think it's time to tell you some things. Duan Ling Tian looked at Kerr and Li Fei with a serious expression and said seriously. Young master, don't scare me. Seeing Duan Ling Tian's serious expression, Kerr's beautiful face changed. Although Li Fei's expression did not change, she also frowned at this moment. She was also very curious about what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. Ke, you've been following me for a long time. When we were at the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, you should have heard about some things that happened to me in the Li family before you followed me, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Ke. Ke nodded. When she had first followed Duan Lingtian to the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, she had also heard about Duan Lingtian's tragic past from some of the Li family members. However, after she had followed Duan Lingtian had acted out of character. Not only had he become high profile, but he had also become one of the most outstanding youths in Fresh Breeze Town. At that time, she had been suspicious. She wondered if the rumors about her young master's tragic past had been deliberately made up by someone. Actually, before I met you, I had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter allowed me to fuse with the memories of an expert, the Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Ke and spoke frankly. He was talking about the matter of fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. As for the matter of his previous life, he did not mention it. It was not that he did not trust Ke and Li Fei. The two of them were his fiancés, and he was even willing to give up his life for them, not to mention a mere background. He was only afraid of scaring them. After all, that matter was unimaginable to the two of them. Samsara Emperor Wu? The 3 lives Samsara technique? In his third life, he chose you, young master, and wanted to take over your body and replace you? Ke was so frightened that her face turned white. A person from 20,000 years ago. That Samsara Emperor Wu is really terrifying. He can actually live for more than 20,000 years through a set of techniques. Li Fei was also frightened. After a while, she could not help but gasp. Then, Ke and Li Fei also learned about the Samsara Emperor Wu's past from Duan Lingtian. For example, the Samsara Emperor Wu's achievements in the Tao of weapon forging, the Tao of medicine refining, and the Tao of inscription. No wonder you not only know how to forge weapons and refine pills, but also inscribe inscriptions. So it's all because of the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Li Fei was enlightened. In the past, she really thought her fiancé was an all-around talent. It turned out that everything was because of the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Perhaps the Samsara Emperor Wu did not expect that, in his third life, not only did he fail to reincarnate, he even used the memories of his 2 lives to make a wedding dress for you, young master. Ke sighed. At this time, Ke also knew about the origin of the Han Bing's God Sword technique. It was a technique that the Samsara Emperor Wu won from an expert with the title, Han Bing, from the hands of the Emperor Wu. Scoundrel. Cold Emperor Wu asked me and Ke about you. Could it be related to the Samsara Emperor Wu? Li Fei guessed. I have this suspicion too. Since that cold Emperor Wu knows the complete version of the Han Bing's God Sword technique, it means that she has a certain connection with the Frost Emperor Wu. Or maybe she obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky as he guessed. Can we think of it this way? She obtained the inheritance of the Frost Emperor Wu and the Frost Emperor Wu left a record of the Samsara Emperor Wu in his inheritance? Li Fei guessed. Moreover, it also mentioned that her technique was obtained by the Samsara Emperor Wu. The reason why the cold Emperor Wu asked about you is because she suspects that you're the 3rd reincarnation of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Maybe she even found out that the Samsara Emperor Wu was a royal-grade alchemist through the information that the Frost Emperor Wu left behind. Li Fei continued to guess. That's possible. Duan Lingtian nodded. Young master, I thought of something. Before I left Yuhan Valley and came to the hidden Fog Island, I accidentally entered the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. Suddenly, Ke seemed to have recalled something and said. The forbidden area of Yuhan Valley? Duan Lingtian was stunned. There are only 2 people in the entire Yuhan Valley who are qualified to enter the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. One of them is the Yuhan Emperor Wu and the other is Senior Sister Su. Li Fei said. Senior Sister Su? The lady in green who was with you earlier? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, she's Senior Sister Su. Apart from that, she's also the eldest direct disciple of the Yuhan Emperor Wu and is highly regarded by the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Apart from that, it's rumored that she's also an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Li Fei continued. The last time I accidentally entered the forbidden area, Senior Sister Su was the one who brought me out. However, I still saw a statue in the forbidden area, a statue that looked like a woman. Kerr said. A statue? Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were stunned. Yes. Kerr nodded. That statue was a woman who was standing with a sword. At that time, I could tell that the statue had been around for a long time. It might have been passed down from Yuhan Valley. What's different about the statue that looked like a woman who was standing with a sword? Duan Lingtian asked. There's a sword-shaped mark in between the woman's eyebrows. I'm not sure if it's the effect of the statue. Kerr said. Between the eyebrows? A sword-shaped mark? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and subconsciously searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The memories of his first lifetime. In the end, he confirmed it. The Frost Emperor Wu who had fought with the reincarnation Emperor Wu had a sword-shaped mark in between his eyebrows. He was once known as a natural-born sword cultivator because of that. The statue of the Frost Emperor Wu? It's been around for a long time. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, it's not that the Yuhan Emperor Wu obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. It's very likely that the ancestors of the Yuhan Valley obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. Yuhan Valley. She didn't build it single-handedly, right? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Both Li Fei and Kerr knew what Duan Lingtian was asking. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were discussing the Yuhan Emperor Wu, on the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island, the first thing Su Rong did when she returned from the Hidden Fog City was to look for the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Master, Junior Sister Kerr and Junior Sister Li's fiancé has appeared. Su Rong reported respectfully. Chapter 1279. He was Kerr and Li Fei's fiancé. Was he not the person who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the Cloud Continent 20,000 years ago. Apart from his terrifying strength, he was also a heaven-defying alchemist. Until now, she had never heard of an alchemist on the Cloud Continent who could break through the shackles of a Grade 1 alchemist to become a quasi-royal grade alchemist. Let alone a royal grade alchemist. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago was a royal grade alchemist. During that era, the reincarnation Emperor Wu could be said to be an all-powerful existence. He was so popular on the Cloud Continent that nobody could compare to him. The Yuhan Emperor Wu knew all of this. Moreover, she also knew that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation method called the 3 lives reincarnation technique. One would need to go through 3 lives of reincarnation to cultivate it completely. After 20,000 years, it was time for the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd reincarnation to be born. Han Bing's divine sword technique. According to the Frost Emperor Wu's words, apart from herself, she only passed it on to the reincarnation Emperor Wu at the moment of her death. Later on, Yuhan Valley obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance. In other words, apart from the reincarnation Emperor Wu and Yuhan Valley, nobody else in the world knows the Han Bing's divine sword technique. In Yuhan Valley, the Han Bing's divine sword technique is only passed on to the next valley master. It's impossible for it to be passed on to outsiders. Therefore, Kerr's Han Bing's divine sword technique must have been passed on to her by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. To be more precise, it was passed on to her by the reincarnation Emperor Wu's third reincarnation. According to Ke, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she cultivated was passed on to her by her fiancé. Thousands of thoughts flashed through the mind of Emperor Wu in the blink of an eye. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Ke's fiancé was the third reincarnation of Samsara Emperor Wu. Where is he? The cold Emperor Wu looked at Su Rong with a burning gaze. He seemed to have lost his composure. She couldn't afford to lose her composure. Although the third reincarnation of Emperor Wu hadn't matured yet, it was a unique treasure to her. This was because he was not only a royal-grade alchemist, but he was also a powerhouse who was once Emperor Wu. In his first life, reincarnation Emperor Wu was an expert who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. In his second life, if there were no accidents, he would definitely be an Emperor Wu as well. So much so that it might even surpass the first life. He, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, must have left something behind for his third reincarnation before he went through his third reincarnation. Among those things, there must be many that she coveted. Due to this reason, the cold Emperor Wu was eager to find the third reincarnation of reincarnation Emperor Wu. She wanted to control him and steal his spatial ring. She wanted to enslave him. A royal-grade alchemist would become her slave. Just the thought of it made Martial Emperor Yuhan feel inexplicably excited. He's in the Hidden Fog City with junior sister Ke and junior sister Li, Su Rong said. Hidden Fog City? Martial Emperor Yuhan nodded. In the next second, she disappeared before Su Rong's eyes without any movement, leaving Su Rong dumbfounded. Master actually went there personally. It seems like that Duan Lingtian has something that Master is interested in. Su Rong thought to herself. Although she had guessed it a long time ago, it was only now that she confirmed it. Just as Su Rong was deep in her thoughts, the cold Emperor Wu was already on his way to the Hidden Fog City. Wherever he passed, the fog would disperse and make way for him. With the cold Emperor Wu's speed, it did not take long for him to arrive at the Hidden Fog City. Unfortunately, she was destined to return empty-handed. Whether it was Duan Lingtian, Ke, or Li Fei, all of them were no longer in the Hidden Fog City. Not only were they not in the Hidden Fog City, but they were also deliberately staying away from the city. However, the cold Emperor Wu soon heard about what Duan Lingtian had done in the Hidden Fog City not long ago. Crippling 2 of the Hidden Fog Island's inner islands disciples? As expected of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's third reincarnation. He's not even fully grown yet, but he's already so high profile. The cold Emperor Wu muttered to himself. After finding out from some people in the Hidden Fog City that Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Fei had already left the Hidden Fog City, the cold Emperor Wu also left the Hidden Fog City. She did not look for them everywhere. Although the Hidden Fog Island was not big, it was not easy to find the 3 of them. The cold Emperor Wu returned to the southern island and returned to the residence that the Hidden Fog Island had arranged for the people of the Yuhan Valley. After returning, the cold Emperor Wu went to look for Su Rong again. Tell me everything that happened and you met Ke and Li Fei's fiancé. Seeing that the cold Emperor Wu had returned alone and did not look good, Su Rong did not dare to delay. She told him everything that happened when she met Duan Lingtian without hiding anything. If that's the case, he must have followed an Emperor Wu or a demon emperor from the Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island? The cold Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself. That should be the case. Su Rong nodded. Duan Ling Tian. The cold Emperor Wu repeated the name one word at a time. The light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Duan Lingtian. The third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? At this moment, the cold Emperor Wu had a rough idea of what was going on. In the eastern island of the Hidden Fog Island. In a valley with beautiful scenery, waves of decadent sounds could be heard continuously. The sounds were enough to make a shy person blush. A tall and sturdy young man was engaged in the most primitive activity with a young lady with a hot body. The lady was sprawled on a huge rock while the young man kept pounding her from behind. It was as though he was riding a horse. The obscene sounds came from the lady's mouth. After some time, the young man's movements became faster. In the end, he let out a low growl as his body twitched violently. He only calmed down after a while. As for the lady, she fell on the huge rock like a dead dog. She was so tired that she had passed out. The young man glanced at the pretty lady nonchalantly. With a lift of his hand, a long robe appeared and he put it on. Suddenly, the young man seemed to have noticed something as he looked out of the valley. Senior Brother Chen. At the same time, two voices came from outside the valley and entered the young man's ears clearly. Whoosh! The young man raised his brow when he heard the voices. He immediately moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out of the valley. It's you guys? After exiting the valley, the young man hovering in the air glanced at the two middle-aged men standing on the ground nonchalantly. Tell me, why are you looking for me? As a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, he had some inner island disciples following him. The two men before him were his followers. Senior Brother Chen, our dantians have been crippled. One of the middle-aged men said with grief and indignation. There was an extremely cold gleam deep in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. The young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Chen was the core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, Chen Ji. Apart from having a shocking martial strength and having broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, Chen Ji had another hobby, and that was women. Anyone from the Hidden Fog Island would more or less know about Chen Ji. Chen Ji was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. He was lustful and would not be satisfied without women. It was said that he would do the most primitive exercise at least twice a day. Moreover, he would not be interested in women if they were not beautiful. What's going on? Chen Ji frowned. As the saying went, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He could not help but be furious when he learned that his two followers had their dantians crippled. Senior Brother Chen, you must avenge us. We offended that guy because of you, Senior Brother Chen. However, we didn't expect him to be so ruthless and cripple our dantians. The other middle-aged man said with shame and anger. Because of me? Chen Ji's frown deepened. Tell me. What's going on? Senior Brother Chen, it's like this. Not long ago, the two of us were in charge of receiving a powerhouse from the Cloud Continent, Emperor Wu, and his 10 disciples. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and suppressed his anger as he said, at that time, we were receiving a female Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. The 10 disciples that Emperor Wu Yuhan brought were all female. Chen Ji's eyes lit up when the middle-aged man reached this part of the story. He was completely captivated. All of them were female disciples. In the depths of Chen Ji's eyes, there was a luster of lust. Among the 10 female disciples that Emperor Wu Yuhan brought, 2 of them were so beautiful that they could make the birds and beasts fall from the sky and put the flowers to shame. No, I should say that they're devastatingly beautiful. The middle-aged man blurted out, I've lived for so long, but it's my first time seeing such beautiful women. Moreover, there are 2 of them. Me too. The 2 women each had an appearance that could be said to be peerless. The words peerless beauties couldn't be more appropriate when used on them. The other middle-aged man chimed in. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Are they really that beautiful? Chen Ji's eyes had already lit up when the first middle-aged man spoke. His eyes were like stars. When the second middle-aged man chimed in, his breathing became hurried, and his sparkling eyes seemed to be filled with flames of desire. There were 2 things that he was most interested in his life. Firstly, cultivation. Secondly, women. To someone like him who was not happy without women, beauties were the source of his desire. How would we dare to lie to you, senior brother Chen? One of the middle-aged men hurriedly said. I don't think you'd dare to lie to me. However, I'm very interested in them. Tell me where they are now. There was a hint of urgency in Chen Ji's tone. Senior brother Chen, we wanted to invite them to East Island to see you. Who would have thought that a fellow would appear out of nowhere? Not only did he cripple our cultivation base, but he even said that you're a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Chapter 1280. A toad lusting after a swan. Chen Ji's eyes turned cold as he asked in his deep voice, who's he? I think he's someone who came with Emperor Wu from the Cloud Continent to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Senior brother Chen, you must avenge us. Everything we've done is for your sake. That's right. Senior brother Chen, you must avenge us. The two middle-aged men chimed in one after another. Now, the two Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples were spouting nonsense. They were trying to drag Chen Ji into the mess. They were sure that Chen Ji was interested in the two women. However, they were not sure that Chen Ji would kill the purple-clad young man who crippled their Dantian, Duanling Tian. That was why they wanted to provoke Chen Ji. They only hoped that Chen Ji would be able to kill Duanling Tian as soon as he saw him. Otherwise, Chen Ji might show mercy if the two women interfered. That was not what they wanted to see. Who dares to bully me, Chen Ji, in this tiny Hidden Fog Island? Chen Ji smirked. After learning about the identities of Duanling Tian, Ke, and Li Fei, he moved and disappeared before the two middle-aged men. The two of them were thrilled. They looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They knew very well. Chen Ji was going to look for Duanling Tian and the other two. This time, that Duanling Tian will definitely die. As for the two sluts, they'll become senior brother Chen's female slaves soon. Ha ha ha. One of the middle-aged men laughed heartily. His laughter was wanton. It's a pity that our cultivation base has been crippled. Otherwise, I'd love to see senior brother Chen kill that Duanling Tian and have those two sluts. The other middle-aged man said with a ferocious gaze. Chen Ji went to the southern island as soon as he left the eastern island. He arrived at the mansion where the people from Yuhan Valley were staying under Martial Emperor Yuhan. Only he knew what he wanted to do. Meanwhile, a wooden house was quietly erected in the forest along the coast in the northeastern part of the Hidden Fog Island. It looked extremely out of place. The wooden house was erected very quickly and it was completed in no time. It was a man and two women who erected the wooden house. As the saying went, when men and women work together, they won't be tired. The wooden house that appeared in a short period of time was the best proof of that. The efficiency of men and women working together was indeed very high. The three people were none other than Duanling Tian, Ke, and Li Fei. They had left Hidden Fog City not long ago and came here with his two fiancées. We're only lacking a bed. Duanling Tian glanced at Ke and Li Fei with a smirk on his face. Duanling Tian left just as the two women were blushing because of Duanling Tian's words. Of course, he did not really leave. He went to cut wood to make a bed. Soon, the bed was completed and Duanling Tian tossed it into the wooden house. Subsequently, he carried Ke and Li Fei in each arm and dashed into the wooden house. As the door of the wooden house was closed, a series of creaking noises could be heard from the inside, as if the bed was about to collapse from the tremors. The creaking sounds continued until evening and even late at night. The creaking sounds did not seem like they were going to stop any time soon. It was not until the morning of the second day that the noise completely stopped. Inside the wooden house, Duanling Tian, who was on the verge of exhaustion, fell asleep on the large wooden bed while carrying the two women in each arm. He was not the only one who was tired after a day and night of madness. The two women were exhausted as well. Duan Lingtian and the two women slept until the morning of the third day. They slept for an entire day and night. After waking up, Duan Lingtian did not let go of the two little lambs by his side. After transforming into a wolf, he went crazy for the entire morning to vent the desire that he had suppressed for many years. Naturally, the desire that he had suppressed for many years was not something that could be vented in a short period of time. In the end, Duan Lingtian let the two women go for the time being after they begged for mercy. There's still more than 2 months before the Hidden Fog martial competition begins. Both of you will stay here with me during this time. As for Yuhan and Emperor Wu, don't bother them for now. Duan Lingtian left the wooden house after informing the two women. However, he soon realized that his words were superfluous. Before he could finish his sentence, the two women had already fallen into a deep sleep. It was obvious that they were exhausted. As the saying goes, there's only an exhausted cow, but there's no plowed field. However, it seemed to be the opposite when it came to Duan Lingtian. After leaving the wooden house, Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Fog City. After a few days, Duan Lingtian entered Hidden Fog City again. He did not stay for long. After buying all the materials that he needed, he left Hidden Fog City again. It only took him an hour to leave Hidden Fog City from the moment he entered to the moment he left Hidden Fog City. And it was in this 1 hour that he had gained a lot. This Hidden Fog Island is really a land of treasures. The materials that are extremely rare on Cloud Continent are actually being sold here. Duan Lingtian exclaimed on his way back. Naturally, he was not surprised that the Hidden Fog Island was rich in resources. This was because he had guessed that there was a supreme-grade origin stone mine under the Hidden Fog Island. Due to this reason, the cultivation environment on the Hidden Fog Island was better than anywhere else on Cloud Continent. That supreme-grade origin stone mine must be buried in the east of the Hidden Fog Island. It's also where the East Island is located. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover this. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to the wooden house. Since the wooden house was built in a remote forest adjacent to the boundless ocean, very few people would come here. After returning to the wooden house, Duan Lingtian saw that the two women were still sleeping. He did not disturb them. Let's refine the Profound Monarch pill first. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. The Profound Monarch pill was a pill refined with the 10,000-year red fruit. It could help a martial monarch powerhouse raise his cultivation base quickly. Duan Lingtian had already obtained the 10,000-year red fruit when he barged into Lost Stone Forest for Feng Tianwu and lost his memory. Unfortunately, before he could combine it with other herbs to refine the Profound Monarch pill, he encountered a great change and lost his memory. He only regained his memory recently. Now that he had regained his memory, Duan Lingtian began to refine the Profound Monarch pill in his free time. One Profound Monarch pill will be enough to help me break through to the Emperor Wu stage. The rest will be enough to help Kerr and Little Fei break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian thought about the distribution of the Profound Monarch pill when he was refining the Profound Monarch pill. He only had one 10,000-year red fruit, so he could only refine 1 cauldron of Profound Monarch pills. A cauldron of Profound Monarch pills with a 100% success rate would only produce 10 pills. Smack! After a series of cumbersome actions, Duan Lingtian pressed his hand on the cauldron. The cauldron trembled violently and made a soft sound. Whoosh! 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 Subsequently, 10 pills shot out from the cauldron and were caught by Duan Lingtian. They were the 10 Profound Monarch pills. After the Profound Monarch pills were successfully refined, Duan Lingtian realized the two girls were still asleep. He did not disturb them and took 1 Profound Monarch pill before he began to cultivate. At the same time, he placed the other 9 Profound Monarch pills aside and left behind a voice transmission jade slip that contained a message he left behind using voice transmission. In the next moment, he began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. With the help of the profound monarch pill's medicinal efficacy, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy accumulated in the depths of his dantian was activated again. It merged with his origin energy and helped him to raise his cultivation base rapidly. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the 9th level martial monarch stage. The reason his strength rose so quickly was not only because of the rebirth pill, but also because of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. Now that his cultivation base had risen to such a level, there was not much of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy left. By the time I break through to the Emperor Wu stage, I'm afraid the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy will be gone as well. Duan Lingtian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time while he was cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound resonated from his body. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed like the stars in the night sky. If there was another person who knew Duan Lingtian here, he would definitely be able to tell immediately. The current Duan Lingtian was very different from before. Strictly speaking, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. Emperor Wu stage. I've finally broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. After a long while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His face was filled with excitement. Emperor Wu stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian had officially entered the ranks of Emperor Wu powerhouses. He was no longer the martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was comparable to Emperor Wu powerhouses. Duan Lingtian stood up abruptly when he felt the majestic origin energy that had undergone a qualitative change in his body. His emotions surged, and he could not calm down for a long time. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down his surging emotions. When he regained his senses and looked at the 2 girls, he realized they had already woken up. They were sitting cross-legged on the bed with their eyes closed as they cultivated. They were completely immersed in their cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized there were only 7 profound monarch pills left out of the 9 that he had left for the 2 girls. It seems like they've already heard the message I left in the voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he left the profound monarch pills, he had also left the voice transmission jade slip to remind the 2 girls to consume the profound monarch pills to cultivate after they woke up. Now that I've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I can consolidate the royal grade weapon fire. In other words, I can refine the royal grade spirit archery set. At the same time, I can officially cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. Chapter 1281. Duan Lingtian had almost prepared all the materials he needed to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon the last time he went to Hidden Fog City. Coupled with the refining material, the ink steel, that he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure left behind by Martial Emperor Qing Feng, he could now refine a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow. I wonder how long I've been cultivating this time. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. He walked out of the wooden house and checked the killing formation that he had set up before he left with a peace of mind. The killing formation was set up when he built the wooden house with the 2 girls. This killing formation was powerful enough to instantly kill anyone below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Even those above the 7th level martial monarch stage and below the Emperor Wu stage would be severely injured if they did not die. It was because of this killing formation that he dared to leave for Hidden Fog City to prepare the materials he needed to refine medicine and refine weapons when the 2 girls were asleep. Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Fog City again this time. He went to Hidden Fog City this time to find out when the Hidden Fog martial competition would begin. 40 days later. Soon after, Duan Lingtian obtained the answer. It seems like I've spent more than a month cultivating this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. he still remembered. When he reunited with the two girls, there were still 2 months and 20 days before the Hidden Fog martial competition. Now, there were only 40 days left, which was equivalent to 10 days in a month. Excluding the few days he spent with the two girls, he had spent a month and a few days cultivating. After confirming the time, Duan Lingtian left Hidden Fog City. On his way back, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden, and he let out a long sigh. The rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is completely gone now. At this moment, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was completely gone in his dantian. To be more precise, it was completely depleted. Along the way, the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was because of the nirvana pills. Now that the rebirth pill was gone, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, his attention was quickly diverted elsewhere. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I can condense a royal-grade weapon fire. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it's not difficult for me to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a powerful royal-grade weapon craftsman. After fusing with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would be like the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. There was no pressure or difficulty at all. However, according to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he's never refined a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's above a bow and arrow spirit weapon. The best bow-type spirit weapon he refined was only a grade 1 spirit weapon. Even the bowstring of that grade 1 spirit artifact is. Oh no! Then, does this mean that the tendon of the void transformation stage cow-type demon beast that I bought earlier is only a grade 1 bowstring of a spirit weapon? According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian quickly realized that the tendon that he had prepared to use as a bowstring was only a grade 1 bowstring of a spirit weapon. There were 3 important points in a bow. Firstly, the bow must be strong. Secondly, the arrow must be good. These 2 points were not difficult for Duan Lingtian. He could refine it according to the usual spirit weapon. Thirdly, the bowstring. Previously, Duan Lingtian had gone to the Hidden Fog City to buy a tendon because of the grade 1 spirit weapon in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. At that time, he had gone to more than 10 shops just for the tendon. The tendon was not an ordinary tendon. It was the tendon of a 9th level void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. It was extremely rare. There were many 9th level void transformation stage demon beasts, but not all of them had a material that could be used as a bowstring. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, only the tendon of a cow-type demon beast and the dragon tendon of a dragon were the most suitable materials to be used as a bowstring. It was fine for cow-type demon beasts. Dragons, on the other hand, were mythical existences in legends. Of course, it did not necessarily have to be the dragon tendon of a divine dragon in legends. Even the Wyrm dragons that transformed from snakes had dragon tendons in their bodies. Although it was slightly weaker, it was definitely better than the tendon of a cow. The weakest Wyrm dragon is at the Demon Monarch stage or above. The stronger ones are at the Demon Emperor stage. Their strength is incomparable to ordinary demon emperors. At this moment, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of things from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. For example, when a snake-type demon beast broke through to the void stage, it would undergo a transformation. Even though it was a pseudo-Wyrm, it was still a snake in nature. Only when it broke through to the martial monarch stage would it truly transform into a Wyrm and become a powerful Wyrm dragon. Only a Wyrm dragon could be considered a dragon. Of course, it was only the lowest level of dragon. Under the pressure of a true divine dragon, it was no different from an ant. A Wyrm dragon. At the Demon Monarch stage, it's a silver Wyrm. Once it breaks through to the Emperor Wu stage, it'll undergo another transformation and transform into a golden Wyrm. Once a WIRM Demon Emperor powerhouse reverts to its true form, it's a WIRM dragon with shiny golden scales all over its body. Especially its pair of dragon horns, they look like they're made of gold. Duan Lingtian learned all of this from the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. He had seen the true form of a WIRM dragon once. It was a silver WIRM that he encountered in the sea outside the Cloud Continent. Based on the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of weapon refinement experience, the bowstring required to refine a Grade 1 spirit archery weapon requires the tendon of a void transformation stage cow-type demon beast. The bowstring required to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit archery weapon or even a royal grade spirit archery weapon requires at least the tendon of a demon beast at the demon monarch stage or above. It's either the tendon of a cow-type demon beast or the dragon tendon of a WIRM dragon. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on when he thought of this. Putting aside the fact that a WIRM dragon was elusive, cow-type demon beasts at the demon monarch stage or above were extremely rare. In the 2 lifetimes that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced, he had only encountered 1 WIRM dragon. As for cow-type demon beasts at the demon monarch stage or above, he had only encountered 3. Forget it. I'll just give it a try. Duan Lingtian, who felt extremely troubled, shook his head. He planned to refine the bow and arrow first before seeing if the tendon in his hand could be used. Perhaps the royal grade spirit archery weapon and arrow that I refine can make up for the grade 1 spirit archery weapon that's lagging behind. At that time, I'll accept it even if it's only a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon when they're combined. Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Even if it was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it could be considered as a saint weapon. It would be enough to help him cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, that his cheapskate father had left him. After returning to the wooden house, Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 girls who were still cultivating before he left the wooden house again. Compared to refining pills, refining spirit artifacts required a lot more space, be it in terms of movement or movement. After all, refining pills was done in the cauldron. Even if there were changes in the cauldron, the outside world would remain calm and would not be affected at all. However, refining spirit weapons was different. Qi. As Duan Lingtian stood in the air outside the wooden house, he raised his hand, and a dazzling golden flame appeared. It shone as brightly as the sun, and it was particularly dazzling. The golden flames wreaked havoc, causing the surrounding air to become scorching hot. A gust of hot wind blew past and blew on one's body. It made one feel as though they were in a sea of fire. The flame that appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal grade weapon fire. It was the royal grade weapon fire that could refine royal grade spirit weapons. As soon as the royal grade weapon fire appeared, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. As he raised his hand, materials appeared one by one and were devoured by the royal grade weapon fire. Including the ink steel that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, all of the materials disappeared in the royal grade weapon fire. The royal grade weapon fire seemed to have transformed into a gigantic flaming beast that devoured everything into its stomach. Time continued to pass by quietly. Soon, an hour had passed. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on Duan Lingtian's forehead. Although he had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, refining a royal grade spirit weapon was not something the Reincarnation Emperor Wu could be careless about. Therefore, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Fortunately, since he had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory perfectly, it was equivalent to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu refining the weapon himself. Therefore, there was no problem at all. Another 2 hours passed. It's finally starting to melt. Duan Lingtian's eyes were like torches as he stared at the royal grade weapon fire in his hand. At this moment, he could clearly see it. The last material in the royal grade weapon fire had finally begun to melt. This material was none other than the ink steel. The ink steel was an indispensable material to refine a quasi-royal-grade spirit weapon or even a royal-grade spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian learned this through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. If he used the quasi-royal-grade weapon fire to refine the ink steel, it would take him 3 days and 3 nights. However, with the royal-grade weapon fire, it would only take him a few hours. Under the heat of Duan Lingtian's royal-grade weapon fire, the ink steel finally began to melt. Another hour passed by, and the ink steel finally transformed into a pool of liquid. Along with Duan Lingtian's profound weapons refinement technique, the liquid that the ink steel transformed into merged with the liquid that the other materials had transformed into. What happened next was much simpler. With the help of the royal-grade weapon fire, the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow gradually began to take shape. After spending another half a day, the embryonic form of the bow and arrow finally transformed into their final form in the raging royal-grade weapon fire. As the royal-grade weapon fire was extinguished, the bow and arrow slowly fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, they were completely black without any luster at all. Even under the sunlight, they were as black as ink and did not reflect any light at all. In fact, this was Duan Lingtian's intention. The most powerful thing about the bow and arrow was that it could catch the enemy off guard. This was especially true at night. Chapter 1282. Although it was inappropriate to stab someone in the back, it was undeniable that it was the most effective and direct method. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian was refining the bow and arrow in his hands, he purposely concealed their luster. The bow and arrow could only unleash its most terrifying power when it caught the enemy off guard. Now, whether it's the bow or the arrow, they're both royal-grade spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the black bow and arrow in his hands. As he raised his hands, he channeled origin energy into them respectively, causing them to emit a crisp sound. Whoosh! Without warning, Duan Lingtian's hands shook, and the bow and arrow in his hands shot out. The air was sucked out wherever it passed. When he withdrew his hands, a series of muffled thunderous explosions were heard. It's my first time refining a royal-grade spirit weapon, and I've already given it a 1.2 times boost. Looks like I'm pretty good as a royal-grade weapons craftsman. Although the heaven and earth energy here would not be affected by anyone's energy and would even form the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian could roughly estimate the boost from the bow and arrow. Whether it was the bow or the arrow, both of them were royal-grade spirit weapons even if they were separated. Now, I'll have to inscribe the interlinking formation on them. As Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, he raised his hands, and another pile of materials appeared. He controlled them with his invisible energy and hovered them in the air. These materials were inscription materials. He planned to engrave a mother-child formation on the bow and arrow that he had just refined so that they would never be separated from each other, just like a child and a mother. The mother-child formation was an extremely common inscription formation. Even on Cloud Continent, many people knew how to inscribe the interlinking formation. The interlinking formation was usually used on spirit weapons like bows and arrows. A bow-type spirit weapon that was inscribed with the child-mother formation could be used to shoot an arrow. Once the child-mother formation was activated, the arrow would be able to return to the bow in time. Naturally, the interlinking formation also had an effective range. The interlinking formation, which was widely used in Cloud Continent, had an effective range of 100 meters. In other words, only arrows that had traveled less than 100 meters could be retrieved through the interlocking array. Once it exceeded 100 meters, the arrow would be lost. Because of this, there were very few people on Cloud Continent who used bows and arrows. For an opponent who was more than 100 meters away from him, it would be fine if he could kill him with one arrow. However, if he couldn't and he didn't have any arrows in his hands, it would be quite dangerous. As for the power of the arrow, it was also because of its quality. Because of this, it was impossible to carry so many with you. For example, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand was a royal-grade spirit weapon. Even if he consumed all the remaining ink steel in his hand, he could only refine 2 more arrows at most. When he went to the Hidden Fog City to collect materials, he discovered that there was no ink steel in the Hidden Fog Island. One could imagine how rare ink steel was. The ink steel was a necessary material to refine a royal-grade spirit weapon. Fortunately, the interconnected mother array in Emperor Wu's memory was modified by him. Its effective range is now 500 meters. It's 5 times more effective than an ordinary interconnected mother array. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of this. This meant that once he inscribed the interconnected mother array on the bow and arrow in his hand, as long as the arrow was less than 500 meters away from the bow, he would be able to retrieve it through the interconnected mother array. Once it was more than 500 meters away, he would have to pick up the arrow himself. If he was facing an enemy right before the battle, his opponent would not give him the time to pick up the arrow. Therefore, unless he had more than 1 arrow in his hand or he was confident he could kill or severely injure his opponent with 1 arrow, he would not dare to simply release the arrow if his opponent was more than 500 meters away from him. It seems like I'll have to use the remaining ink steel and other materials to refine 2 more arrows for safety purposes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, he would have room for error twice within 500 meters. As long as he was confident he could severely injure or even kill his opponent with 3 arrows, he would be able to release the arrow to his heart's content even if his opponent was more than 500 meters away. But, if the arrow is shot with my power, once it leaves my sight, it will be difficult to find it again. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to shoot at an opponent more than 500 meters away. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. Putting aside the other people's arrows. The arrow in his hand was a royal-grade spirit weapon even if it stood on its own. He could not bear to throw it away. Following that, Duan Lingtian released his hand and began to inscribe the interconnected mother array. Since the reincarnation Emperor Wu had inscribed and set up this kind of inscription formation before, Duan Lingtian, who had already prepared the materials, could easily inscribe and set up the interconnected mother array on the bow and arrow. Let's give it a try. After inscribing the interconnected mother array, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and tossed the arrow in his hand out. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot through the air as though it was released from a bow. Its speed was faster than lightning. However, Duan Lingtian still managed to catch its trajectory. When it was about to exceed the 500-meter range, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he activated the interconnected mother array on the bow in his hand. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the arrow returned to his hand. Again. Duan Lingtian raised his hand again and tossed the arrow in his hand out. This time, he did not activate the interconnected mother array on the bow in his hand. Instead, he chased after the arrow on his own. When he chased after the arrow, he used the force he used to toss the arrow away. At the same time, he borrowed the strength of the bow, a royal-grade spirit weapon. This was because the arrow was a royal-grade spirit weapon. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch up to the arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! For a moment, Duan Lingtian's speed was almost on par with the arrow. However, the arrow did not have the strength to continue and gradually slowed down. In the end, Duan Lingtian caught up to it and caught it in his hand. Moreover, this is an arrow that hasn't been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If he had released the arrow through the bow with all his strength, he would not have been able to catch up to it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out the ox tendon that he had prepared earlier from his spatial ring. It was the ox tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage ox-type demon beast. The ox tendon did not need to be refined. It could be hung on the bow directly. When he was refining the bow, Duan Lingtian had already prepared a socket for the bowstring. After hanging the beef tendon on the bow and tightening it, the body of the bow and the bowstring were complete, forming a perfect bow. Now, let's test the power of this bow. Duan Lingtian took out an arrow and placed it on the bowstring. He exerted force in his hand and pulled the bowstring. However, just as he gave the arrow power and pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon, something completely unexpected happened. Snap! A crisp sound reverberated in the air as the bowstring broke. Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the ox tendon that had broken into two. He smiled wryly when he regained his senses. It seems like the ox tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage demon beast isn't enough to be the bowstring of a royal-grade spirit archery set. Moreover, I can break this ox tendon with my own strength even if I don't use this royal-grade spirit archery set. After all, it's only the ox tendon of a 9th-level void transformation stage ox-type demon beast. I didn't think of this before. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. It seems like before I can find a suitable bowstring that can withstand my strength. Let alone a royal-grade spirit archery set, even a quasi-royal-grade spirit archery set won't be able to take shape. Currently, Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Where should I find a suitable bowstring? Duan Lingtian was a little anxious. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who had caught his breath, went to the Hidden Fog City again. He searched the entire Hidden Fog City but could not find the tendon of a demon beast above the demon monarch stage. There were many body parts of a demon beast above the demon monarch stage in the Hidden Fog City. However, tendons were not something that could be found in every demon beast. It was either ox tendons or dragon tendons. Based on the current situation, it seemed like there were only two choices. Perhaps I should ask Brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, the Emperor Wu powerhouse from Cloud Continent who brought him to the Hidden Fog Island. He made his way back to the southern island when he thought of Yang Hui. With his current speed, it did not take long for him to return to the place where the people from Ling Xian Peak were staying. He immediately went to look for Yang Hui. Brother Lingtian. Why you've broken through to the Emperor Wu stage? The moment Yang Hui laid his eyes on Duan Lingtian, he noticed the difference in Duan Lingtian. He concluded that Duan Lingtian must have broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. Although he was at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage or above, he could more or less tell if a person was an Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, he was not 100% sure. Congratulations, Brother Lingtian. Yang Hui only confirmed it when he saw Duan Lingtian nodding his head. At the same time, he congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Brother Lingtian, I didn't see you for a while. Where did you go? Yang Hui asked. He had gone to look for Duan Lingtian a few times before, but he did not see him at all. I was with my two fiancés. Duan Lingtian replied honestly. Fiancés? Two of them? Yang Hui was stunned. He was shocked. Brother Lingtian, why you? When did you have fiancés? Did you just meet them? Are they from the Hidden Fog Island? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. They're my childhood sweethearts. I haven't seen them for a long time. I didn't expect to reunite with them on the Hidden Fog Island. Childhood sweethearts? Yang Hui was even more shocked. At the same time, he vaguely confirmed something. Brother Lingtian. Why you mean? You've recovered your memory? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Does this mean you're originally from the Hidden Fog Island? Yang Hui asked again. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian's childhood sweethearts and fiancés were from the Hidden Fog Island, it meant that he and his 2 fiancées were most likely from the hidden fog island. Chapter 1283. I'm not from the hidden fog island. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could understand Yang Hui's conjecture. If he were Yang Hui, he would have made the same conjecture too. You're not. Yang Hui was stunned and looked confused. Then, your 2 fiancés, they came to the hidden fog island with Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan Valley. Duan Lingtian said. Yuhan Emperor Wu? Yang Hui frowned. That crazy woman? Crazy woman? Duan Lingtian was stunned and looked confused. Why do you call her that? Brother Lingtian, you don't know this. Yuhan Emperor Wu is a two-faced person. I heard that she killed her twin sister for the position of the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley decades ago. She did that because her twin sister was more talented than her. Moreover, she was going to be the next Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. After she killed her sister, she became the next Valley Master of Yuhan Valley as she wished. 20 years ago, the old Valley Master of Yuhan Valley died of old age, and she naturally became the new Valley Master of Yuhan Valley. Yang Hui said. Is all of this true? Duan Lingtian's face darkened as he asked for further confirmation. Yang Hui nodded without hesitation and said frankly, all of this isn't a secret to the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Killed her own twin sister? Duan Lingtian's eyes shrunk, and his face darkened. Although he guessed that Yuhan Emperor Wu had her reasons for taking in Ke and Li Fei as her direct disciples, he did not expect Yuhan Emperor Wu to be such a crazy person. She could even kill her own twin sister. What else would a woman like her not do? However, Brother Ling Tian, you don't have to worry. According to what I know, although that cold Emperor Wu is a crazy woman, she is very good to her direct disciples and has never neglected them. Since your 2 fiancés were able to become his direct disciples, their talents and comprehension abilities should not be too far behind yours. Without any conflict of interest, Emperor Wu Yuhan should not harm them. Yang Hui comforted Duan Lingtian when he saw his expression turning gloomy. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although his expression eased a little, his heart seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. Yuhan Emperor Wu and his 2 fiancés might really have a conflict of interest. And that entanglement could very well have originated from him. To be more precise, it originated from the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He had long suspected that Yuhan Emperor Wu had obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's inheritance in Yuhan Valley and found out about the existence of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Not only that, but she also knew some things about the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated was not a secret to the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the Cloud Continent 20,000 years ago. Especially the Frost Emperor Wu. She knew a lot about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated. This was also the reason why she made a bet with the reincarnation Emperor Wu back then. The bet was that the reincarnation Emperor Wu would lose and pass the 3 lives rebirth technique to her. If she lost, she would pass the Han Bing's divine sword technique to the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the end, she lost and fulfilled her promise. Duan Lingtian found out about all this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. If it's really as I've guessed, that Frost Emperor Wu is a complete pest. Duan Lingtian cursed in his heart. If the Frost Emperor Wu had really passed on the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated to the person who inherited her inheritance through some kind of method, then, the Valley Master of Yuhan Valley, the Yuhan Emperor Wu, who inherited her inheritance, would definitely know about the 3 lives rebirth technique that the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated and the profundity of the 3 lives rebirth technique. Maybe, she has already confirmed that I'm the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu through the information that the Frost Emperor Wu left behind and the information that I passed on the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kerr. Otherwise, with Kerr and Little Fei Er's talent and comprehension, they might not be able to catch her eye, let alone become her lineal disciple. She definitely has a motive. Duan Lingtian had only guessed previously. But now, he was completely sure of it. The Yuhan Emperor Wu was definitely up to no good. Brother Ling Tian, where are your two fiancés? Did they return to the Yuhan Emperor Wu's side? Why didn't you bring them here for me to meet them? Yang Hui asked when he saw that Duan Lingtian was distracted. Yang Hui's words pulled Duan Lingtian back to reality. Duan Lingtian shook his head. They are cultivating. That's right. Soon, Duan Lingtian recalled the matter at hand. Brother Yang, do you know where I can find a flood dragon? Flood dragon? Yang Hui could not help but be shocked when he heard that. Naturally, he knew what the word flood dragon meant. Brother Ling Tian, why are you looking for a flood dragon? I need a dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. Dragon tendon? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the corner of Yang Hui's mouth twitched unnoticeably. Once a flood dragon's tendon was extracted, it would be crippled. To a flood dragon, a dragon tendon was equivalent to a human spine. It was extremely important. Without a spine, a human would be paralyzed and become a complete cripple. Therefore, there was only one way to obtain a flood dragon's tendon, and that was to kill it. There was no other choice. Brother Ling Tian, I've only heard of people encountering a flood dragon. I've never seen one myself. However, I'm sure there's a flood dragon deep in the ocean. When Yang Hui reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked towards the south. Currently, he was on the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island. To the south was the ocean outside the Hidden Fog Island. If he wanted to return to the Cloud Continent, he would have to pass through that ocean. You're sure? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui. I've heard many people say that they've encountered a flood dragon in the ocean from the Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island. That's right. Brother Ling Tian, you want a dragon tendon, right? Yang Hui was still excited when he spoke. However, as he spoke, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he asked for confirmation again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Ling Tian, I know an Emperor Wu powerhouse from the Cloud Continent. He once killed a flood dragon at the second level of the Emperor Wu stage. I wonder if the flood dragon's dragon tendon is still in his hands. Yang Hui said. Although the flood dragon was only the lowest level of dragon, it was still a half-dragon. Its entire body was filled with treasures. Any normal person would keep its body. What Yang Hui was most worried about now was, the dragon tendon was no longer with the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Did he come to the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. Since there was a chance for him to obtain the dragon tendon, he would not miss it even if the chance was slim. Only by obtaining the dragon tendon would he be able to find a suitable bowstring for his royal grade spirit archery set. At that time, he would be able to officially cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. Ever since he learned about the power of the Saint grade martial tactic from Wang Ba, he was filled with anticipation for the colossal aerolite arrow. He was eager to officially cultivate it. He's here. He came to look for me half a month ago. Yang Hui nodded. That Emperor Wu powerhouse could be considered as his friend. Let's go look for him now. Duan Lingtian said anxiously as soon as Yang Hui was done speaking. It was as though he was afraid that the dragon tendon would be taken away from the Emperor Wu powerhouse if he was too slow. Okay. Yang Hui could clearly feel Duan Lingtian's anxiousness. He did not stay any longer and brought Duan Lingtian out of the mansion that the hidden fog island had prepared for the people from Lingxian Peak. Yang Hui and Duan Lingtian, one in front and one behind, headed directly towards the south. Yang Hui slowed down when they were approaching the ocean outside the southern island of the hidden fog island. At that moment, Duan Lingtian saw a mansion that was adjacent to the ocean. He could not help but ask curiously, "That's where he's staying?" "To be exact, that's where he and the people he brought are staying," Yang Hui replied. Soon, under Yang Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian saw the Emperor Wu powerhouse that Yang Hui had mentioned. He was an old man in his 70s with white hair and white eyebrows. Although the old man looked old, he took good care of himself. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes, in particular, were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. A bald middle-aged man followed behind the old man. He wore a tiger skin coat and stood there like a guardian. He had the aura of "one man can hold the pass against 10,000 men." "Yang Hui, we've just met half a month ago. Why are you looking for me this time?" The old man's eyes gleamed as he looked at Yang Hui and asked. "Dong Qiu, I'm indeed looking for you this time. However, let me introduce you to a little brother first." As Yang Hui spoke, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian who was next to him. "This is Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is Dong Qiu. He's considered a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on the Cloud Continent. His title is Qiu Li, and people call him Qiu Li Emperor Wu." Yang Hui introduced Duan Lingtian to Dong Qiu, the Qiu Li Emperor Wu, before he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian nodded at Dong Qiu as a form of greeting. However, Dong Qiu had no intention of greeting him. Instead, he studied him from head to toe before he said nonchalantly, "Yang Hui, I thought this is your new direct disciple. I didn't expect him to be your friend. Dong Qiu, although Brother Lingtian isn't my direct disciple, he came to the Hidden Fog Island this time to represent Lingxian Peak to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition," Yang Hui said. "Oh." Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Dong Qiu's interest in Duan Lingtian was piqued. After studying Duan Lingtian for a while, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. "Emperor Wu realm?" Duan Lingtian nodded. "Yang Hui, I thought Zhou Di was the only one who's at the Emperor Wu realm among the 10 people from Lingxian Peak who came to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. I didn't expect Lingxian Peak to not only keep a low profile, but you even found another person at the Emperor Wu realm." Chapter 1284. Upon hearing Dong Qiu's words, Yang Hui could not help but feel smug. "Humph. We're all in the Emperor Wu realm, but there's still a difference in strength." At this moment, a low snort that was filled with disdain rang in the air, causing the smug smile on Yang Hui's face to freeze. Yang Hui's gaze then landed on the bald middle-aged man dressed in tiger pelt behind Dong Qiu. He was the one who had spoken earlier. The bald middle-aged man stood there and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with disdain and provocation. "Dong Qiu, looks like little Hu is very confident in his strength." Yang Hui was not angry. Instead, he looked at Dong Qiu and smiled. "Little Hu?" Upon hearing how Yang Hui addressed the bald middle-aged man, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. Then, he completely ignored the bald middle-aged man's disdainful and provocative gaze and continued to size him up. He was bald, middle-aged, and tall. He was at least 2 meters tall, and he looked careless. And such a tall middle-aged man was actually called Little Huzi by others? Unknowingly, a smile appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. "What are you smiling about?" The bald middle-aged man who had been staring at Duan Lingtian could not help but shout when he noticed the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. In the next moment, a cold gleam shot out from his eyes. It was as though he had transformed into a hungry tiger that would attack Duan Lingtian at any time. He might even kill and swallow Duan Lingtian. Dong Hu. Finally, Dong Qiu opened his mouth and scolded the bald middle-aged man. Didn't you hear what your junior uncle Yang Hui said? This brother Ling Tian is his friend. Apologize now. Unless he can defeat me. Otherwise, I won't apologize to him. However, Dong Hu did not buy it. Just as Dong Qiu's expression darkened, Yang Hui smiled faintly and took the initiative to comfort him. Old brother Qiu, as Little Hu's master and adoptive father, you've watched Little Hu grow up. Don't you know Little Hu's temper? Family misfortune, family misfortune. Dong Qiu shook his head and sighed, and a trace of helplessness appeared between his brows. Following that, Dong Qiu changed the topic. Brother Hui, you didn't come to look for me just to introduce brother Ling Tian to me, right? Old brother Qiu, the reason I came to look for you this time is because of the Wyrm dragon that you killed previously. Yang Hui took the initiative to explain the purpose of his visit. At the same time, he asked, may I know if you still have the flood dragon's dragon tendon? Dragon tendon? Dong Qiu was stunned at first. Then, with a raise of his hand, a long strip-shaped object that resembled a cow tendon appeared in his hand. It was crimson red and looked simple and unadorned. Dragon tendon. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the strip, and he couldn't help but look excited. With just a glance, he could tell it was a dragon tendon. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had seen a dragon tendon once. However, that was only the dragon tendon of a demon monarch stage Wyrm. Compared to this dragon tendon, it's only similar in appearance, but it's completely different in nature. It was precisely because the reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen a dragon tendon that Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the dragon tendon in Dong Qiu's hand. It was the dragon tendon that he desperately wanted to obtain. To tell the truth, although he had followed Yang Hui here to look for Dong Qiu, the Qiuli Emperor Wu, he did not have high hopes of obtaining the dragon tendon. However, he did not expect Dong Qiu to really have the dragon tendon, and he even took it out. Old brother Qiu, can you transfer this dragon tendon of yours to me? Yang Hui's eyes lit up as he looked at Dong Qiu and said bluntly, you can name a price. We're brothers, so don't be so formal. This dragon tendon is of no use to me. Since you want it, Dong Qiu was about to say that he would give the dragon tendon to Yang Hui, but he was interrupted by Dong Hu who was standing behind him. Junior uncle Yang Hui, you can have this dragon tendon. However, you have to promise me that I'll fight with him. Dong Hu said to Yang Hui before he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed brightly. If I'm not mistaken, Junior uncle Yang Hui came here to ask for the dragon tendon because of you. Am I right? You're smart. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Dong Hu looking at him. He did not expect a burly man like Dong Hu to be so observant. Humph. Unless you defeat me, don't even think about taking the dragon tendon away today. Dong Hu snorted. There was a hint of threat in his words. Do you think you can make the decision? Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Dong Hu. At this moment, Dong Qiu, who had regained his senses, shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Brother Qiu, calm down. Don't hurt your body. As Yang Hui persuaded Dong Qiu, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Brother Lingtian, since Little Hu wants to spar with you, you can play with him as you wish. When Yang Hui reached the end of his sentence, he added through voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, this Little Hu has always been extremely talented since he was young, but he's never suffered much. That's why he's so arrogant. If it's possible, you can teach him a lesson on his behalf. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. "Since you want to fight, let's do it." Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Hu and said indifferently, "However, if you lose, don't cry." Little Hu. Little Hu. Duan Lingtian was imitating Yang Hui when he called Dong Hu. When Dong Hu heard Duan Lingtian calling him that, his face turned completely gloomy. The origin energy on his body raged, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it had been sucked away. In Dong Hu's eyes, Little Huzi was not a name that just anyone could call him. Yang Hui could call him that because he was his senior. When his master and Yang Hui were not martial emperor powerhouses yet, and he was only a child, he had already known Yang Hui. Ever since he was young, he had started to call Yang Hui uncle. Yang Hui was older than him by more than 10 years. Until today, he did not deliberately take care of himself, so he looked much older than Yang Hui. "Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't show you mercy because of Uncle Yang Hui. If you can't even defeat me, you're not qualified to be Uncle Yang Hui's friend." Dong Hu shouted coldly as the origin energy on his body exploded and transformed into a multicolored energy. It was obvious that he was communicating and casting the various profundities that he had comprehended. Moreover, as he unleashed his full strength, a gigantic axe appeared in his hand. Whoosh! As a big guy, Dong Hu's speed was not slow at all. The burden on his body did not seem to affect him at all. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Wherever Dong Hu passed, the airflow in the air stirred as a series of deafening explosions sounded. It was as though thunder had struck one's heart. From the beginning until the end, Yang Hui stood at the side and watched quietly. After Yang Hui had spoken, Dong Qiu no longer stopped Dong Hu. Naturally, it was not only because this was Yang Hui's decision, but also because he wanted to see what kind of technique this young man, whom Yang Hui regarded as a friend, had. Although those who were at the martial monarch stage and above could maintain their youth forever. However, those who participated in the hidden fog martial competition had to be below the age of 70. Therefore, he was certain. This young man was not too old. He's not dodging. Soon after, Dong Qiu's eyes narrowed abruptly. This was because he saw Duan Lingtian still standing at the same spot even when Dong Hu was using his spirit weapon and attacking with all his might. It was as though he was waiting for Dong Hu's attack to land. What's he trying to do? Is it because he can't dodge in time? Or is he stunned? Or... Just as Dong Qiu's mind was spinning as he thought of many possibilities, whoosh! Dong Hu arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. The gigantic axe in his hand vibrated as a series of thunderous explosions sounded. Subsequently, he swung the gigantic axe and slashed it at Duan Lingtian's head. Die! Dong Hu's eyes gleamed coldly. He did not show any mercy as he swung his axe with a force that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. As Dong Hu swung his axe at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the sharpness of the incoming axe. If he was hit by Dong Hu's axe, he would definitely be split into two. He did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered behind him as Dong Hu swung his axe at him. It was as though it was blown by a gust of wind. Yang Hui could not help but frown when he saw the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. He could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. He had always been confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. In fact, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Yang Hui's direct disciple, Zhou Di, who had already broken through to the first stage of the Emperor Wu stage before he broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. Now that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds and had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in one fell swoop, his strength must have improved as well. Although Dong Hu was one of the best among those at the first stage of the Emperor Wu stage and his strength far surpassed his direct disciple, Zhou Di, in his opinion, it was almost impossible for Dong Hu to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, faced with the dangerous situation before him, even he could not help but want to make a move. This was because if he did not make a move now, it would be too late. At that time, Duan Lingtian would be split into two. Stop! Just as Yang Hui was about to make a move, Dong Qiu had already shouted and made his move. However, right at this instant, he'd just made a slight movement when he seemed to have noticed something, causing him to abruptly stop moving and look ahead with a dumbstruck expression. It was as though he had seen something shocking. At the same time, Yang Hui also stopped in his tracks. In the distance, the gigantic axe in Dong Hu's hand finally landed. However, it did not land on Duan Lingtian's body. Instead, it landed on the sharp arrow that suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Clang! Almost in an instant, the gigantic axe and the sharp arrow collided and made a deafening sound. Chapter 1285. Boom! 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 Wherever the shockwave passed, the air was compressed to its limit. Seeing that everything was about to turn into ashes, Dong Qiu and Yang Hui made their move. The two of them were Emperor Wu powerhouses. They easily protected everything around them, including the residence that Dong Qiu was staying in. It was the residence that the hidden fog island had prepared for them on the Qiuli mountain. The Qiuli mountain was Dong Qiu's cultivation ground. Although Dong Qiu and Yang Hui made their move in time and prevented everything from turning into ashes, the commotion caused by the shockwave still alerted the other Emperor Wu's disciples on the Qiuli mountain. 9 figures leaped into the air one after another. They hovered in the air and looked at the center of the shockwave from afar. It's senior brother Dong Hu. Soon, someone noticed Dong Hu. Who's that purple-clad young man? He's actually on par with senior brother Dong Hu. Someone also noticed Duan Lingtian. No. It's not as simple as a draw. A few people with good eyesight seemed to have noticed something and shook their heads. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and casually took out his royal-grade spiritual arrow. He easily blocked Dong Hu's full-powered attack. He looked at Dong Hu, whose face was flushed red with mockery. Is that all you've got? Ha! Dong Hu, who was provoked by Duan Lingtian, suddenly shouted. A vast amount of energy surged out of the gigantic axe in his hand. Unfortunately, his energy could not move the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand at all. The huge amount of energy was like a stone sinking into the sea. It's over. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he spoke indifferently, and his hand started to move. He shook the arrow in his hand. The 5-colored flame raging on his body suddenly transformed into the shape of a sword. It swept out from his body and hit Dong Hu. Bang! With a loud bang, Dong Hu's body trembled. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Poof! Barf! A shockwave swept out in all directions once again. All the spectators saw was Dong Hu flying over 100 meters away like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, he kept spitting out blood, looking extremely wretched. On the other hand, the other party stood there, unmoving like a mountain. From beginning to end, he did not move an inch. So strong. The gazes of the Qiuli mountain disciples fell on Duan Lingtian, their pupils constricting as their hearts filled with shock. Dong Hu was the #1 disciple of Qiuli mountain. He was also the only direct disciple of Emperor Wu who was at the level of Emperor Wu. However, such an existence was defeated by this unfamiliar purple-clothed young man. Moreover, it was a clean defeat. He was merciful. Quite a few people saw this point. That person, seems to be Spirit Profound Emperor Wu. Soon, Dong Qiu's other personal disciple recognized Yang Hui, who was standing beside Dong Qiu. Yang Hui and Dong Qiu had been friends for many years before they broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. After both of them had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage and became famous martial emperors on Cloud Continent, their friendship was still as good as before. They would often visit each other. As long as one was a direct disciple under their command, they would not be strangers to both of them. He's the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu? Then. That purple-clothed young man is his eldest direct disciple, Zhou Di? I've long heard that the Spirit Profound Emperor Wu has a direct disciple under him who's also an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Many Qiuli Mountain disciples whispered among themselves. It's not Zhou Di. I've seen Zhou Di before, but he's not. Moreover, as far as I know, Zhou Di is no match for senior brother Dong Hu. One of the Qiuli Mountain disciples shook his head. As one of the few martial emperor's direct disciples under martial emperor Qiuli, he knew much more than the others. It's not Zhou Di. Don't tell me he's a new disciple under Spirit Profound Emperor Wu? Many people secretly guessed. Huh. Brother Ling Tian, you're really something. At this moment, Dong Qiu laughed loudly. He was not unhappy that Dong Hu was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. In fact, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was happy that Duan Ling Tian defeated Dong Hu. Dong Hu was too arrogant, and he had long wanted to find an opportunity to break his spirit. This time, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have helped him. Qiuli, Emperor Wu, you flatter me. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side and nodded at Dong Qiu as he spoke humbly. Little Hu. Have you learned your lesson this time? Yang Hui asked with a mocking smile as he looked at Dong Hu, who had recovered from his injuries after consuming the healing medicinal pill. Humph. Hearing Yang Hui's teasing, Dong Hu snorted and obediently returned behind Dong Qiu. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. In the beginning, because Yang Hui regarded Duan Ling Tian as a friend and he was a generation lower than him for no reason, he was very unhappy and even wanted to provoke him. He wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian and prove that Duan Ling Tian did not have the qualifications to be Yang Hui's friend. Who knew that he, who was full of confidence, would be defeated in just one exchange? Moreover, he could feel that the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Yang Hui passed the dragon tendon that Dong Qiu had handed to him earlier to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian reached out his hand to take it, his emotion surging. The dragon tendon of Emperor Wu's second-level flood dragon. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the dragon tendon with both of his hands and pulled it with all his might as though he wanted to break it. However, no matter how much five-colored sword-shaped flame soared from his body and how hard he pulled, the dragon tendon was only slightly stretched by him. He could not break it at all. Brother Ling Tian, this dragon tendon came from the body of an Emperor Wu's flood dragon. It's extremely tough. Let alone you, even I can't do anything about it. Dong Qiu, who saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, could not help but laugh. That's right, Brother Ling Tian. It's said that even someone at the peak of Emperor Wu might not be able to break the dragon tendon of this demon emperor stage flood dragon. Yang Hui chimed in from the side. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was an uncontrollable excitement on his face. If he used this dragon tendon on a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow that he had prepared beforehand, a royal-grade spirit bow and arrow would be born. A royal-grade spirit bow and arrow was also known as a saint weapon in the Dao martial saint land. With a saint weapon, I'll be able to officially cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow. Duan Ling Tian was inexplicably excited. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was eager to return home. After bidding farewell to Yang Hui and Dong Qiu, he left in a hurry. Naturally, he did not return to the place where Ling Xian Peak and the others were staying. Instead, he returned to the wooden house in the northeast of the hidden fog island. He studied the Saint-grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow, while guarding the two girls. He had long memorized the colossal aerolite arrow in his mind. It was difficult for him to forget it. This was a special ability that was given to him by his soul. As long as he merged his spiritual energy into the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, he would be able to memorize the Saint-grade martial tactic in the Saint token. Ordinary people would not be able to do this at all. The colossal aerolite arrow was an archery skill. It had a high requirement on one's basic skills. First, one must master how to aim. However, this was not too difficult for Duan Lingtian. In his previous life, he was the most powerful weapon specialist on Earth. Although he had never come into contact with ancient long-range weapons such as bows and arrows, he was no stranger to all kinds of firearms. In his previous life, he had mastered his marksmanship to the extreme. He could shoot his target's head with a sniper rifle from hundreds of meters away without using a scope. Therefore, it was not too difficult for him to familiarize himself with the aim of a bow and arrow since he had already trained his aiming instincts. In just a day and a night, he could almost achieve a flawless shooting. In this life, Duan Lingtian was a born archer. The next morning, dawn shrouded the land. The fresh air made Duan Lingtian so comfortable that he closed his eyes. Although he had not slept for a day and a night, he did not feel tired at all. At his cultivation base, he would not feel tired even if he did not rest for a month. Of course, it was only his body that would not feel tired. His heart would more or less feel tired. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. There, a flock of seabirds flew past. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered and a bow appeared in his hand. The bow was as black as ink. It was so black that it made people feel like they would be lost in it. It was like a bottomless abyss. On the bow, there was a crimson bowstring. The bowstring was as thick as a grown man's thumb. It was a perfect fit with the black bow. Duan Lingtian held the bow in his left hand and aimed it at the flock of seabirds. His right hand had unknowingly approached the body of the bow. The instant it approached the body of the bow, an arrow appeared in his right hand. It was an arrow that was completely black, just like the body of the bow. The arrowhead was sharp and shone with a cold light, as if it could pierce through everything. Creak! Creak! Duan Lingtian knocked the arrow in his right hand on the bowstring. As he held the arrow in his right hand, a wisp of milky white flame surged. He pulled the bowstring but did not pull it much. It was not that Duan Lingtian wanted to do this. It was just that he could not pull the bowstring much with his own elemental energy. This bow was not an ordinary bow. Not to mention other things, just the bowstring alone was the dragon tendon of the Emperor Wu Realm Level 2 Flood Dragon. It was said that even a peak Emperor Wu Realm expert could not pull it apart. As an Emperor Wu Realm Level 1 expert, it was already considered good that he could pull it apart a little with his elemental energy. It's starting. With a thought, Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on the flock of seabirds flying past in the sky. The seabirds flew past in a leisurely manner, completely unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. 1 bird. 2 birds. 3 birds. Release. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed. He released the arrow in his right hand and let it fly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it hit and penetrated a seabird. After the first seabird was penetrated, the arrow continued to fly and penetrated the second seabird. Chapter 1286. Killing 3 seabirds with 1 arrow. Duan Lingtian could be said to have killed 3 birds with 1 arrow. If someone who was good at archery were to see such archery skills, they would be shocked beyond words. The flock of seabirds flying high in the sky was already moving quickly. To kill one of them with an arrow, one would need to have superb archery skills. To kill 2 birds with 1 arrow, in addition to superb archery skills, one would also need to have very strong observation and judgment skills. Because only then could one guarantee to kill 2 seabirds with 1 arrow. To kill 3 birds with 1 arrow, the requirements were even higher. 3 seabirds moving at high speed in a line. The opportunity was only in the blink of an eye. To kill them consecutively with 1 arrow in the blink of an eye would undoubtedly be more difficult than killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. Dragon soars in the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's body swept across the 9 heavens as if he had transformed into a divine dragon. As he stopped moving, 3 seabirds appeared in front of him. They were suspended in the air by his invisible force, allowing him to observe them. Almost there. Glancing at the 3 dead seabirds, Duan Lingtian seemed to have discovered something. He shook his head and sighed with a look of pity. The reason why Duan Lingtian sighed was because of the 3 dead seabirds. 2 of the seabirds had their left eyes pierced. The last seabird had its neck pierced. The reason why he said it was almost there and even sighed was because the last seabird's death was different from the other 2 seabirds. When Duan Lingtian attacked, he wanted to kill the 3 seabirds by piercing their left eyes with 1 arrow. Now, although they were dead, one of the seabirds' death was much worse than what he had expected. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with this. If there was a second person here who knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. In just 1 day and 1 night, he had cultivated his archery skills to such a level. It was shocking. Was he still not satisfied? Do you want me to live? Of course, this was also because outsiders did not know about Duan Lingtian's past. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had been a soldier king on earth in his previous life, they would definitely not think this way. In his past life, Duan Lingtian's spear technique was ranked number 1 even in the entire earth. Earth's strongest soldier king. The meaning of these 6 words was no joke. In addition to his terrifying battle prowess, Duan Lingtian's spear skills were also terrifying. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had high expectations for himself. In the end, bows and arrows are still lacking in firearms. If I used the firearms on Earth, as long as it was powerful enough, I would have 100% confidence that I would be able to pierce their left eye. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian was not discouraged. He quickly immersed himself in his archery practice and completely forgot about the time. Another day and night passed. Duan Lingtian made his move once again. It was still killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. However, this time, he accurately pierced the left eye of the 3 seabirds with 1 arrow and completed the mission that he had set for himself. Since then, Duan Lingtian's archery foundation had been laid. Now, I can officially start cultivating the colossal aerolite arrow. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a little excited. However, before this, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Bastard, is there anything I need to pay attention to when cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic? Duan Lingtian suddenly asked. He intentionally asked Wang Ba who was residing in his body. To be more precise, he was asking about Wang Ba's soul. Wang Ba claimed to be a saint stage powerhouse in the Dao martial saint land. Due to this reason, he had many questions for Wang Ba since it was his first time cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic. However, Wang Ba did not respond. That's right. I almost forgot. Soon after, a light bulb lit up in Duan Lingtian's mind as though he had recalled something. At the same time, his heart jolted. At the same time, the majestic spiritual energy that had gathered in the depths of his mind suddenly spread out. "Boy, are you trying to suffocate me to death?" As soon as the spiritual energy that had gathered at the side was dispersed by Duan Lingtian, a flustered and exasperated voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Wang Ba. "Didn't I let you out now?" Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "Boy, don't you think you should give me an explanation? How could you use your spiritual energy to seal me for no reason? Do you want me to lose face?" Wang Ba said in a deep voice. "Lose face?" Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly, "Do you have that thing now? Moreover, don't tell me you don't know why I sealed you with my spiritual energy." "Humph." Wang Ba snorted coldly. "Boy, you underestimate me too much. I've lived for so long, what kind of woman have I not seen before? Do you think I'd peek at you being intimate with those two girls?" Wang Ba remembered it clearly. The last time he was sealed by Duan Lingtian with his spiritual energy, it was when Duan Lingtian and the two girls built the wooden house not far away. As for the reason, it was easy for him to guess. It must be because he was worried that he would peek at them doing something good. Who knows? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "You said it yourself. You're a devil cultivator." "Devil cultivator, you don't sound like a good person." "You." Wang Ba was furious when he heard this. "You better be prepared. In the future, if there's a need, I'll still seal your soul with my spiritual energy." Duan Lingtian said again. He did not want Wang Ba to be a bystander when he was being intimate with the two girls. Perhaps, Wang Ba was indeed a saint stage powerhouse when he was at his peak. However, Wang Ba's soul that was currently residing in his body was extremely weak and could be suppressed by Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that was at the Emperor Wu stage. "Boy, you'll regret this. How dare you treat a saint stage powerhouse like this?" Wang Ba's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. "If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe that I'll seal you right now?" Duan Lingtian threatened, causing Wang Ba to shut his mouth. As the saying went, when one is under someone else's roof, one must lower one's head. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. "Also, I asked you to come out because I want to ask you. Is there anything I need to pay attention to when cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled the important matter and asked. Just like that. With Wang Ba's help, Duan Lingtian officially began to cultivate the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, in preparation for the Hidden Fog martial competition that was coming soon. Naturally, he also did some other things during this period. For example, refining pills. To be more precise, he was refining pills using the Demon Emperor's inner core. Apart from the Stygian Scale Bear's inner core that he obtained previously, he had also obtained a few Demon Emperor's inner cores when he was cultivating the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. It was not difficult for him to refine pills using the Demon Emperor's inner core. His success rate was extremely high as well. However, since he had only killed a few low-level Demon Emperors, the pills refined from the Demon Emperor's inner core did not raise his cultivation base by much. However, although it did not raise his cultivation base by much, it raised Li Fei and Ke a lot. The Demon Emperor's inner core was the crystallization of the Demon Emperor's origin energy. After Duan Lingtian refined them into pills, the medicinal efficacy was easily absorbed. Therefore, before the start of the Hidden Fog martial competition, the two girls' cultivation base had been increasing rapidly. It could be said that they were advancing at a tremendous speed. As the Hidden Fog martial competition drew closer, the atmosphere on the Hidden Fog Island changed slightly. South Island. A person appeared out of thin air above a spacious mansion. He stared at the lady who was waiting there with a burning gaze and asked in a deep voice, "The two girls haven't returned yet?" "Yes." The lady nodded. This lady was Yuhan Valley's eldest senior sister, Su Rong. The person who appeared out of thin air and questioned her in a deep voice was Yuhan Emperor Wu himself. It seems like the two girls have forgotten about me, their master, now that they have a fiancé. Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice was getting colder as he spoke. At the same time, a sharp light flickered in the depths of her eyes. The hidden fog martial competition is in 10 days. They haven't returned yet. Su Rong frowned and asked, Master, do you want me to look for them? Go ahead. Yuhan Emperor Wu nodded. At once, Su Rong left as though she had transformed into a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared into the fog not far away and disappeared before Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes. 7 days later. At the mansion where the people from Ling Xian Peak were staying. Why isn't Brother Ling Tian back yet? There are only 3 days left until the hidden fog martial arts competition. Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, frowned slightly when he found out that Duan Ling Tian had yet to return. I wonder where he went. I should have asked him about his whereabouts when he left after retrieving the dragon tendon. Great, we can't even find him now. Yang Hui felt helpless. Master, there are only 3 days left. Junior Uncle Duan will definitely return. Zhou Di stood behind Yang Hui and comforted him. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had severely injured and defeated Qiuli Mountain's Dong Hu in just one blow, Zhou Di, who was Emperor Wu's direct disciple under Yang Hui's command, had a new understanding of Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, since his master addressed Duan Ling Tian as brother, he regarded Duan Ling Tian as his junior uncle. I hope so. Yang Hui nodded when he heard Zhou Di's comforting words. 1 day. 2 days. Another 2 days went by. The Hidden Fog martial competition would be held on the Hidden Fog Island the next day. Whoosh! 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 3 swift silhouettes flew out from the northeast of the Hidden Fog Island. Soon, they arrived at the southern island. They flew in a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the 3 of them appeared in front of a spacious mansion. Junior Uncle Duan, you're finally back. As soon as the 3 of them stood still, they heard a voice coming from nearby. The voice was filled with indescribable excitement. Junior Uncle? At once, the 2 beauties among the 3 of them turned their heads to look at the handsome young man in the middle. They were confused. Zhou Di? Chapter 1287. The purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. He took a while to react to the way Zhou Di addressed him. Brother Yang, are you here? Huh. Brother Ling Tian, you're finally back. Before Zhou Di could respond, a burst of hearty laughter was heard. Following that, a young man appeared not far away. He stood there like a sharp sword. It was Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu. These 2 must be my sisters-in-law. Brother Ling Tian, you're so lucky. Soon after, Yang Hui looked at the 2 women next to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with amazement. Even though he had lived for half of his life, he had only seen a handful of girls who were as beautiful as them. After Duan Lingtian's introduction, Yang Hui greeted the 2 girls beside him. They were not surprised as they already knew about each other. Brother Ling Tian. Don't you need to return to Yuhan Emperor Wu's side? After all, they're here on behalf of Yuhan Valley. Yang Hui asked. No need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Since he had guessed that Yuhan Emperor Wu was up to something, he naturally would not let the 2 girls beside him enter the tiger's den again. Moreover, after being separated from the 2 girls for so many years, he did not want to be separated from them again. He could not wait to hang the 2 girls on his body. Humph. At the instant Duan Ling Tian shook his head, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. One could vaguely make out that this was a woman's voice. The voice was filled with anger. Just as Duan Lingtian frowned, Yang Hui, Li Fei, and Ker's expressions changed. They seemed to have recognized the owner of the voice. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw a person appear out of thin air not far away. It was a woman. She stood there and gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, the woman was glaring at him. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. "It's you who abducted my 2 personal disciples?" At the same time, she took a step forward. With this step, the air in front of the woman was quickly sucked dry. An invisible force gathered together and swept out, heading straight for Duan Lingtian. Boom! Without any hesitation, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into a 5-colored flame before finally condensing into the shape of a sword. In an instant, as Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, the sword-shaped 5-colored flame on his body spilled out as if it had turned into a giant 5-colored sword, meeting the invisible force head-on. The invisible power came from the woman. It was not truly formless. Instead, it was the woman who could completely control this power and even conceal it. From this, it could be seen that the woman had not attacked with her full strength. Because once she attacked with her full strength, she would not have the time to conceal the power she displayed when she attacked. Be careful. Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. By the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to help. He warned sternly as the energy in his body swelled and he swiftly swept towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Before Yang Hui arrived, Duan Lingtian's full strength, except for the fact that he did not use any spirit weapon, had already collided with the woman's invisible force, creating a loud bang. "Master, please have mercy." It was this loud bang that caused Li Fei and Ker to regain their senses. Horror dawned on their faces as they hastily pleaded with the woman. The woman was none other than the Yuhan Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent. She was also Li Fei and Ker's master in name. However, just as Li Fei and Ker spoke, before the Yuhan Emperor Wu could respond, a powerful force had already swept out in all directions and affected them at the same time. For a moment, they were sent flying dozens of meters away before they managed to stabilize themselves. This enormous force originated from a shockwave. The shockwave originated from the collision between Duan Lingtian's energy and the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. It continued to spread out in all directions with a powerful force. However, the collision between the two forces finally resulted in a result. As expected of the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. "Unfortunately, you're still no match for me now." Just as Duan Lingtian felt his energy was about to be crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy, the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice transmission entered his ears. Before Duan Lingtian could think about it, his energy was completely crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. Subsequently, Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy swept through his body like a hot knife through butter. Boom! As expected, Duan Lingtian's body was sent flying. When he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had lost all feeling in his body. Even his consciousness was in a daze and he was unable to wake up for a long time. It was only when his body landed on the ground with a loud bang that Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At this moment, he could clearly feel the intense pain from the injuries all over his body. It was so painful that he could only grit his teeth. His internal organs were almost shattered. He knew that this was because the Yuhan Emperor Wu had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. This Yuhan Emperor Wu. He's at least a level 5 Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he guessed to himself. Boom! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock over the Yuhan Emperor Wu's strength, a loud noise reverberated in his ears. When he lifted his head with some difficulty, he saw Yang Hui standing between him and the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He was protecting him as he fought with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had just taken out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it when he realized Yang Hui was at a disadvantage. He had no choice but to take out his spiritual sword. However, even after taking out his spiritual sword, Yang Hui could only fight to a draw with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Scoundrel! Young master! At this moment, Li Fei and Ke came to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at him worriedly. Ke, in particular, was so anxious that she was tearing up. Not far away, Zhou Di and the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples who heard the commotion were stunned. Who's that woman? She's able to fight to a draw with Lord Emperor Wu, who has a spirit weapon without using it. Is she a powerhouse from the hidden Fog Island? Many people muttered to themselves in a daze. He's the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Zhou Di said with a grave expression. The Yuhan Emperor Wu. The crowd's expression changed drastically when they heard Zhou Di's words. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. She was ranked in the top 3 among the Emperor Wu powerhouses who had been famous for many years on the Cloud Continent. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior to a man. Heaven and earth wipe out. Just when most people thought the Yuhan Emperor Wu was going to take out his spirit weapon and defeat Yang Hui, the Yuhan Emperor Wu spoke coldly. Her voice was bone-chilling. As soon as she spoke, the area within 100 meters seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. Many people with low cultivation base were shivering from the cold. This included the 2 girls, Li Fei and Ke. However, they were no longer affected by the cold as they covered their bodies with origin energy. She actually cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice and saw the commotion caused by the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He immediately stood up without any hesitation. Huh! Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up as though nothing had happened. It shocked Li Fei and Ke, who had been paying attention to him. They clearly saw the extent of Duan Lingtian's injuries earlier. Even if he consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill, he would need a few days to recover. However, he had fully recovered in just a few breaths' time. Of course. The 2 girls were shocked because Duan Lingtian had not told them about the royal grade resurrection pill. Whoosh! After standing up, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his royal grade spirit bow and arrow without any hesitation. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. 5 colored flames continued to erupt like sharp swords that gathered on his hands. Creak! In an instant, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. Strands of 5-colored energy flowed through the bow and arrow into the bowstring that was pulled into the shape of a full moon. For a moment, there were bolts of lightning around the bowstring. They were colorful bolts of lightning. Every time the bolts of lightning moved, it was like a sharp sword that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a whistling sound filled the air. It was the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy that had transformed into sword rays that were filled with icy cold energy that swept toward Yang Hui. During this process, the sword rays that filled the sky gathered together and transformed into a gigantic sword that was emitting terrifying cold energy. There was a strange gap at the tip of the gigantic sword. Soon, the gigantic sword vibrated and the gap at the tip of the sword was aimed at Yang Hui as though it was aiming. Oh no! Yang Hui's eyes narrowed and his face turned pale. At this moment, he felt that he was not the only one who was locked on. Even the space around him seemed to be locked on by a destructive force. This feeling made him feel hopeless. He could smell the scent of death. Without any hesitation, Yang Hui unleashed all his energy and used the spiritual sword in his hand to increase his strength in an attempt to escape from the force that was locked onto him. However, he soon realized that, no matter how he tried to evade, the force that was locked onto him was still locked onto him. There was no way for him to escape. This crazy woman actually has such a trick up her sleeve. It seems like I, Ling Xian Emperor Wu, am going to die in her hands today. At this moment, Yang Hui realized that he could not escape. He sighed in his heart and felt completely disheartened. Destroy. As the Yuhan Emperor Wu's mouth moved, a small dot of light suddenly appeared at the gap at the tip of the gigantic sword that was aimed at Yang Hui. As soon as the small dot of light appeared, it was as dazzling as the sun. However, unlike the scorching heat of the sun, the small dot of light emitted waves of terrifying cold energy, causing the faces of those below the Emperor Wu realm to change. They felt as though they were naked in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1288. Heaven and Earth Wipeout. The small specks of light were formed from the strongest sword skill, Heaven and Earth Wipeout, which came with Han Bing's God Sword technique. Once they exploded, they would turn into specks of light that filled the sky and whistled out. Any living thing that came into contact with the light dust would be annihilated. The small light dot contained extreme coldness. Once it exploded, any living thing that came into contact with the light dust would be turned into an ice sculpture. Almost at the same time, the energy from the small light dot's explosion would shatter the ice sculpture. The small light dot was getting brighter and brighter as though it was about to explode. Clang! A heavy sound of a string resonated in the air, causing most of the people present to feel pain in their eardrums. Impossible! Before most of the people could react, Yuhan Emperor Wu's exclamation entered their ears. At the same time, it also attracted their attention. Where's the small light dot? In an instant, many people noticed that the small light dot on the tip of Yuhan Emperor Wu's gigantic sword had disappeared. It was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Although the small light dot had disappeared, the energy from the gigantic sword still landed on Yang Hui's body and sent him flying. Yang Hui was unprepared because he thought he was going to die. Otherwise, he could have blocked the attack. Barf! Yang Hui spat out a mouthful of blood after he was sent flying. His face was pale, and his body was shaking. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. It was only until he took out a healing pill that his pale face regained some color. Bang! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from afar. It was the small light dot that had exploded. With it as the center, the area within a 100-meter radius turned into a white ocean in just a blink of an eye. However, the white ocean soon disappeared with the wind as though it had never appeared. Heaven and Earth Wipeout was gone. It did not kill anyone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian activated the interlinking formation and retrieved the arrow that flew out with the small light dot. At the same time, Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian's direction. The black lightning that even she could not capture earlier came from that direction. Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes were looking up and down at Duan Lingtian when she seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes narrowed abruptly. In the next moment, she lifted her head and looked at the sky. Who are you? Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to have noticed something at this moment. Yuhan Emperor Wu narrowed her eyes and asked with a grave expression. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Martial Emperor Yuhan would realize that he was the one who had attacked earlier. However, he was shocked to find out that Martial Emperor Yuhan was looking at the sky above his head instead of the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand. Based on Yuhan Bing's words, Yuhan Bing's eyes, Duan Lingtian immediately put away the royal grade spirit bow and arrow in his hand and followed everyone's gaze to look at the sky above his head. There was a person standing there. It was an old man in a fiery red robe. The old man stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth, making it difficult for anyone to notice him. No one knew when the old man had appeared. Due to this reason, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had goosebumps. If the old man had intended to sneak an attack, none of them would have survived. Regarding this, they felt somewhat fortunate in their hearts. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the matter between me and them? Yuhan Emperor Wu glared at the red-robed old man and asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Ke were stunned when they heard Yuhan Emperor Wu's words. Yuhan Emperor Wu thought it was the red-robed old man who blocked her heaven and earth wipeout sword skill? The person who blocked her attack was Duan Lingtian. As the person himself, Duan Lingtian was naturally aware of this. Li Fei and Ke had been standing next to Duan Lingtian the entire time. They had seen everything from the moment Duan Lingtian took out the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow to when he drew the bow and shot the arrow at lightning speed. Yuhan Emperor Wu did not manage to see the royal-grade spirit bow and arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Otherwise, she would not have misunderstood. Naturally, she had to see it with her own eyes. Otherwise, she would not have believed it. She'd clearly tested Duan Lingtian's strength earlier, and it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Yang Hui block the sword skill, heaven and earth wipeout, that she'd executed earlier. However, there was something she did not know. Apart from having a royal-grade spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian had also cultivated the saint-grade martial tactic. When he attacked earlier, he had cast the saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Although he had just cultivated it not long ago and could only be considered as a beginner, the power it displayed was not something a heaven-rank advanced martial tactic at the perfection stage could compare to. You. Leave. The red-robed old man merely glanced at Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had a piercing glare in her eyes, and asked in a deep voice. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he did not take her seriously at all. It seems like you're going to meddle in my business? Yuhan Emperor Wu stared at the red-robed old man with a cold gleam in her eyes as she asked in a deep voice. This time, the red-robed old man ignored her. All right. All right. Since you don't take me seriously, I'd like to see if you have the strength to meddle in my business. When Yuhan Emperor Wu reached the end of her sentence, she was so angry that she laughed. At the same time, she charged toward the red-robed old man. Her speed was so fast that she seemed to have disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. In a flash, most of the people thought there would be a fierce battle. They were all looking forward to it. However, what happened next was something no one had expected. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. Then, it set off a vast shockwave that swept out in all directions. It was so overwhelming that it caused many people with a lower cultivation base to take a few steps back. Not only that, but many of the trees nearby were also uprooted. However, no one was paying attention to this at that moment. They stared at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was sent flying like an arrow. Disbelief was written all over their faces. In just one blow, Yuhan Emperor Wu was sent flying in a wretched manner. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man stood there with a crimson flame swirling around his body. Around the crimson flame, there were other colors of energy moving rapidly. However, these were only inconspicuous. Who the hell are you? Yuhan Emperor Wu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After taking a healing elixir, she looked at the red-robed old man again. Her eyes were filled with fear. Just now, she didn't have time to react to what was going on before she was sent flying by the other party. At the moment when her opponent attacked, she felt a force that she could not resist. It landed on her body and sent her flying. I don't want to repeat what I just said. The red-robed old man spoke again. His voice was colder. Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically. However, she did not dare to stay any longer. Soon, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She was so close to taking away the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu. Now, it seemed that she could only find another opportunity. Before she left, Yuhan Emperor Wu glanced at Li Fei and Ke casually. When she saw the hostility in their eyes, she knew they would not leave with her. However, she was not bothered by it. These two girls were her tools to find the third reincarnation of Yuan Emperor Wu. Now that she had found the third reincarnation of Yuan Emperor Wu, they were no longer of any use to her. Whoosh! Soon, Yuan Emperor Wu disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After everyone caught their breaths, they looked at the red-robed old man in unison. "Thank you, Senior." Yang Hui quickly thanked the red-robed old man. Just like Yuan Emperor Wu, he did not realize the person who helped them at the critical moment was Duan Lingtian. The other 9 people from Lingxian Peak, including Zhou Di, were the same as him. In the face of Yang Hui's gratitude, the red-robed old man merely nodded his head nonchalantly. Then, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls beside him before he left. He disappeared without a trace. He came and went like the wind. Expert. That's right. Only such a powerhouse can be called a master. Many Lingxian Peak disciples exclaimed. They still had lingering fears when they recalled the scene earlier. He used the Saint-grade martial tactic just now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was guessing the identity of the red-robed old man, heard Wang Ba's voice. His voice was filled with certainty. Saint-grade martial tactic? You mean the senior earlier? Duan Lingtian was stunned. That's right. Wang Ba said with certainty, although the Saint-grade martial tactic he used earlier is not as powerful as the one you've cultivated, it's still quite powerful. His ability is actually not much stronger than Yuan Emperor Wu. However, since he cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, he could easily kill Yuan Emperor Wu in just one blow. Wang Ba continued to praise the Saint-grade martial tactic as he spoke. If Duan Lingtian was still skeptical about the Saint-grade martial tactic in the past, however, he no longer had any doubts at this moment. This was because the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, that he cultivated, had told him how powerful the Saint-grade martial tactic was to a certain extent. It was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Young master, does it still hurt? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom with concern on her face. Li Fei was even more straightforward. She reached out her hand and touched Duan Lingtian's body, high in the sky, behind the clouds. The red-robed old man didn't leave. He stood there, quietly overlooking the scene below the clouds. We're leaving soon. Are you sure you don't want to see him? The red-robed old man turned his head and looked at the young and beautiful lady who was also dressed in red. Chapter 1289. If I see him, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear to leave. The red-clad lady sighed softly. Her gentle gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on Duan Lingtian. He might not let me leave. Humph. This brat has so many beauties now. I'm afraid he has already forgotten about you. The red-clad old man snorted. The lady smiled. I've finally met his 2 fiancées. They're really as outstanding as he said. No, they're even more outstanding than he said. If you regret it, you can choose to stay. As for the other side, I'll talk to them. The old man suddenly said. If I regret it, they'll think you're making a fool out of them and might even kill you. If you die, they'll still take me away. At that time, it's very likely that he'll be implicated. The lady shook her head. Since the outcome will be the same, there's no need to complicate things. She really wanted to see Duan Lingtian. However, she knew now was not the right time. Elder brother Duan, do you know? Tian Wu has already regained her memory. The lady thought to herself. She was none other than Feng Tian Wu, who had been taken away from Lost Stone Forest on Cloud Continent. The person who took her away was the red-clad old man next to her, Qi Hua. Girl, the Saint Land is like a different world compared to here and Cloud Continent. If you leave, I don't know when you'll see him again. Qi Hua sighed. We'll meet again someday. Feng Tianwu said. She had a strong feeling. Even if she left this time, she would still see this man whom she missed dearly in the future. Let's go. Feng Tianwu said before she seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame. In just a blink of an eye, she swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Qi Hua followed closely behind her. Before Feng Tianwu left, a stone tablet fell from the place where she had been standing. It was the stone tablet she had intentionally left behind. This stone tablet was densely carved with ancient and indecipherable words. Most importantly, a corner of the stone tablet was damaged. Whoosh! The speed at which the stone steel fell from the sky was getting faster and faster. It also alarmed Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. With a single glance, they saw a stone tablet falling from the sky, causing them to be dumbfounded. What's going on? Rain, snow, and even hail, I've seen it all before. However, this stone tablet, a Ling Xian Peak disciple swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone descend the stone tablet. Devil Seal Tombstone. While everyone, including Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu and Yang Hui, were stunned, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he recognized the stone tablet that fell from the sky. It was the Devil Seal tablet. Humph. Kid, this Devil Seal tombstone is fake. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement and had no time to wonder why the Devil Seal tablet had fallen from the sky, Wang Ba's voice sounded like a bucket of cold water, causing him to sober up slightly. It's fake? With confusion, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and caught the Devil Seal tablet. It really is fake. The moment he caught the Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that this Devil Seal tablet was indeed fake. He was no stranger to the Devil Seal tablet. In fact, he clearly remembered the weight of the Devil Seal tablet. The weight of this fake Devil Seal tablet was very different from the real Devil Seal tablet. However, Duan Lingtian did not know this. The fake Devil Seal tablet in his hand was forged by Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, from Lost Stone Forest without touching the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, the weight was very different. However, the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi forged using the real Devil Seal tablet, the fake Devil Seal tablet that he used to exchange for the real Devil Seal tablet under Emperor Wu's nose, was about the same weight as the real Devil Seal tablet. Since Feng Tianwu had come into contact with the real Devil Seal tablet a long time ago, she did not notice anything wrong when Emperor Wu gave her the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi had forged. Crack! As the energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the fake Devil Seal tablet, the fake Devil Seal tablet in his hand shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the fake Devil Seal tablet shattered, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and passed through the clouds in the sky in just a blink of an eye, appearing behind the clouds. His heart was filled with questions. Although the Devil Seal tombstone was fake, where did it come from? He did not believe that it had fallen from the sky. Someone must have been here earlier. He left the fake Devil Seal tablet behind and left on his own. However, what's his intention? Duan Lingtian racked his brains, but he could not figure out what was going on. Brother Lingtian, what happened earlier? At this moment, Yang Hui stepped into the air and appeared next to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Li Fei and Kerr appeared as well. They looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. I used to have an identical stone tablet. Its amplification ability is comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, I lost that stone tablet a year ago when I lost my memory. Duan Lingtian said, the stone tablet earlier is fake. It's not the stone tablet I used to have. There's such a thing? Yang Hui was stunned. He was speechless. He could not figure out how such a thing could have happened. Soon after, Yang Hui's face turned grave as though he had recalled something. That crazy woman, Emperor Wu of Yuhan, actually attacked you just because you spent a little more time with my two sisters-in-law. After that, she even tried to kill me. She's crazy. Yang Hui recalled the scene that had just taken place. From the moment Emperor Wu of Yuhan appeared to the moment she attacked Duan Lingtian and severely injured Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill him. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly unnatural. Only he knew the truth. The reason why Martial Emperor Yuhan acted that way was not because he had abducted her two direct disciples as she had said. Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan's ultimate goal was him. In Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes, he was the third reincarnation of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. To her, he was a valuable treasure. Fortunately, that senior lent me a helping hand. Otherwise, I, Yang Hui, would have been dead. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Li Fei and Ke looked at each other when they heard Yang Hui's words. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They knew very well what had happened earlier. It was their man, Duan Lingtian, who had saved Yang Hui from Yuhan Emperor Wu's evil clutches with his bow and arrow. He had pulled Yang Hui out of the gates of hell. However, they did not take the initiative to tell Yang Hui about this. This was because they knew that if they wanted Yang Hui to know, their man would tell him himself. I wonder who that senior is. Could he be one of the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian guessed. No. Yang Hui shook his head. I had the honor of meeting the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island once in the past. Although that senior's ability is powerful, I don't think he's at the level of the 3 island masters. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the technique he used to injure Yuhan Emperor Wu with just one blow should be a martial skill that's above a heaven-rank advanced martial skill. Yang Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. A martial skill that's above a heaven-rank advanced martial skill? Li Fei and Ke were shocked. They looked confused. It was their first time hearing about such a martial skill. That's right. Yang Hui nodded. His eyes were burning with passion. A martial skill that's above a heaven-rank advanced martial skill is also known as a Saint-grade martial tactic. Apart from the overseas Saint Islands, there are only 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent that have mastered the Saint-grade martial tactic. Saint-grade martial tactic. With Yang Hui's explanation, Li Fei and Ke learned about how terrifying the Saint-grade martial tactic was. They were shocked for some reason. Soon after, they looked at each other and seemed to have recalled something. They looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. The scene of Duan Lingtian saving Yang Hui earlier was still vivid in their minds. Scoundrel, what you used earlier. Was that a Saint-grade martial tactic? Li Fei asked through voice transmission. Ke's voice transmission followed. She was also asking the same question. That's right. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from the 2 girls. He answered honestly. Scoundrel, can I learn it? Li Fei's voice transmission continued to be transmitted. She seemed to be excited. Although Ke did not say anything, it could be seen from her hopeful eyes that she was also very interested in the Saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, no problem. When Duan Lingtian replied to Li Fei, he looked at Ke and said through voice transmission, Ke, I'll pass the Saint-grade martial tactic to you later. Thank you, young master. When Ke heard this, she was so excited that her face flushed red. Silly girl. There's no need to thank me between us. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 flirting with each other, Yang Hui felt a little awkward. He left to comfort the Ling Xian Peak disciples. The scene earlier left an indelible mark in the hearts of the Lingxian Peak disciples. However, although the commotion at the Lingxian Peak people's residence was huge, it did not alarm the other people on the southern island, such as Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent. Not to mention their subordinates. The reason they were not alarmed was because the hidden Fog Island had more or less set up some soundproof inscription formations around their residences. The Hidden Fog martial competition will be held tomorrow. Duan Lingtian brought the two girls back to his residence. His eyes gleamed, and his heart was filled with anticipation. After passing the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the two girls, Duan Lingtian sat with his legs crossed in the small courtyard. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow continued to play in his mind. According to Bastard, my Colossal Aerolite Arrow is only at the rudimentary level. However, the rudimentary Colossal Aerolite Arrow managed to break Chilling Emperor Wu's Heaven and Earth wipeout. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the scene that happened not too long ago. However, although Chilling Emperor Wu has cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak and can cast Heaven and Earth wipeout, she's not very familiar with the Heaven and Earth wipeout. At most, she's only at the initial stage. Chapter 1290. As someone who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifelong memories, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was extremely familiar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique at all. As soon as the Frosty Emperor Wu made a move, he could easily see through her attainments in the Han Bing's divine sword technique and the Heaven and Earth wipeout with just a glance. Initially, when he passed the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kerr, he did not think there would be a second person in the world who would know the Han Bing's divine sword technique. However, it did not cross his mind at all. After more than 20,000 years, there was actually someone who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique like Kerr on the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he had cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. After cultivating the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak, if I cultivate the Heaven and Earth wipeout to the perfection stage, I'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Frost Emperor Wu. For such a person to fight with someone whose cultivation base and profundity are on par with him. Unless he encounters someone who cultivates a cultivation method or martial tactic from the Tao Martial Saint Land, or someone who cultivates the 3 Lives Rebirth technique or the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he's almost invincible. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If the Frosty Emperor Wu had cultivated the Heaven and Earth wipeout to the perfection stage, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that I've mastered now might not be able to break it. Although the Colossal Aerolite Arrow is a Saint-grade martial tactic, I've only grasped the surface of it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought about the terrifying power of the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, Duan Lingtian was filled with motivation to cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He had an intuition. If he could cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow to its peak, even with his current cultivation base and profundity, he would be able to easily kill the Frosty Emperor Wu. Bastard, in order to verify his intuition, Duan Lingtian especially asked Wang Ba about it. Soon, he got the answer from Wang Ba. Humph, kid, stop dreaming. Put aside the fact that you're cultivating a human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, even if you're only cultivating a human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. No matter how high your comprehension ability is, you won't be able to cultivate it to its peak without several years of hard work. Wang Ba snorted and said. Of course, if you can really master the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, it'll be easy for you to kill that woman today. In fact, you'll only need 1 arrow to kill her instantly. A human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic is not something a human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic can compare to. Wang Ba continued. With his cultivation base at the first level of the Emperor Wu stage, he would only need one arrow to kill a powerhouse suspected to be at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above? Duan Lingtian was shocked by Wang Ba's words. He could not help but have a shocked and incredulous expression on his face. According to the Iron Law on Cloud Continent, now that he had unleashed his full strength with the boost from the royal-grade spirit weapon, it was impossible for him to compare to the Frosty Emperor Wu, whose cultivation base was at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. Moreover, even if the Frosty Emperor Wu did not use any spirit weapon or martial skill, he could easily kill him with brute force alone, since he had cultivated all kinds of heaven-rank advanced martial skills to the perfection stage. Naturally, this was only the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. The Saint-grade martial tactic was not something from Cloud Continent, so it was enough to break the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. My current strength. My cultivation base is at the 1st level of the Emperor Wu stage, and I've comprehended the 5th level fused profundity and the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Emperor Wu's origin energy at the 1st level of the Emperor Wu stage is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Whether it's the 5th level fused profundity or the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity, each of them is equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons. In total, it's equivalent to the strength of 14 ancient black dragons. The royal grade spirit weapon can increase one's origin energy by 120%. Once my origin energy is unleashed, it's equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. In other words, the amplification of my origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horn dragons. In that case, the strongest strength I can unleash now is equivalent to the strength of 16 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horn dragons. It's less than the strength of 17 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian had a clear understanding of the strength he could unleash now. Emperor Wu Yuhan's cultivation base is at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage. No matter how ordinary a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is, the strength of the profundity he has comprehended is at least the strength of 13 ancient black dragons. In addition to the origin energy that's equivalent to the strength of 7 ancient black dragons, the strength of a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is at least the strength of 20 ancient black dragons. And this is without the use of a spirit weapon. Her strength has already surpassed mine without the use of a spirit weapon. Once she uses a spirit weapon, she'll completely crush me. Of course. Emperor Wu Yulan's strength isn't something an ordinary 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse can compare to. Putting everything else aside, based on the strength she displayed without the use of a spirit weapon, based on the lifetime experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it's at least the strength of 23 ancient black dragons. However, the heaven and earth wipeout cast by such a powerful strength was still broken by my colossal aerolite arrow. I feel like the colossal aerolite arrow that I've mastered is so powerful that it can even surpass the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged. Surpass the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. What kind of concept was that? This is the strength of the colossal aerolite arrow that I've just cultivated. The Saint-grade martial tactic is really shocking and surprising. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This time, my cheapskate father is still quite reliable. He left me such a powerful Saint-grade martial tactic. With this Saint-grade martial tactic, I'm afraid it won't take long for my strength to be strong enough to roam the Cloud Continent and even the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence about this. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Duan Lingtian was by the colossal aerolite arrow's power. At the same time, he cultivated even more diligently. He did not rest and conserve his energy just because the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held tomorrow on the Hidden Fog Island. The only thing left in his world was the colossal aerolite arrow. As for Kerr and Li Fei, the two girls, after realizing that they could not fulfill the conditions to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow for the time being, they continued to cultivate on their own. When dawn shrouded the entire Hidden Fog Island, the peace was broken. The entire Hidden Fog Island began to bustle with noise and excitement. This was because the Hidden Fog Martial Competition would be held on the Hidden Fog Island today. Many people had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Considering the terrifying destructive power of the powerhouses who participated in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, the competition was not held on the Hidden Fog Island. Instead, it was held on the sea thousands of miles north of the Hidden Fog Island. At the same time, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island personally took the role of host. The three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island were the masters of the entire Hidden Fog Island. Rumor had it that they were the three most powerful existences on the Hidden Fog Island. As for whether their abilities were really that powerful, very few people could say for sure because very few people had seen them fight before. However, as the saying went, there is no smoke without fire. Be it the people of the Hidden Fog Island or the outsiders, very few people doubted the abilities of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. The reason why it was said that very few people doubted the abilities of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Among these people, some of them were so confident that they went to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island with the intention of challenging the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. According to them, they wanted to expose the disguise of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island so that the world would know that they were just people who deceived the world. One by one, they rushed to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island to challenge the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Nobody knew what the outcome was. However, everyone was sure of one thing. The people who went to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island and never saw them again. It was as if they had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. As more and more people disappeared, fewer and fewer people dared to challenge the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. In the end, very few people dared to doubt the abilities of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. This was because most people guessed that the disappearance of those people had something to do with the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Many people even felt that it was very possible that they had been killed by the three island masters when they were fighting. If that was the case, everything could be explained. This was because the Hidden Fog Martial Competition was held on the surface of the sea and there were no restrictions on who could and could not attend. Therefore, almost everyone from the Hidden Fog Island had come. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, all of them came. The young ones who could not fly were carried by the older ones. The old ones who could not fly were carried by the strong ones. All in all, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition that day shook the entire Hidden Fog Island. It even caused all the shops in the Hidden Fog City to close their doors. The Hidden Fog City that was initially bustling with people was suddenly devoid of people. It was as if it had become a ghost town overnight. Early in the morning, the sky above the sea where the Hidden Fog Martial Competition was being held was filled with people. All of them were waiting for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition to begin. They're here. They're here. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse appeared with 10 of his disciples, the crowd above the sea was stirred. All of them were extremely excited as though they were the ones who were going to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent appeared one after another. 10 people followed behind them. Yuhan, you're here early. An Emperor Wu powerhouse greeted Emperor Wu Yuhan who had just arrived. Lei Ming, long time no see. Emperor Wu Yuhan responded faintly. He seemed to be a little bored. Chapter 1291. Among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, both Thunder Emperor Wu and Yuhan Emperor Wu were in the top 3 in terms of ability. Both of them were on par with each other. They were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. Even they themselves could not say who was ranked 2nd because they were not confident that they could defeat each other even if they were to fight each other. Above the two of them, only one martial emperor could defeat them. Of course, this was only referring to Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It did not include all the Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Because of this, be it Yuhan Emperor Wu or Thunder Emperor Wu, they had always been at odds with each other. They were not even considered passers-by, let alone friends. Naturally, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was not that naive to take the initiative to greet Martial Emperor Yuhan. Yuhan, you only brought 8 Yuhan Valley's disciples? It seems like there's no one else in Yuhan Valley, what a pity. Could it be that Yuhan Valley's legacy is going downhill in your generation? Thunder Emperor Wu glanced behind Yuhan Emperor Wu unintentionally and pretended to be surprised as he exclaimed. Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to be mentally prepared for this and did not show any dissatisfaction. Behind her, the group of Yuhan Valley's disciples led by her most powerful direct disciple, Su Rong, was glaring at Thunder Emperor Wu angrily. Yuhan, it seems like Yuhan Valley's rules are not that great. Not only did such a big group of female disciples not greet me when they saw me as an elder, but they even dared to. Thunder Emperor Wu interrupted himself and chuckled. Greetings, Junior Aunt Yuhan. Almost as soon as Emperor Wu was done speaking, the 10 Thundercloud Peak's disciples behind Thunder Emperor Wu bowed to Yuhan Emperor Wu in unison. He seemed very polite. The 8 Yuhan Valley disciples' faces darkened. What the people of Thundercloud Peak did was undoubtedly a slap to their faces and to Yuhan Valley's face. Humph. No matter how strong Martial Emperor Yuhan's willpower was, she could not help but snort in anger when she was mocked by Martial Emperor Lei Ming over and over again. Coupled with the strange gazes that were directed at her from the surroundings. Of course, if it was the previous Yuhan Emperor Wu, he might have been able to endure a little longer. But the problem was that Emperor Wu of Yuhan had just suffered a loss in a certain place yesterday, so until now, he was still in a bad mood. It was inevitable that he would be a little angry. Seeing that the Yuhan Emperor Wu was leaving with the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples, the Thunder Emperor Wu finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile of victory. He and Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan had been fighting for more than 10 years. Until now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Today, to him, it was undoubtedly something to be happy about that he was able to defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu verbally in such an occasion. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Thunder Emperor Wu ordered the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind him to continue forward and look for a suitable place to settle down. Behind him, a man and a woman followed closely behind. It was a young man and a young woman. Behind them, there were 8 people following behind them. The 8 of them were either young men, middle-aged men, or old men in their 70s. He's Thunder Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent. I've heard of him. He's the master of Cloud Continent's Thundercloud Peak. He's ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. You only realized it now? It seems like you don't know that the woman who was arguing with him earlier is the master of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. She's as famous as him. That woman is Yuhan Emperor Wu? She's known as the female peak powerhouse on Cloud Continent? When Thunder Emperor Wu and the rest moved again to look for a suitable place to settle down, many of the Hidden Fog Islands people who were watching were discussing among themselves. Their voices were filled with admiration. Of course, they were mostly admiring Yuhan Emperor Wu's power. It did not matter if it was on Hidden Fog Island or Cloud Continent. Women, in general, were much worse than men. It was difficult for men to cultivate to Emperor Wu's level, let alone a woman like her. Therefore, compared to Thunder Emperor Wu, they admired this female Emperor Wu more. She was merely a woman, but she was so powerful that she could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It was truly shocking. As the group of Hidden Fog Islands people whispered and discussed among themselves, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's face turned grave when he heard every word that they said. Now, there were even people who said that he, a man, was no match for a woman. Although he had lived for half his life, he still felt humiliated and angry. He really couldn't refute this point. It was not only because of the gender difference, but he was also a few years older than Yuhan Emperor Wu in terms of age. Senior Sister Bai, you're the only one who can avenge Master from this humiliation. The tall young man who was following closely behind Thunder Emperor Wu, who was Zhou Yi, said to the young woman next to him after hearing the people's whispers. The young woman was Thunder Emperor Wu's first direct disciple, Lan Bai. She was also a female Emperor Wu powerhouse like Yuhan Emperor Wu. Naturally, it was impossible for Lan Bai's current strength to be on par with Yuhan Emperor Wu's. However, she had the advantage of being young. She might have a chance to surpass Yuhan Emperor Wu in the future. Yuhan Emperor Wu. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Lan Bai immediately looked at the woman's back in the distance. Her eyes gleamed brightly. She had become a disciple of Thunder Emperor Wu earlier than Zhou Yi. Therefore, she could empathize with the people's whispers. It was just as Zhou Yi had said. She was the only one who could avenge her master from this humiliation. As long as she could defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu and become a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands, she would be able to redeem her master's dignity. At that time, nobody would say that her master was inferior to a woman. They would only say that her master's female disciple would be able to defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu. At that time, the difference between her master and Yuhan Emperor Wu would be obvious. Although Zhou Yi was speaking softly to Lan Bai, Thunder Emperor Wu's hearing was extremely sharp. Naturally, he heard everything clearly. At once, the frustration in his heart disappeared and was replaced by relief. Zhou Yi is a good kid. Not only is he low-key and humble, but he's also considerate of me. It's not a waste of my life to have a direct disciple like him and The more Thunder Emperor Wu thought about it, the more relieved he felt. Zhou Yi. Just when Thunder Emperor Wu was feeling happy, a thunderous roar reverberated in the air. It stunned Thunder Emperor Wu, and his face turned grave. Just by listening to the voice without seeing the person, he could tell that the person did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the person was targeting his direct disciple, Zhou Yi. When he turned around, he saw a rather familiar figure leading 10 people in a grandiose manner. The person who roared earlier was the leader. Emperor Wu, Shi. With just a glance, Thunder Emperor Wu recognized the leader. It was the owner of Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shi. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he had seen Emperor Wu a few times. During those few times, Emperor Wu was humble in front of him. However, today, he was so aggressive that he did not take him seriously at all. At once, Thunder Emperor Wu could only feel the anger brewing in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. Emperor Wu did not expect this at all. He had brought his 10 disciples to the Hidden Fog Island to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. However, he had encountered the traitor, Zhou Yi. Although he could only see the back of the figure from afar, he immediately recognized that the owner of the figure was Zhou Yi. The direct disciple that he had once thought highly of but had betrayed him in the end. At once, Emperor Wu glared at Zhou Yi with fire in his eyes. At this moment, it was as though Zhou Yi was the only person left in his world. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was walking in front of Zhou Yi and had turned around when he heard Zhou Yi's shout, was completely ignored by him. Junior brother Zhou Yi? He seems to be Emperor Wu from Lost Stone Forest. Did you offend him? Lan Bai, who was walking side by side with Zhou Yi, recognized Emperor Wu the moment she turned around with Zhou Yi. As the most favored direct disciple under Thunder Emperor Wu, she often traveled with Thunder Emperor Wu. She had seen Emperor Wu once before, so she could recognize him. Fear flashed through the depth of Zhou Yi's eyes as he looked at Emperor Wu, who was glaring at him furiously and would attack him at any time. However, this frightening ray of light disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was replaced by calmness. At this moment, Zhou Yi had completely calmed down. He looked at Emperor Wu calmly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "So, it's Senior Shi Qi." Zhou Yi nodded at Martial Emperor Shi Qi and greeted him nonchalantly. "Senior Shi Qi?" Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Emperor Wu was stunned. The few Lost Stone Forest's disciples who knew Zhou Yi behind him were stunned as well. Soon after, Emperor Wu snapped back to his senses. In his opinion, it was obvious that Zhou Yi had nothing to fear since he dared to be so calm in front of him. At this moment, Emperor Wu shifted his gaze away from Zhou Yi and looked around him. It was as though he was trying to find out why Zhou Yi was so confident in front of him. Thunder! Thunder Emperor Wu! With just a glance, he saw Martial Emperor Lei Ming who was standing behind Zhou Yi. At that moment, he realized why Zhou Yi was still so calm after seeing him. "Zhou Yi, you're really something. You've just betrayed Lost Stone Forest and you've already found another backer." After taking a deep breath, Emperor Wu looked at Zhou Yi again and mocked him. Betrayed Lost Stone Forest? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the 9 Thundercloud Peak's disciples, including Lan Bai, looked at Zhou Yi with confusion in their eyes. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.